They want to make sure that everybody goes home and abides by the 6 p.m. curfew. I do want to show you one of the things now while I have you. So yeah, let's push it on some of these barriers over here, these metal barriers, these gates, right? So there was one place ago, sorry, just getting it right. There was one point, the protest providers, they took a bunch of these metal gates, these barriers, and they tried to set the barrier themselves to create a partition or a blockade between themselves and this police line. Well, it didn't work. And then the police were able to breach that barrier and subsequently push through and make sure that the protest providers were staying back. So that's what we're at this point with them. We're working to your life, making sure that we stand up with things as they progress. And of course, as I keep saying, things are changing by the minute at this point. They are. Stay safe. Thank you, guys. I just appreciate it. I just got a note here that Twitter safety has lost the account of the president. So I'll just read you the statement. Twitter safety, as a result of the unprecedented and ongoing violent situation in Washington, D.C., we require the removal of three at-will Donald Trump tweets. He took his note. Oh, man. They didn't cut his Twitter account off. It's getting ugly. Lock my man Twitter. You're in trouble. You're definitely in trouble when they lock your Twitter account. Yeah. They done locked up Trump's account. The real champions ain't playing now. Let people get in the room. They're really not playing. They don't lock your Twitter account there, buddy. You're done. Lock the Twitter account. Once they lock that Twitter account, bro. Yeah. Hey, concrete Coy. I can't hear you.
Peace. What's going on, huh?
Go ahead and lock my man Twitter account. You know
can't hear me? Hold on.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, lock the president's Twitter account.
Yeah, you know it. They're not playing now, bro. Now, it's best for us to just sit back and just watch. Get your popcorn. I got mine. I got some
pecans. Yeah, I think it's.
Get your pecans, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, account.
I got my dry banana chips. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I'm sitting back enjoying the whole scene myself. Yeah. I got the tablet going. I got the TV going, and I did have my phone going. So I'm watching like streams, and I got MSNBC on. You know what I mean? So I just found out. Now I just learned that these fools had pipe bombs up in there, man.
No.
Yeah.
They was really trying to do
it. Yeah, they tripping.
They was really trying to. They was really. You know what? Pseudo conspiracies is dangerous, bro. Yeah, I mean, I think you said that he's the king of pseudo conspiracy now. Man, yo, really did it. Hey, really. They gonna lock him up. What you think? He's not gonna make the 15 days. What you think? They already setting it up, locking the Twitter account.
Yeah, well, they trying to work that out now in Congress. They trying to see if they can put an emergency thing to get him out of the office immediately right now.
They think he might be a little crazy. They say when you start hearing them, when you start hearing white people start saying, I think he's a little crazy. When you hear that, it's over with. That's the way of getting you out of there. We can sign it off because he's crazy. Yes, get him out of there. Yeah, he's not responsible. He's not a responsible guy, man. He went too far. He was what they said he was.
Yeah. cited the whole thing and everything. So. Plus, they like I said, they thinking about using the 25th Amendment too.
They doing all that. They figure they're breaking out the rule book, ladies and gentlemen. They're breaking out the rule. They're shooting down Twitter. He's not gonna be able to communicate anymore. Man, you know when Brother Unk turned on you, yo, it's got to be bad.
You crazy,
That's right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can understand you want to be a little different than all the rest of the presidents. I can understand all that. You know what I'm saying? But this right here, so, you know, like me and Sean was going back and forth, right? And, you know, we was all having our battles. He was like, well, nah, I ain't voting for him. I'm like, nah, I ain't voting either. I ain't gonna vote for him either. But you know, we had these conversations, right? Under no circumstances, okay, so responsible leaders know to say out their mouth, right? And don't have people doing crazy shit. And that's the kind of power he got. He remind me of Umar Johnson, yo, just egomaniacs at the end of the day, yo. You feel me? But only he got power. Yeah, boy, you're a trip. That Trump's a trip. Yeah, Trippy Trump is a madman.
Ooh, man, he's a fool.
Dude. I can't even take up for him.
Totally irresponsible, man.
Totally irresponsible guy.
You know,
when I start saying that, he's in trouble.
Yeah. When you're a leader, you gotta do better. When you're a leader, especially you're a leader of the most powerful country
in the world.
In the world, you know what I mean? You know, that's something that you.
Yeah, when I gotta start conceding the mic, you know it's a problem.
You had to concede the mic.
Huh?
Oh man, you had to concede the mic.
I was like, all right, Mike, because you know Mike was like, yo, he's not going out. He's going out fighting. No, he ain't doing all that. Yeah, he really did that. He did that. He said that. He really said some things that, yeah, let's march down. Yeah, he really did. And if he really didn't mean it that way, they took it that way and they already framed it that way. They're the masters of framing shit. He's a frame. They framed him up. Yeah, everything he said, that's treason. They got him. You did too much, yo. Yeah, they take that Twitter account, bro. They shutting down the social media, bro. It's over with, yo. Yeah. Tried that, bro. I feel you. Trumpy. Trump. Man, he might have. Oh wow. Yeah, he did that. Yeah, got us looking real bad in these corona streets, don't we? Around the world.
Yeah. That's the thing is that's an embarrassment to the
embarrassment, yo.
To America because we invade countries, you know, based upon situations like this.
Yep.
And you know, so it really puts a damper on the narrative that America tries to portray for the world. You know what I'm saying?
Took the covers off, yo. The misinformation is dangerous, Corey.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, it's kind of let this be a moment. So when I talk to the family,
let me in on my
iPad. Oh, I done got the service. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. All right, what you want me to knock out? Which one? You gotta leave out one. Well, you got Malcolm at the door with the gun, yo.
No, I'm gonna keep this one on. I'm gonna keep both of them on. I'm just gonna charge my phone up.
All right. Yeah, that's
the iPad going.
So we had a little job meeting before we went on. I wanted to make sure I had my shit together. You know, a lot of tagging and shit sometimes, right? But
right.
I definitely had a talk, you know, with my babies, right? And what I told them was, they thought I was gonna say this, say that, right? Because we've been fighting over Trump and Biden, right?
Yeah.
All election, right? And so what I had to tell my babies was this. One thing we know today, if you wasn't quite sure on Monday and Tuesday, you know for sure today that white people can get away with shit that black people just can't. There is no more debate about that. If you really thought that you was kind of even a little bit, that's not. You agree? We didn't figure that out, right, baby?
Yeah.
Figured it out. Yeah, that's my second year college student right there. Yeah, we agree that it's some things that black people just can't do in this country. Because if we'd have had 5,000 black people storming the Capitol, instead of one being dead, how many? You know what I mean, Corey? Like, I don't like to delve in that area. I like to look at shit and analyze it properly, right? So I'm not gonna say what it was. You know what I'm saying? That they didn't gun everybody down, although they call it insurrection. Normally people get shot up during the insurrection. I just hate to say it. But how just one person gets shot and all that, how the black police running up the stairs with the thing, like it's common sense. They got some orders, to stand down, don't wild out, right? And so, okay. And this was a violent crowd of people. This wasn't like the
rioters, but we are called.
This is not like the peaceful protest that we had, right? And they were shooting us up with rubber bullets. All right, it wasn't that. These dudes stormed the Capitol for real. And only one person got shot. So if y'all don't know, now y'all know.
I know it would have been a massacre.
That is just some things that white people can get away with and black people can't. So y'all need to adjust y'all lives a little bit and stop acting like that, yeah, we have arrived. No, we need to get serious. For me, this makes me understand why everybody needs to get serious.
Yeah, no doubt. It's just obvious right now that if that was a bunch of black people doing that same exact thing, like it would have been more than one person that accidentally got shot. You're talking these people got weapons. These people is swinging and fighting with the police. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is on camera. I'm looking at it. They swinging sticks and bats and, you know what I'm saying? Like, they finding pipe bombs after it's all over with. I seen my man eating a Subway sandwich at Nancy Pelosi's spot. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, they bust the window. I'm looking at them like they literally breaking the window out while the police or whatever, the security or whatever they are, is watching them. You know what I'm saying? They like standing in the building, and a lot of the footage that you see on the news is from like the Capitol police, the Capitol building police. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Recording it, and just they watching these people bust the door down, and only one white girl gets shot in the chest one time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that they should have gunned them all down.
No, I'm saying
nobody shouldn't have got shot. She shouldn't have got shot. That white girl should have got shot in the chest.
Facts. Where's the tear gas? Where's the rubber bullets? Where's all that at?
Yeah.
That's the way you're supposed to handle a crowd of angry people, the way they just did that. That's how you're supposed to did that.
Yeah.
Y'all get my point right there. So I'm not saying nothing. I'm gonna let y'all say it. It was an all black crowd that shot. I'm gonna let you say it. What I'm gonna say is this. Today is Wednesday, the 6th, 2021. It's 21, right? And what I'm saying to you is there's just some things that white people can do that black people just can't do. You need to step up and recognize that. You know what we really need to do, Corey? We need to get our damn money they owe us, yo. How about that? We just need our money, bro. Like, ain't nothing worth protesting for but that damn money they owe us. 500 years, man. Brutality, you know what I'm saying? Free labor, push their ass into the fucking industrial age. We need our money, man. Since it's obvious that it don't matter, that there's some things that we just not gonna be able to do in America, then give us our money, man. And then we can be happily ever after. We can control our communities and let y'all act crazy. We can do the way we need to do what we need to do. Okay? We can be black African Americans in America and let y'all run off and storm and do all that what y'all want to do, because it's obvious it's some things in this motherfucker that we will never be allowed to do. That's why we just need to get our money. The police not gonna stop shooting. That's obvious, right? Whether you wrong or criminal or whether you in between or not, that's not gonna end. The way they see us, that's not gonna end. The way we look at them, no. Because when they seen them people storming the Capitol, what did they see, Corey? What did they actually see? They seen some protesters that was a little mad. When they see us, man, they see that 500 years of trying to rule over us, bro. And I don't think that's never going nowhere, man. I just came to that conclusion, man. I don't think that. So I'm convinced more than ever now that we just need our money, man. Yeah, we just need our money, man. Just give me my money, man. And you can think the way you want to think. No, you don't gotta give me a job, and just give me our money. We can do what we do. We can do what we do. Yeah, because this is crazy, yo. Like, really, one person got shot, bro, hanging off the rafters, yo. Feet up on the desk.
Hey, you know where they was
really?
hanging? They was hanging on that scaffolding. You know,
right?
You seen them on the scaffolding?
Yeah.
Like, that's where Joe Biden is going to be inaugurated at. They had set that up. Now they tore it down. Now they got to rebuild the whole thing. They set it up early. You know how the Secret Service got to make sure everything all good up until the last minute. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they got to redo that. But like you said, you asked the question, what did I think they saw when they saw them people running up them stairs and stuff?
Yeah, what
they say that, the news reported what they saw. You know what I'm saying? You can click on the news right now and look at what they say. They say it's protesters. They're not rioters. They're not rabble rousers. They're not anarchists. They're not
yeah, they did.
Whatever else they call us.
Yeah, they went hard. They was kind of mad. They was like, man, why'd y'all treat them protesters like that? Is that what you're talking about?
No. I'm not saying I'm saying even the people who are disagreements with these people and in their actions, they're not calling these people rioters. The mainstream media, like I'm watching MSNBC right now, they're referring to these people as protesters. Yeah, they're not referring to them as rioters.
I done seen it go back and forth. At least the president-elect called them what it was. You say it's tyranny, man.
Yeah. Joe Biden, he
did his thing a little bit.
He's still halfway campaigning a little bit, but you know what I'm saying?
He said he campaigning. He was like, I got you now, Trump.
He's still trying to make himself relevant. He's
still
apologetic about the bill, the crime bill. So he gonna
he did his
what
thing.
You want. You know what I mean?
He did his thing. I ain't gonna lie, yo. I'm kind of proud of you. He did his thing. He was like, I got you now. You know how we catch them pseudos out there? Woo, he pulled a pseudo out there, boy. Boy, and then they talked about because they was actually, to be honest, they was on the they was in the Senate and they was debating on whether those votes was right, which is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So first of all,
I was actually watching that. So I don't know. I follow that like every day. Like I've been almost politics have become a big thing to me since Donald Trump's presidency, really since Barack Obama's presidency. But I really understand like Congress and how it works and everything now, how decisions is made more now that Donald Trump is president. So I was actually watching that procedure live, and they had just came up on their first debate. They had just came to their first contention, to their point of contention. and when it's jumped off. So I just wanted to put that out there to you. And I was listening to somebody's live stream, and it broke out live right there, like they was breaking into the building. You know what I'm saying? Like I was listening to it live. But go ahead. You was gonna say something. Right.
They was actually going to challenge the election. Am I correct in this? They was debating that. Am I correct?
No, what this was a ceremonial procedure. Mike Pence, who's the vice president, he was basically doing the official count and actually certifying the whole thing. Now this is just ceremonial. He already the president. You know, I mean, Joe Biden already been the president or whatever. So this was just ceremonial.
Ceremonially speaking, they got certified, right?
Yeah. And so these people are thinking that Mike Pence has some type of power to say, no, I'm not going to authorize it. But he don't have that kind of power. It's been done. People authorize the election state by state. Each state, you know what I'm saying, authorizes their electoral votes or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, yeah. So these people, this is what not understanding things get you. It gets you down there rioting, and it get this girl shot in the chest because they don't understand. It's nothing. This is a traditional type, ceremonial type deal. Like it's nothing Mike Pence can do. You know what I'm saying? He don't have that power constitutionally anyway to overthrow the decision of the American people. The American people have spoken already, and these pseudos,
they call this.
They can force him to do something.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And they got this girl shot, and then the president, he the lead pseudo in the world. You know what I'm saying? So he's responsible for that. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
No, you're right. And so, I'm thinking about they got some pseudo interpretation of the Constitution. That's what's going on.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. They think they can go down there and force. They think they can go down there and force Mike Pence to say, no, Donald Trump is the president again.
I tried, to save my community. We tried, bro. I'm gonna give you that, Corey. You try to save your community. We was trying to say it, look, man. Pseudoism is dangerous, y'all. Do you see what just happened? Based off of pseudo interpretation, based off of pseudo conspiracy theories, like this shit is dangerous. They actually ran up in the Capitol based off of pseudo understanding. That's wild. That's wild, yo. That's wild. Pseudoism. Got people running around without masks. Ain't none of them got no masks on down there, yo.
They say it was like 10,000 people down there today, huh?
No masks on, yo.
They said the majority of them did not have a mask on, man.
Yeah. Here we
Super
go.
spreader event.
Here we go.
So, and you know the new strand, well, the new variant.
It's banging.
Is spreading faster. Spreading faster. So like it's so crazy. These people is nuts. You know what I'm saying? Pseudoisms is deadly. Watch and see the in 2 weeks. Mark my word, it's gonna be another spike in cases, and you know what I'm saying, and another spike in deaths. You know, and it's because of the pseudoisms.
Pseudoisms, yo, it struck again. Hey, they cut Trump out of that. They like, nigga, you won't make no more tweets. That shit was funny.
They had to. You know, in order to save sanity, for sanity's sake, we gotta cut this nigga's Twitter off, man.
So y'all know, you know what that really means, though, right? That means that they feel like he's unstable to lead, because they on that road now. He's unstable to lead. He's not responsible. All the shit that everybody been saying. This ain't nothing new to none of y'all. You know what I'm saying? So they're using terms like he's not stable. That means they think he's crazy. You know, he did. They said he made incendiary tweets. He was inciting. They like, you inciting riot. They blame him for all that now, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that's a crime in America.
That's a crime. Right? Yeah, they set him up. Yeah, they probably take him off the handcuffs now.
So as soon as Biden get inaugurated, he's already, and that's a state crime. Like you can't what do you call it? You can't pardon yourself from a state crime. I hope people realize that the only crimes that you can be pardoned from is federal crimes. The state overrides the feds. Like if this is my state, like the feds can't come in here and say, yeah, he good to go. Like, no, if he committed a crime in my state and I found him guilty, he gonna have to pay the penalty, no matter who he is. You know what I'm saying? And so he's gonna have to face a lot of state crimes, you know what I'm saying, that he done committed during and before his presidency. So, they setting them up, man. They setting them up. And like you said, they starting to use words like unstable and stuff like that. So now they're gonna invoke, this is how the reason why you invoke the 25th Amendment. Yeah. Because when the president is unstable and unfit to run office, like let's say he got shot and he got to go under sedation, like they got to go put him in surgery and you know what I'm saying, like he got to be put down for a minute. They would invoke the 25th Amendment to allow Mike Pence to be the president while he's under anesthesia. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And then when he come back, then he resumed the presidency or whatever. But they use that 25th Amendment when you crazy in the motherfucker in the head too. You know what I'm saying? Which they never used it, but they had to put that there. Don't mark my words on that. I'm not sure if they ever used it before, but I'm not familiar with the time that they used it. But they put that there to make sure that a crazy ass nigga can't be, if you get senile in the head, they'll be able to get you out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Court.
Go ahead, Sean. What up, big bro?
Not much, chilling. What's up, everybody? Real quick, I'm still on the people time, but they CNN, John King, the white boy, the one I always called elections.
Right.
He called them thugs. He called them thugs, rioters, looters, goon. He called them every name he could think of.
Oh, okay. I ain't been seeing a whole lot of that. I've been seeing a smidgen of it, but I ain't been seeing like a whole lot of it. Though.
Hey, but it was intentional because you know what I'm saying? He started saying, where all the police, CNN, they was like, well, hold on, where all the police at? Because if this same thing was happening, you know what I'm saying? They started talking about the Black Lives Matter and all that. You know what I'm saying? And he started going on a tangent. When he went on the tangent, he called him every name.
Yeah.
Behind him was, what's your boy name? The sweet dude with the blonde hair.
The blonde hair?
No, not blonde. It's all white now. Anderson Cooper. Yeah.
Oh, Andy Cooper. Yeah.
He went on the spiel. He went on the spill. John King went on the spill. Wolf, he didn't go all the way there. I think he still.
No, Wolf's soft, man. He's
still recovering. He recovering.
Yeah.
Hey Sean.
He had COVID.
Hey,
Sean.
Did he?
What?
Don't needle me, yo, because you were saying, man, as a leader, you can't say certain shit. Did you not say that 3 weeks ago when we was having our fights? Did you not say that?
Yeah, when we was fighting, yeah.
You was like, come on, yo, it ain't that. It's the shit he say. Like, I had no idea that these niggas is so damn dumb. I didn't know that it was 7. Yes, I did. I did know. I just was saying, really. Yeah, he really incited the riot. Yo, they really believe that, yo.
He did. He responsible for the riot.
That's
why I was saying he should be responsible for that lady death.
Yeah, he responsible.
30% of America really believe Trump. Like 30% of the United States really, really believe this nigga, dude. For real.
We argued up and down about that,
No, you kind of always stuck me on that point. I always admitted that, yeah, you're right. Real leadership don't do that. I don't think I argued that point. I said a lot of other shit. You know, so now I can't eat. I was trying to find, I can't eat. You know, when I ain't fucking with done. You're right. You know what I'm saying? Watch this. Now I gotta let Mike on here. See, now Mike's on here. What, Mike? Where you at, Mike? What, Mike? Get it out.
Yeah.
Get off your chest, Mike.
Yeah, look how prepared he
ahead,
is.
Mike.
This is
Look at
lame
him.
too. This is
Get off
lame
your
right
chest,
here.
Mike.
Echo chamber up in here, Mike.
You got me, Mike.
Come and cut the echo chamber off for us, man. You already know.
Yeah. Hey, we ain't in the echo chamber no more. Not on this topic.
Now, you got me, Mike. Anything you want to say, Mike, just say, because you like, hey, yo,
Can
they
you
gonna
hear
turn
me?
that motherfucker down. He said it like a week ago.
Yeah, you
Week
sound
ago, he
good,
said,
Mike.
watch. It ain't gonna be, I said, yo, you know these pseudos and you know what you're talking about. And this goddamn, damn it, the dumbass, god damn it, he was what y'all thought he was.
Yeah.
What, Mike? Say it, Mike.
I just want to make sure everything technically is working. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear
Yeah,
you,
you
man.
good,
We can
bro.
see you. You like you're in the day. You sure you ain't on Congress floor right now?
No, man.
He
It
look
took
like,
me-
don't he?
Hey, my internet not working. I got a whole lot of technical issues over here. I think they shutting down the pseudos right now.
Oh man! Now you pushed over there, boy. Cameron, Mike, you looking good there, Mike. What, Mike? What do you want to say, real quick, Mike? Because I know. What? What was it that you were trying to tell me a week ago when I had him go?
How much time we got? I mean, well, how long you want to do it? You caught me by surprise,
I just want to hear your basic shit. Yeah, I just want to hear you. I know you got a deep rabbit hole you're gonna run in. I know it. You just ain't going. But it was some things you said.
Yeah.
That alerted you that, man, they ain't going out easy. You did say that, and that's the truth. They're not going out easy.
They're not going out easy.
No.
White people are mad.
They're mad.
When white people get mad, they start revolutions. 1776.
1850, the Civil War.
That's right. That's
the truth, yo. You say when they get mad, they start. When we get mad, we march on Washington. When they get mad, they storm Washington.
There you
Different mindset, huh?
Totally different.
Yeah.
Totally different.
Yeah, because they really believe this day, so they took this.
Yeah.
Right? We you know what I'm saying? We know we was forced over here. We ain't got that same fighting vigor for it. That's why we just need our money though, Mike. Give us our money, man, and let them do what they do, yo. We need our bread, bro.
Yeah, we do. But there's something else I think that's going on that's damn, I'm hearing an echo. Do y'all hear echo?
Nope. Mm-mm.
My audio good though, right?
You go, you crispy.
I think there's something else going on, and I want to share my screen just to go through it to kind of make it a little
go for it.
A little more organized. So sometimes y'all get me in that mode, man. I be all over the place. I don't want to do that tonight. This is serious.
I know you about to dive in it. Let me put my helmet on, yo, because we about to go for the ride, yo. Put it on.
Ain't that bad, man. Come on, man.
Yeah,
who you got on the call?
By the time you finish, gonna have all us scared to death, Mike. I'm telling you, Mike. You're gonna make me back up my house, huh?
Who here tonight?
Sean was here. I know Corey in there. They come when they get here.
I guess we can wait on them, man.
You don't gotta wait on them. You better get it while you can get it.
Yeah, I'm in here, man. I'm just getting my 5-year-old together.
We kind of hit him early. I wanted to get him early. I told you I was gonna let you go in. I can't. I ain't got time to fight. I ain't fight you tonight, Mike.
So what do you think, man? What I mean, you got it. I know you think something now. Come on.
No, I thought that them niggas was going out quiet. Is what I thought. Okay. I look up. They hanging off the Raptors in the Capitol, feet up on the Trump signs. Man, what I thought. I tell you what I do know.
What?
That there's just some things that white people can do and get away with that black people can't.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Everybody's saying that. Yep.
Yeah, that's a fact. You can cut it like you want to. Oh, they wouldn't have did whatever. Right? That should be obviously clear. So with me, my point is, well, since that's really what it is, because that's really, really what it is, right? Then we need to demand our fucking money. Just give us our money and y'all can keep being what y'all gonna be. Let us build our own shit. Let us work our shit out. Stop making us run around this motherfucker like we think we can get some equal treatment around this bitch. Because obviously we cannot. That is not happening. You can't power through it. You can't fight through it. You know what I'm saying? And no, like I always knew we couldn't power through it. But I felt like individually we could do some shit. But individually we necessarily can't because they never see you that way. So at the end of the day, the only option that we have is to fight like a motherfucker for our money that they owe us. That we can do. We got enough intelligent lawyers. We got enough people to throw in the streets to say, yo, we need our money. We can do it every week until they give us our money. We could, mark some time down on the calendar and all go out and force at a certain place, in different cities. We can do that until they give us our money, bro. Like, that's not an option. We need our money, yo. All the negotiation, all the foolery, give us our money, dog. I mean, y'all done let motherfuckers run up inside the Capitol, yo, and one person gets shot. Yo, like, get out of here with that. Come on, man. That's ridiculous. Stop, man. They done rubber bullets us down, locked protesters up, smoked them down, grenade, the whole 9 yards, brought out the army. The president put the army out. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. They ain't ran up in, they hanging off the rafters, bro. Come on, dude. Like, really? With the Heil Hitler symbol up.
Yeah.
I'm taking pictures in the Capitol.
It's serious. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, you so I just wanted, and this ain't directed to nobody directly. I'm just saying, me and Unc was talking earlier that misinformation is deadly. It's harmful. I mean, obviously, like I said, it's deadly, and you see like what misinformation leads, where it leads to is things like this. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so I just be wanting people to understand some of the importance of having sound information. And things like this always make me remember the girl, the mom, the sister who thought that she had some type of rights because she was sovereign. You know what I'm saying? And she was in the house and they was trying to get her to leave, and the police came in there and she shot at the police, and then the police ended up shooting, killing this lady in front of her baby and the whole thing is she had bad information. Like she really thought that she was in the right. She really thought that she had every right to do what she was doing. And I'm not saying that I blame her in no kind of way, but I'm saying that when leaders, because you know that she was getting this information from some type of leader, and when leaders give out this bad information, these is the roads that it lead people down. You know what I'm saying? Down these conspiracy theories road that that could get you killed. You know what I'm saying? I always think about that situation. That situation is always highlighted in my mind when misinformation end up killing somebody. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if you remember that, but Mike, Unc, you muted, Unc, if you're talking.
You talking about the sister right in Baltimore, correct?
Was she in Baltimore? I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, right up there off Liberty Road. Liberty Road.
Touring games.
Yeah, we forgot about that misinformation.
Listening to them
yeah, that's serious.
Tariq Bey and them. She was listening to I don't know if you know him, the dude. I think his name Tariq Bey. He got a Bush.
Yeah, with the Bush. Yeah, the fool. Yeah, straight fool.
Where he from?
New York. It's always the New York niggas.
Yeah, come on, man. Why you gotta say that, man? You coach.
Champions, though. We ain't talking about Buffalo. Buffalo, cool. Nah, you got the ultra shoot up. Young shoot up.
Hey, yo, Mike got some serious equipment over there, yo.
Yeah, Mike Serious. He about to run down the rabbit hole with y'all. I can't even argue with y'all today. Like you say, what you tell me today, Chef? You was like, man, if a nigga can't see that you got white people, go. I'm gonna let you talk about that. What you talking about? I was like, yo, was it? You think they did it like that? They was black.
I mean, they out there, like, you know what I'm saying, tripping flag, you know what I'm saying, with the Confederate flag and everything, man.
If you know anything about the United States, and then you questioning whether the police will shoot some black people, you know what I mean? You tripping. like, don't even set yourself up like that.
Yeah, ain't no fighting there, yo. I ain't got no, I got it off my chest. I made sure. I said to me, okay, I got it. Yeah, they bombed us. Yeah, yeah, we ain't gonna hang off the Raptors like that, yo.
Yeah.
No.
Nah, man. I had the police running with guns. They running with guns.
Right.
Did he have a gun?
Man, they chased one of the police officers up the steps.
Up the stairs.
That's right. With his baton.
Yeah.
Holding his baton. That brother said, hey, he said, man, I was supposed to be off today.
Man.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Overtime. Yeah, because Mike Pence and them came out there, so he was gonna get some overtime. You know what I'm saying, for security.
Oh man.
He like, I ain't my life about it. No.
That's a good segue into the presentation that I put together for y'all. For real.
He didn't put the rabbit hole presentation together, boy. Go for
right.
it, Mike.
Hey,
yo, everybody put on their pseudo space helmets right now, yo. He's gonna take you down.
He just keeping us out of the echo chamber. That's what Mike here to do. I appreciate you, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, my man, yo. Yeah,
keep us out of the echo chamber.
So,
yeah, go ahead, Mike.
So go ahead, Mike. All the viewers and listeners, go get your tinfoil hats. Put them on, because I'm gonna break it down for you. So I'm gonna share my screen in a second, but I got like 8 points, and I'm gonna be brief.
All right.
But let me share my screen. You think I should share it right now, or yeah, let me do that, right?
Go for it. I ain't got nothing to say. Yo, they stormed the Capitol, and one person got shot. And the president of the United States says insurrection. Well, you get shot up for insurrection.
And they left pipe bombs behind.
That's right. That's right.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Though.
I gotta figure out how to do this. So I'm gonna keep one document up and then share my screen. Is that the best way to do it?
Yeah, put it up there and just click the page that you want to show on the screen.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see. I guess it's screen one. So I got 2 computer monitors. Let's see. Here we go. All right. So y'all can see the topics, right?
Yeah. No, I can't see nothing now. Okay, there you go.
Today's events. First thing I want to cover is security lapses always indicate inside job.
Oh, man.
Man.
There you go, boy. There you go.
Number 1. You ready?
Yeah, go
Number
ahead.
2.
There you go.
Trump is only concerned with power and nothing else. Despotism. I think y'all agree with that.
No, I agree with that.
Number 3, strategy of tension. This is a new term that y'all probably not familiar with. It's a clandestine term. And we'll go over that. That's like the crust of this whole point I'm going to make tonight. Number 4, there's an information war, right? We got a broken political system. There's divide and conquer, disenfranchised white people, poor people. That's who you saw. All right. Number 5, lockdowns have destroyed businesses and livelihoods compared to other countries. I think you agree with that earlier. And then reaction of leaders who have voted to declare war. I'm talking about them cowards that was running, ducking and diving in the Capitol when the gunfire went out, but they declare wars all over the world, right? And then number 7, the income administration and the deep state. And lastly, number 8, when these people stop believing in politics, then what?
Oh, man.
All right, so I'm going to go through the list.
I feel like I'm in a hole right now.
Why you say that? What part is the hole?
No, you go. You good. Go ahead. But I hear you. I hear you. There. You got some.
All right.
Got some mic. I can't. What I'm saying is I can't. Right at this point, Doug. Like as I look at the Europeans hanging off the rafters, I'm just gonna let you handle this. They're hanging off the rafters, bro, with one person shot. But go ahead.
Poor whites.
Remember yeah. Yep. They look like it.
Let's talk about security lapses. All right. All y'all remember 9/11. Y'all was alive when it happened. Okay. Y'all may not have been alive when JFK happened, but you was alive during 9/11. In 9/11, you had the biggest security lapse in the history of the United States government. Why do I say that? Because we have had anti-aircraft missile battering rams situated in Washington, D.C. since the 1950s in the Cold War. But you saw a plane hit the Pentagon. You saw terrorist attacks in D.C. You had terrorist attacks in New York, the capital of the financial world. No aircraft intercepted them. Come on, man. JFK, president, shot broad daylight with all the building windows open. Huge security lapse because none of his security detail was around him like they normally would be in a motorcade. And here's the point. Let me bring it home to you. If you got a roommate and y'all have an alarm system and your house get robbed and you found out that the roommate was there earlier, but he didn't set the alarm, chances are he probably was a part of your shit getting stolen. All right. You live in a bad neighborhood, you got a big dog, and somebody decide to not let your dog out to guard the yard like they normally do. Whoever's in charge of that dog probably allowed that shit to happen because normally the dog would be out. Today you saw a situation where the mayor of DC did a press conference and said that she had made arrangement with the what is that? The National Guard, the Maryland State Police, the DC Capitol Police, her own department. She coordinated with the FBI, and these people got into the Capitol unobstructed. The first time since 1816, during the War of 1812, when the British stormed the Capitol, this is the first time since then that security was breached. Now you tell me, was it allowed to happen? I'm not saying it was planned and coordinated with people in smoke-filled rooms, but sometimes you can just turn off the security system. That's what happened.
I did hear him say, leading up to that they had hell of a security measures. They trying to feel like, how can you get in there like that? I did hear that. I'm not rocking with you with the deep state. I don't even know the hell that mean. I heard Trump say, well, listen to you. But I did hear them say that people just like they had, how did they get in there? I heard them say that.
It's a mystery.
You can walk into the Capitol building anything. It's not like the White House. Like,
it's not true.
In public.
Not since that. No, there's a little different.
Not on the floor. I'm not saying you can walk on the Senate floor or nothing like that, but you can go in there. Like it ain't like the White House or nothing like that.
No,
bro, I have to disagree with you.
Let's look it up.
I was in DC 2 years ago, and I couldn't even get into the Library of Congress. I took pictures and put them on Facebook.
Why wouldn't they let you in the Library of Congress?
Because you have to have a reservation. When you go up to security, they pull out a little sheet and see if your name is on the list and that if you reserved a pass.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. I
you
did
can't
that.
get no federal buildings without getting checked. Am I just tripping or not?
You're not tripping.
You know, thank you. I know that much.
No, I mean you got to get checked and go through the security. All right. But like you can go in there. It ain't like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like it's off limits to the public is what I'm saying.
No, that's not. No, I don't mean that. But they got police there with guns though, right?
Feds. Yeah, they got procedures to get through. It's checkpoints.
Yeah.
You are not getting in unless you have been pre-cleared by security. You cannot just show up with your family and decide I'm gonna take a trip to DC and see all the sites. You cannot do that. Trust me.
I agree. Even when you go to Congress, I remember going to Congress with a college class, and we had it was definitely reserved, and we got to see how a bill is passed and all of that in an American government class. So yeah, you do have to be, you know what I mean? It ain't just, you just can't just pull up and run up in the, you know what I mean?
No. Right. Obviously, you can't do that at my courthouse, at the local courthouse. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
but I'm saying like it ain't like totally outrageous.
No, it's public. It's public with precautions.
Right.
So now tie in a situation where you need a reservation to the fact that there's an event going on where Trump has already said, stand down and stand by. So everybody knew what was going to happen. The mayor of DC knew what was going to happen. She took extra security precautions.
I heard they had some extra shit, but they ain't had that army out there like they had for us.
Nah. You know that. So
Man.
I hope y'all can see with my first bullet point where I'm going with this. Do y'all agree?
Let me see. Put it back up there. Let me see.
All right.
No, I know we're in a rabbit
It was
hole.
an inside job. The security was the security breach was an inside job. That's your
Security
first
lapse. That's it.
So we're gonna agree to that point. I feel like
I'm not agreeing to that. That I don't agree.
I could see the pseudoisms is strong. I want y'all to know that.
They strong. They definitely strong. They
It's gonna be hard to beat Mike today. See, I already knew it. It's gonna be hard to beat Mike today.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard. Now we can get them with the FDA. Don't open your refrigerator up. But this your bourbon, the FDA, your bourbon. It's not gonna be easy today on Mike. So Mike, on your first point, Concrete Corey not going with it. How about you, Vance? What you think, man?
I can't.
He can't. You feel
Hey,
the
So wait a minute.
half out.
Corey, tell me why you think.
Hold on, Mike. Vance said he half in and half out. So you got 1.5 votes. What you say?
No, I'm saying I'm half in, half out of what y'all talking about. I don't know I just come into the conversation.
Look on the screen. Now Mike is giving a I call it a pseudo presentation.
Okay.
It ain't gonna be easy to get in the day, bro.
I'm Professor Pseudo.
I wouldn't call it a pseudo presentation.
So what's the question?
Look, his first bullet point is he's making the case here, yo. He's saying his first bullet point is talk about today's events. He's saying if there were security lapses, always indicate an inside job. So he think the fact that they was even run up in that damn thing so easy that something wasn't right. The fact that ain't nobody get shot, that they smoking weed in the Capitol Hill. He like, come on, man. So do you inside job?
It sounds like a little bit of sophisticated stuff he got going on. Sound like a little bit of pseudo sophisticated. I don't know. It sounds like an Ocean 11 movie. I don't know. I might be tripping.
Let him build. I like his presentation.
No, I want you to build.
I wouldn't say it was a pseudo presentation, but
yeah, it is. Yo, it's a rabbit hole.
The first point I can't ride with.
Go ahead, Mike. I'm not being disrespectful.
I'm not.
That he put it together. The fact that he put it together, I respect his mind.
Chef, are you agreeing?
No, I do. Of course, I respect the brother mine.
Yeah, I respect his mind. But I want y'all agreeing on the first point, goddamn, because he got me on the first point. Where you at, Chef?
Yeah, it's definitely a security lapse.
Oh shit!
So, man.
So that's two. That's two.
Oh shit!
No, Chef, I don't think you reading it. And yeah, it is a security lapse, right? But that don't indicate an inside.
Oh no. Yeah. The second part. The preposition at the end is a damn conspiracy.
Oh, I don't know.
Right.
Hey, Mike, hold on, Mike. Hey, Mike, I don't know. Mike, I'm gonna tell you, I cannot ride with them on this one, bro. I don't know. I don't know if one of them crazy ass Republicans was really in. I don't know, Mike.
It's a lot of things we don't know.
Hey, Mike, I just want to say to you, Mike.
Go ahead.
That was my first when I became a conspiracy theorist. that number one line was my number one train of thought. Right,
inside job.
Your first mind is never wrong.
I thought 9/11 was an inside job.
Inside job,
and it was, and it was totally an inside job.
Go ahead.
All right, we're gonna shut up and let him rock. We're gonna let him rock.
But I agree with the first part, the last proposition. I feel like that's a conspiracy. I don't lend well to conspiracies that much.
That's cool. So let me tell you
the first part. It's definitely as obvious as a security lapse.
So let me say this.
Everybody agree to that.
Let me say this to everybody that's listening. All right. I am a conspiracy theorist.
We know.
I am a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy analyst. I totally believe in conspiracy. Why do I say that? Because last year alone, there was more than 10,000 criminal conspiracy prosecutions in this country. Wives conspiring against husbands, friends conspiring against friends, etc. 2 or more people coming together to commit an illegal, immoral, or unethical act in secret. Conspiracy.
Yes. You got me in the first point. I told you.
I'm a conspiracy theorist.
You can't argue with that, but that ain't the government getting together and the whole thing. No, that's two different things.
No, because people run the government.
Sure they do, but is there lawsuits of people in the government getting filed against them in this type of thing?
Well, let me just say this. I worked in government. I worked for large corporations. They plan and do secret shit all the time. Sometimes against competitors, sometimes against customers.
Do you have evidence to substantiate that? Because hold on, Mike. So did we go to the moon? Did we go to the moon?
I see your angle.
Hey, we can one step at a time.
I see you. You see what he's doing to me, right, Corey?
You said government conspiracy. I just wanted to run it past you.
Hold on. Let me tell you this.
My bad.
No. You good, bro? Because I'm so serious about mine. Look at this.
No, I know you are.
We're gonna show you that flat earth.
You see that shit?
See. What's that? Hold on.
You see that shit?
Oh man!
Hey, Mike, every time you show that though,
I ain't running from nothing.
Every time you show that, Mike, I'm gonna show this. Every time you show that flat earth, I'm gonna show this book.
My man.
Mike, you gotta relax. You gotta relax, bro. You gotta relax.
Yeah.
Hold on, yo. You tell me how old is
send this to you. I'm gonna send this to Unc, and then Unc gonna send this to you, Mike.
No, it's good. Because I need y'all to understand. Mike. I know where I'm at. I'm in an echo chamber.
What state you in?
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm in Atlanta.
You're in Atlanta, okay.
I'm in an echo chamber.
Oh God.
Typically when I come on the show, it's a circular firing squad, right?
Facts.
And I know that labels, that's how y'all beat people up.
Okay.
Now, once you take away the labels, y'all got to deal with me. So I'm a flat earther. I got a
tinfoil already dealt with it.
And I got a tinfoil hat, and I'm a conspiracy theorist. So now
science already dealt with it though, Mike.
But now we can talk, right?
The earth is
sure.
In 2021?
Yeah. I got like a million questions, but I can't do it because I know that'll ruin the show. But
I want him to build on his
Right. Yeah, me too. I want to get back to the presentation.
Yeah, let's go with the current event. All right, cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
So all right.
So you definitely a whole week's worth of work. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, you gotta keep coming back.
You got a lot of shit with you. And you're prepared. The fact that you're prepared,
I like
you got the whole setup.
And
he got a PowerPoint. He wrote his shit up.
Yeah.
I respect it.
And we can see his face. So
right.
he ain't scared.
He ain't hiding.
Hey, man.
I give you my name and my last 4 digits of my social security number if you want.
Chill. We don't want that. We don't want all that now.
All I'm going to tell you is, man, me and Mike ran together, he's one of the bad apples. That's all I can tell you. Everybody that's how the direction I tried to nudge him in, He went the wrong way. He made the left.
Smart, though. I mean, you was look at this shit.
Yeah.
He wrote the shit up. He just on the other side.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, look at them white people down at the Capitol building. They got misinformation, but you best believe they all doing good. Like they all flew out there on a whim. You know what I'm saying? Got on an airplane. Like these people live in the suburbs. Believe me, these ain't trailer trash that's out there on the Capitol building.
Might be. It look like trailer parking.
Yeah, believe me, trailer trash don't fly out to DC just out of nowhere after the holidays just passed, bro. Just believe that.
Good point. All right, so the next point. I think we all agree with this one. This will be a quick one. Trump is all about Trump. He's only concerned with power. He's more concerned with other rich people. And this is really a despot move, right? This is all about disturbing the process. If he can have a coup or what looks like a coup, he gonna do it. So
I agree with you.
I agree. You got me.
I agree.
With that said, here's a caveat. Trump tapped in to a not just a fear, but a feeling of desperation amongst white people. It was a reaction to Obama, but it was also an opportunity for right-wing dictator, despotism to come right in. There was a void there. And
Yeah.
part of that void is that the American dream for just about most Americans, but particularly white people who don't understand why this shit is happening to them financially, business-wise, jobs, etc. They are attracted to despots like Trump because they don't understand. They try to figure out why the situation is the way it is. This is why people like Alex Jones is so popular. You got to remember, Trump, when he announced, he went on Alex Jones' show. So his base of support comes out of the alternative movement, if you will.
Yeah.
That's his base.
Yeah.
And that's who you saw out there.
Yeah.
All right. So we agree on that one. Okay. Let me go back and share my screen.
So they got the vice president talking now, the ex-vice president talking. Where the fuck is the president at?
Still the
vice
president right now. He the one. See, they keeping the procedure going.
That's right.
They just decided like they're not gonna let these rioters ruin the thing. So they doing it right now. This is live right now. Like they keep it.
All right. Share my screen again. Number 3, strategy of tension. Look this term up if y'all can do that on your own. Strategy of tension is a clandestine term. Okay. Now, here it is. It is a strategy or theory, rather. I'm sorry. It is a theory that Western governments during the Cold War used tactics that aim to divide, manipulate, and control public opinion using fear, propaganda, disinformation, psychological warfare, agent provocateurs, remember that term, and false flag terrorist actions in order to achieve their strategic aims. Strategy of tension. Strategies of tension have happened and they still happen throughout history. The reason is, if I was to ask you right now, in the last 100 years, have Americans seen more restrictions on their liberty or less? I would argue that they've seen less across the board. Now, black people, we ain't never had no liberty, so that don't apply to us. I'm talking about real Americans. White, red-blooded Americans have seen restrictions on their liberty in terms of gun rights, in terms of the ability to travel, in terms of the ability to just do things in terms of regulatory activities that they normally would be able to do. They cannot do anymore. For the last 100 years, especially after the Cold War, with the Red Scare and everything that happened with, the whole communist threat in this country, leading all the way up to 9/11 and the false flag terrorist attacks, which we can talk about. And now in the age of, in the age that we live in now with bioterrorism, which is going to be the next phase, you see the government cracking down more and more and more, censorship on the internet, and you're going to see more crackdowns in terms of the liberty of people have. So what does the strategy of tension achieve? It increases that restriction of liberty. Now, the new administration, because this ties into that. I'm not skipping to the next subject, but this ties into that. The new administration that's coming in, and that's number 7, the incoming administration of Joe Biden and the deep state. Let me share my screen again. That's number 7. Ties into this. And the reason number 7 ties into number 3, strategy of tension, is because, and you can Google this, the author of the Patriot Act was no other than the senator from Delaware, Joe Biden. He wrote that in 1995, leading up to the Million Man March, which I was there. But it wasn't put into effect, or it was partially put into effect in 96 after the Oklahoma bombing incident. But it wasn't until the September 11th, 9/11, that the Patriot Act became law. And I'm talking about all the restrictions, all of the government actions that took place in terms of the NSA spying, in terms of labeling people enemy combatants and terrorism. All that stuff was already in Joe Biden's Patriot Act in 1995. I'm not sure if it was called the Patriot Act in 1995. The name may have changed, but the premise was the same. And this also tied into there was an incident at Ruby Ridge, and then it was the whole thing down in Texas with what's the guy that thought he was Jesus Christ. All this was around that same time. So anyway, back to number 3, strategy of tension. Oh, last point, because I want to get y'all feedback. There's a whole book on the strategy of tension called Operation Gladio, and it goes into detail. If you look up the definition of strategy of tension and you go into you Wikipedia, they talk specifically about what happened in Italy after the Cold War as it pertains to the government using the strategy of tension with the right and left wing political parties to crack down on the population. But all right.
Who's the author? Who's the author of that
book?
The author is Paul Williams.
Paul Williams. Okay.
Operation
Boy,
Gladio.
you know it's a pseudo book, boy. Let me see.
Nah, this
Look
ain't
at this
pseudo.
guy, yeah.
This is hardcover. This.
What's the name of the book?
Operation Gladio. Strategy of tension.
Let me just keep it right there.
Why Jesus on the front?
Well, that's another rabbit hole. Again, this is a situation
They got a whole lot of them, boy.
in
Every
Italy.
situation leads to
And
one.
the Catholic Church played a big role in this process.
And you know what, Mike? The thing is, Mike, and you know why it's so hard, why this situation right here is so hard to discuss, is because I want to say somewhere like 60% of what you're talking about has merit or validity to it, but like
the conclusions is off.
Yeah. Sometimes they're not. They
exactly.
Some is, but some of them ain't, right? And this is the problem, because and I can really recognize this, Mike, because
gray area.
yeah, it's a lot of gray area in there, because I've walked this same path before. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been on the 9/11 thing. You know, and
I love the parental approach.
You think that I'm dismissing you like you on some bullshit, but most of what you're saying is the honest to God truth, Mike. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But it's like 30-40% of that you got, like, because you say things like it's keywords that let me know that some of it ain't right. You say things like deep state, and it's another word you said, false flag operation. That words like that automatically raise a red flag with me. You know what I'm saying?
No, because they've been, those terms have been they've been weaponized by the mainstream media. But I got a whole list of clandestine terms that I can give you.
Right. I understand that, but I'm just saying, like.
But here's the point, Corey. I got you. You know what? I know your role, and I love it. The good cop, bad cop role that you and Unc decided to do with this before the night, I understand. You're going to take the parental approach and say, Mike, I understand. I was there. I used to be like you.
Yeah.
It's okay.
All right, let me read something. Let me dive in.
I ain't doing that too, Mike.
I got to do it, Mike. I got to do it. You put me document, yo. I can't allow pseudo document. So, criticisms of Gainsbourg. That's the guy that wrote the book. Where you at, Mike?
He's still on there.
All right, good. So, Pierre Hawkins Hansen, a scholar at Ronskade University, probably said that wrong, wrote 2 scathing criticisms of the book for the International Journal of Intelligence and Counterintelligence and the Journal of Intelligence History. Hold on, let me see. Wait a minute. Let me get some people in here. Somebody trying to get in there. All right. Well, Max, I'm talking about the book you just put up. Hey, Mike, I'm talking about the book you just got up there.
Yeah, I heard.
So, wrote 2 scathing criticisms of the book for the International Journal of Intelligence and Counterintelligence and the Journal of Intelligence History, describing Gangster's work as a journalistic book with a big spoonful of conspiracy theories that fails to present proof of and an in-depth explanation of the claimed conspiracies between USA, CIA, and NATO and the European countries. Henson also criticized Ganser for basing his claim of the big conspiracy of the U.S. Army Field Manual 30-31B, a supposed Cold War era forged document. Okay, book reviews.
Yo,
What, man? I'm in the middle of reading, yo.
go ahead, read.
Yeah, you working on this side. Well, man, I'm almost done. Damn. Hayes book review intelligence and recent public literature maintains that Gazers fails to document his thesis that the CIA, M116, and NATO and its friends turned GLADO into a terrorist organization. Go ahead. What was you ready to say, Sean?
Yeah, so Schumer from New York, you know, he's speaking right now on the House floor. They just reconvened. He called them goons and thugs on the House floor.
Yeah, it is thugs.
He called them goons and thugs, yo. They ain't finna object to the election now, man. Trump done made all the congressmen and women mad, yo.
Yeah, he messed it up, yo. They had them going. Yo, they did too much. You know how you did too much? They did too much. They could have. Yeah. They ain't operate that right. They stormed too quick, yo.
That's a part of the plan.
Okay, keep on, Mike. But anyway, I just wanted to show you, shoot at the book a little bit you put up there, though. That's all.
Yeah, that book he put up was trash.
So let me say this, man. The book doesn't represent the whole presentation, but I'm telling you, there are people that have put a lot of work into this. And what amazes me about your response to the book is that it sounds like
I didn't say that.
What you're trying to say is that the clandestine agencies, the CIA, the NSA of our country, that these are a bunch of Boy Scouts, that they don't lie and cheat, steal, rob, and kill. Is that what you're saying, all?
No, I'm just saying he failed to document his theses that the CIA, M16, and NATO and its friends turned GLADO into a terrorist organization.
Do they do that?
That's what I'm talking about. He ain't prove his theses in the book.
But do they do that?
Huh?
But do they do that?
I don't know, Mike. I'm talking about in this book.
But do you think that the national intelligence agencies of this country participate in stealing, killing, lying, robbing, and manipulation?
I know that's how we got over here, Mike. What you want me to say?
Done deal. We can move on to the next point.
Let's move on.
Okay.
Hold on. I wanna can I like chime in on that?
Yeah, no problem.
I think that I think that we're under the impression that that's all they do. Like they have checks and balances as well.
Oh, really?
So in order for us to obtain or come to the conclusion that they done some of these things, they had to be exposed. So no matter how you want to ride the wave, something exposed these people's behavior to us. Now let's analyze that. What was it that was used in order to bring that to light? Because they're known, you know what I'm saying? If they're known for their cockiness, they were very arrogant in their approach in the kidnapping trade, and what that they called a trade, and all the other endeavors that they actually had. So if we gonna nail it down, let's nail it down. Something exposed a lot of these things. So let's deal with that versus just coming up and making up ideas or assumptions.
It's not an idea. I've done tons of research. I got over 100 books on the CIA and their activities, and it's well documented. We got the Pentagon Papers that came out in the 1970s. We got the Church Committee hearings that came out in 1979.
Okay, but are they related?
Public officials on record,
argument,
like LBJ, that said when he took over the presidency, he didn't realize that the United States government with the CIA was operating, I quote, a murder incorporated operation in the Caribbean. So I think we passed that. What I was trying to make Unc admit to is that the CIA and other clandestine organizations in this country operate like criminal organizations in terms of their immorality. And I don't think that's even debatable. And you can talk about them reporting to Congress and it getting exposed. Part of being a clandestine agency is to lie, kill, cheat, steal, and do whatever for the interests of the United States government. That's policy.
All right, so the CIA, that's their job, right?
Yeah.
They brought COVID over here too, didn't they?
You funny. That's real funny. You should really, I mean, dude, you working on stand up is where you belong. That's good.
I'm asking. If it were, you know what I'm saying?
Let's get back on the subject, man. I see you trying to do the what is that? What is that term that y'all use when people try to make a false argument or straw man? Yeah, I see where you're going.
I'm not trying to make a straw man or anything
Let's
like
move
that.
on.
I'm just saying if we gonna deal with it, let's deal with tangible things like that we really can press their head on versus assumptive.
Right. Okay. All right. So you want me to go to the next bullet?
Yeah, go ahead. Next bullet point. What you got me on? 2 of them? Go ahead.
All right. So information war and the broken political system, divide and conquer, and the disenfranchised poor whites. So these are 3 different points, or maybe 4. 1, the information war. I mean, part of the reason y'all got this channel is because you believe it's an information war, right? I think y'all agree.
Yeah.
All right. So you got a lot of people who are not getting all the accurate information in politics and government and in science and, you know, the virus and all that. And as a result, they're acting on it. So that's not even debatable. But you also have a broken political system. So now you got people that's got wrong information. They know their politics is broken. And when I say the politics is broken, let me point to this. Unc, I shared this with you, but I'm going to share this with the group today. It is a Princeton study. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
The Princeton study, which was done by Princeton, that dealt with the fact that less than here we go. Testing theories of American politics, elites, interest groups, and the average citizen. Now, I don't have time to go through this with you, but I want to show everybody this document. Let me stop sharing my screen. Go get this document. I might be able to even put it in the link. This Princeton study showed that the average American has little to no influence on the political system. People know this instinctively, but these scholars at Princeton proved it. They looked at 50 years of public policy. All right, so back to the bullets. Broken political system, information war, divide and conquer. That's the next point. The divide and conquer move has a lot to do with the fact that this red-blue paradigm, this left-right paradigm that people have in politics in this country is intentional, okay? There is no left, right. There is no red, blue. There is no Democrat, Republican, Pepsi, Coke. That whole concept is fraud, and it's perpetrated on American people for special interests, for the elites who control this country. They got to keep people divided, and they got to keep them not looking at what's really going on. And in order to do that, they have to divide them on wedge issues. And I can go into what wedge issues are, but I think y'all know what those are, right? Simple stuff like gun rights and abortion and all that. But when it comes to real policies, like the defense budget, you see bipartisan agreement always. They don't ever argue about that. They're going to get that defense bill. The military industrial complex going to get their money every time. All right. Any questions about that particular bullet point? And let me go back to it.
A question.
Because I think last point on that bullet, number 4, disenfranchised whites. I covered this before, but I just wanted to reiterate it. You have a large segment of the white population in this country who are poor, disenfranchised in terms of what their fathers had, their ability to do what they used to be able to do financially compared to previous generations, and they are pissed off. And as a result of that, this is what we have Trumpism in 2020. Go ahead, bro.
All right, I do have a question about that bullet point. You do know that the Democrats and the Republicans were just arguing about the defense bill this year. Trump had vetoed it, and they had to override his veto. That just recently happened like this, well, last month.
Yeah, the Trump vetoed it. Okay. But the Republicans in the House and in the Senate, they actually brought the session back specifically to vote on a defense bill. The establishment Democrat and Republican Party are in lockstep when it comes
not a
to
Republican.
the Defense Department, and they have been. There's matter of fact, I would argue, and I would challenge you, go back and look at the last 10 defense bills, and you show me where it was not bipartisan agreement on the defense
budget. This was
budget.
the first year that they didn't actually pass the defense bill. So I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying that they actually do beef about it sometimes, especially when you have ignorant presidents in office.
I think, yeah, when it comes to Trump, he's the exception. And he did that I think he did that really just to stop the norm. I mean, you know, one of the reasons why poor and disenfranchised whites like him is because even though he's not anti-establishment, he promotes anti-establishment rhetoric. Like he's against the deep state, like he's against the perpetual wars that we have in the Middle East. Trump says all the right stuff, but in reality, he is for that same policy as long as he stays in power. But he has the rhetoric of anti-military, anti-deep state.
Are you saying the deep state is real?
Bro, there's no question that there are perpetual bureaucratic employees that go in and out of the government in the Defense Department who work for Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, other corporations, like a revolving door in Washington. Washington is not broken. Washington is broken for the average person, but in terms of special interests and large corporations that operate the national intelligence state, the deep state, I mean, you would have to be a fool or completely ignorant or somebody that gets all your news from the mainstream media to not know that, yes, there's a deep state in this country.
Well, the problem I have with that is the people who made up the whole deep state idea is a group of people called QAnon, right?
Wrong.
No, it's not wrong. It's actually right. The people that came up with the deep state was QAnon.
Wrong.
Began
brother, this professor here,
let me talk,
Professor Peter Dale Scott, came up with the deep state term in the early 90s.
No.
It's been around for a long time. The QAnon group, which is a false flag group, stole that term. But the term deep state has been around a long time.
Actually, the deep state that they're talking about today, the deep state that I just asked you about, did they exist? With the what do they say? They say that they sacrifice children, that they have some type of pedophile ring going on. That deep state, that's the deep state Pizzagate. That deep state, the pandemic. That's what I'm talking about. The ones that came up with all that was
that's a psyop. I'm not even talking about that. That's bullshit. So let me just say this. QAnon and that group, those people are being psychologically manipulated by the same forces I'm discussing. QAnon is probably being ran out of CIA headquarters in Langley. QAnon is a psyop. Let me say that again. QAnon is a psychological operation perpetrated by the United States government.
So you think the United States government is operating QAnon?
Yes.
I can't agree with that one.
Not members of Congress.
I'm trying to get to the bottom.
Intelligent community, in my assessment, are coordinating this fake QAnon thing that's going on. The same way they created, the Mujahideen that I'm mispronouncing it, but the Mujahideen, which eventually became Al Qaeda, the same way they created Al Nusra, which was an offshoot of ISIS. Yes, the intelligence agencies of this country have created a false flag organization called QAnon.
Now, this is what I want to say, though. Now, we do know that it is a government, somebody that's inside the government that is operating the QAnon system. We do know that. Now, I can almost agree with you, but you got to show me some type of source and some type of proof that actually says these are government people. That like you're saying, like it's some type of network set up other than the QAnon network.
Let me show you what I have, because nobody can give you that. What I can give you is this book right here. You can look it up. You've probably seen it before.
Right, ready.
But this book is called the COINTELPRO Papers. And when this book came out, it revealed how the government was running Black organizations using infiltrators and agent provocateurs. So when you understand how the government works, and I'm not talking about Congress members, I'm not talking about the mailman, I'm not talking about the firefighter, I'm talking about deep state intelligence operatives get involved in organizations that may start organically, infiltrate them, and then manipulate its members like they did with the Black Panthers and other groups. Okay. So no, I can't prove to you. Nobody can prove to you that QAnon is, got Special Agent Smith running it. Who can do that? That's a ridiculous question, or not question, but request. What I have is precedent. Hello?
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I still need to see. Like I don't know, yo. As far as the information I got, you would have to bring something to show me that it's somebody other than QAnon that's coming up with this deep state. You showed me a book, but you didn't tell me what was in the book or nothing. I haven't read that book, so I don't know. You know what I mean? So
hey, I respect that. All right, let's move on to the next one. Ankh, you still there?
Right here, man.
All right. So here's the next one.
Ain't you glad I'm being quiet?
So you said, hold on. So you saying that the deep state, that term was brought by this guy here that in the book that you showed?
Yeah, go ahead and Google Professor Peter Dale Scott. He came up with the term back in the 90s, and they basically co-opted the term, and then the media made it weaponized, like it doesn't exist.
Weaponized it, though. Young Pharaoh weaponized.
He's a joke, so he probably working for the damn deep state.
He's working for the QAnon. That's why I'm telling you, the deep state is QAnon, yo.
So,
and it's all just bullshit, though. The whole conspiracy is bullshit, but they actually really doing shit behind closed doors. It's actually intelligence reports on them that. Them.
I think the problem we run into as Americans and just intelligent people in general is that we take a term like conspiracy that's synonymous with theft, with murder, with arson. Conspiracy is a crime. And in this country, when it comes to conspiracies, more than 10,000 criminal convictions, white collar crimes happen on just about every year for conspiracy cases, with people plan in secret on how to steal money, how to kill one another, how to do things in business unethically. The term conspiracy is a criminal act, but the media has weaponized it in such a way that people forget, and they take their thinking cap off. They say, conspiracy, throw it away. No, a conspiracy is a crime. And when two or more people get together, I'll keep saying it all night, and plan something in secret that is unethical, illegal, and immoral, by definition, that's a conspiracy. You not say any more about that?
No, you ain't got to say. I know you bananas. You know what the hell we talking about? The quacked out nonsense. That's what we talking about, man.
Call it something else then. Don't call it conspiracy.
But that's what it is. It's conspiracy theory. That's different. Must I look the term up?
All right. Next question, or next bullet point. Let me get back to this. I appreciate the time tonight too, man. How many people we got watching? 10?
No, hell no. We got like 110 people.
I'm just fucking with you. All right. Let's see here. Here we go. Back to the bullet point. So number 5 or number 4, information war, a broken political system, divide and conquer, and the disenfranchised whites or poor whites. All right. Number 5, lockdowns have destroyed businesses and the livelihoods of most Americans compared to other countries. Ankh, I think you said you agreed with that earlier, right?
What? With what?
That the lockdowns have destroyed businesses and the livelihoods of a lot of Americans in this country compared to other countries.
No, I agreed that they could have did a better job of what they was doing, and I said it just was based off of the fact that it just wasn't ready and it came out of nowhere.
But did they destroy the livelihoods of a lot of Americans.
Well, a lot of businesses went out of business. I gotta agree to that. Yeah, but it was, I mean, but how? I mean, they ain't had no choice though.
So what I'm saying is there is a powder keg of emotions that's happening right now in this country. There's a lot of people mad at not necessarily COVID-19, vaccines, none of that. They mad, man, because they got a family restaurant business that's probably been passed down for 2 or 3 generations that's destroyed now because it was locked down, because the political elite in this country have fucked it up in terms of how they handle it. And I got on the screen an example of how other countries have handled this whole pandemic. They took care of their people, right? Australia, stimulus package. Y'all see this? It allows furloughed employees to receive, look at this, in USDA, almost $1,000 every 2 weeks. That's Australia. The British government, Great Britain, 80% of unemployed workers, they receive, 80% of their salary up to $3,084 a month. That's in Great Britain. Canada, they receive $2,000 each month. Denmark, 75 to 90% of employees' salaries up to the amount of 26,000 Danish kroner or 3,200 USDA monthly. This is in Denmark. France, 70% of employees' gross salary up to $7,500 monthly. This is what the French is giving their people, man. Germany, 67% of net wages, $7,300 USDA. This is what they're giving their people affected by COVID-19. Ireland, 70% of the employee salaries with a maximum of a weekly benefit of almost, $450. So now you got all these mad people around the country, black and white, but particularly I would argue poor whites who think that this should not be happening to them in their country. And this is why you get violence. This is why you get people acting a fool. Because when they can't pay the bills and you telling them it's for a disease that they can't see, they lose their fucking mind. All right? So America has dropped the ball. Go ahead.
Let me read conspiracy theory as to not get confused with people conspiring. You know what I'm saying? And all the things you said. Conspiracy theory, a belief that some covert but influential organization is responsible for a circumstance or event. You got that right?
I got it.
All right. I just want to put my definition out there. That's, you know what I mean? That's on the dictionary, Cambridge Dictionary. I just want to put mine out there. You kind of blended it in with a person selling drugs and now, a little bit there, bro. A little blended. Go ahead, though.
The whole lot of white collar criminals that get convicted every year for conspiracy. Bro.
I never said it wasn't, but listen, here's my point. During pandemics, this type of behavior kicks off. It just so happens to be in the middle of a damn pandemic, in the middle of a president election. It's like a quiet storm there, Mike. So yes, people lost their businesses and all that. Yep, that's what happened. But it was a novel coronavirus. So like, it put everybody on their heels. It put the scientific community on their heels, everybody. So these things that are going down, like it is to be expected though, Mike. I know you want to live in a perfect world where as soon as, well, shit, you're going to fight against the vaccine. So I don't know what the hell you would fight. But my point being, and I'm thinking I'm being very clear, is that, you know, like, I don't think the Democrats would have did any better than what the Republicans did, based off of the way the whole thing went down. And it was impossible to keep us working like that, bro. Like, that just didn't make sense to keep the spread up there like that.
Totally agree.
They
lockdowns
right now. But they trying to power through it right now, but look at it. Look at the numbers now.
But what you do in a situation like that is you take care of your people. You take care of your people like all those European countries I mentioned. The difference is that we don't live in a homogenous society. See, the reason why South Korea, Japan, Denmark, France, the reason why those countries have no problem with taking care of their people in the middle of a pandemic is because those children look like their children. All right. But in America, when it comes to sending people a check, they see my brown children.
That's a good point.
You see what I'm saying?
Great point, Mike. I
That
can't.
was a good fucking point. You on the roll right here, Mike. I ain't gonna lie.
Mike, and two, I wanna kind of add to a point you made earlier, because you talked about how they play on grievances that's already there, right? Can I be heard pretty good, Mike?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. I done jumped in the truck, but so you talked about grievances that has kind of been leached on and kind of aired out for political purposes, right? For political elevation. And see, the thing is, like, these grievances was already there, Mike, just to add to what you're saying, because you have corporate America making these trade deals, and you have the white people, their jobs has had, before Donald Trump even got into office, the white people's job had been leaving out of the country.
That's
right. The factories shutting down, and the coal industry in shambles. You know what I'm saying? All this type of stuff, right? and also Obama was putting down regulations to where we trying to get cleaner in our emissions and stuff like that. So, white people was being affected by that, and you put the blame on Mexicans. You say stuff like Mexicans is coming in and taking all the jobs, and it seems correct. It seems for real, because they are losing their jobs, and it's always easy to have somebody and homes, yeah, and cars is getting repossessed and everything. You know what I'm saying? It's businesses like you was just talking about, and so it's easy to have somebody, and this is why I think Donald Trump became the president. And it's easy to have somebody to point the finger to, and he gave them somebody to point the finger at. But the whole time, it's him and his cohorts that's making these trade deals, because it's lobbyists that come in and they buy these politicians. And the real problem, what I'm seeing, Mike, is that we need to get money out of politics. I think that's the real issue, that I think me and you can agree on that part right there. But I just wanted to emphasize a little bit that these people, they already had grievances, that it was a powder keg that just needed a little bit of a spark. And I think Donald Trump was that spark. But go ahead, Mike. Keep adding on. You going? You got me. Like, I'm with you for most of the way, but it's some of it I'm not with, Mike. Some of it I gotta admit I'm not with it. But go ahead. You rolling, bro. You rolling. Keep it going.
Nah, that's cool. Let me show y'all this, man.
Yeah, I just want to let you know you're jumping all around the goddamn place too. Goddamn it.
Man, I'm staying on point. What bullet I'm on?
You're all around the world. But I agree with that homogenous, whatever you just said. What you said?
Yeah, it's homogenous cultures, man.
The theory is that the fact that everybody look alike is why they're getting that money, and the fact that it's different groups in America that make up America. That is why because they don't show no empathy or no passion. There's actually a Harvard study on showing how Europeans don't necessarily show empathy for people other than people of color. Like, there's actually a study out there. So
Prime example of that, man. A lot of people don't know we've been fighting for universal health care in this country, or free health care, since the 50s, man. W.E.B. Du Bois was talking about universal health care, and he was going up against the Eisenhower administration and others, saying that W.E. Du Bois came out and said he's not voting. He didn't vote in the election that Eisenhower had before Kennedy. Because of healthcare coverage.
The 54 election. Good point. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it just goes back to, again, homogeny. When you have, this is why these countries are listed, they have free healthcare in those countries. They have social safety nets. It's because they take care of their people because they look like them. But look, let me show you how this real quick.
Hey, Mike, real quick. All jokes aside, I ain't gonna let you get away with that. See this?
What, you got some Obamacare?
Yeah, $30 a month, yo. So if you ain't got $30 a month, then you tripping anyway, and then they're gonna put you on Blue Cross and Blue Shield or something. But I'm thinking responsible adults should have $30 a month. Got the dental, got everything. If you don't got $30 a month or $40 or $50 a month, then you're just not doing something right, period. And if you don't have that, then you can get free health insurance. Might not be the best. So I'm not going to play that card with you. People just don't know about it. I had to let some people know about it. You should have did this shit in December. So as long as you ain't making over $80,000, $90,000 on paper, you feel me? Then you should be able to, you know, you can get it. You can get your shit super low, right? So if you making like up in 100,000, then you might have to pay 100, 150. But that's small, bro. That's small.
I need that information. I'm paying $298.
Yeah, because
I pay $1,100 a month for my family to be on.
That's what I was paying.
Fucking crazy.
That's what I was paying. No, that's what my employer offered in
Bananas.
Georgia through Aetna. I was paying
my fault,
$600 every
bananas.
And that's through Anthem.
Yeah.
Blue Cross Blue Shield.
And the company I used to work for,
employer. You're absolutely right, Mike. Go ahead.
CVS, the company I used to work for, I'm calling them out. They bought Aetna, and I still was paying close to $600 every 2 weeks. All right.
But Aetna?
But Aetna.
Coming, yo.
Oh, hold up. I'm not done.
Mike.
I'm not done.
Mike raised the prices. They seen you coming.
I'm not done. It was an 80-20 deductible or 80-20 coverage with a $3,500 deductible. You know what that means? That means they cover 80. I cover 20 after I pay $3,500 in deductible fees. Yeah, picture that.
I know, but now, Mike, you got your own business, man. Why don't you just go ahead and go to Affordable Health Care Act, bro? Everybody go to Affordable Health Care Act.
I'm an intelligent brother. So are you. You are the exception.
You don't qualify. Mike don't qualify for the Affordable Health Care.
You are the exception.
He got his own business. Huh?
You are the exception, not the rule.
Because I just decided, because I know the fix is always in, bro. And there's always an angle somewhere around here. Really? We ain't know that? Oh, man. God damn. All right.
If it was that easy,
so
man.
Everybody don't got that option, though. Like, I'm just in a situation where I don't have the option to do that. You know what I'm saying? I have to actually change my career and everything.
Unc don't tell you he ex-military, man. He get military benefits and everything. Go ahead, Unc.
No, they put me out, yo. I actually got put out.
No, you did. Stop lying.
Don't make me put that on this.
You fully
did, yo. I got a OTH, other than honorable. Yeah, I got a other honorable discharge. I ain't get a dishonorable. But my point, I hear you. And so if you got that kind of money, it depends on how much you make, yo. Like you ain't, hey, check this out, Concrete Corey. You should go sign up and see what it is. So you might just be paying too much. Like really, like you don't know. You just, the point is, you gotta seek, yo. You gotta be a seeker in North America, yo. You can't just sit back and get picked apart. We already realize they ain't treating us the same. We know that. So you got to look for every nook and cranny. You can't sit back on this show. You can't. So I paid $300 a month when I was hooked up with my ex-wife. It was $300 a month, right, for mine. But for me, spending $300 a month is worth my damn health because I do all kinds of shit. So I was like, 300 nothing to me. Y'all might say that shit high, but yet y'all might go, watch this. I don't drink, I don't smoke. Y'all might spend money on weed. I bet you spend more than $300 a week on weed. I mean, a month on weed. I bet you spend more than $300 a month on some bourbon. You know what I mean? All the shit we like to do. I don't be going out and partying and tricking my shit off. So for me, I just kind of categorize what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't look at it like that because you only got one life. So I don't, 300 was nothing for me. That's not a big deal. That's all. That's my point. Is everybody do what everybody spend their money like they like spend their money. You know what I mean? I like to spend my money on some books, right? I'm gonna spend money on books. Niggas say, yo, you crazy spending money. I might spend $300 on books from time to time. You feel me? Like, okay, that's what I do.
That's what I do.
Some people might go to the club, right? And buy drinks for the bar or just drink and spend $150. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I get it, but we ain't gonna act like you can't get no damn insurance in America. That ain't what we gonna do, Mike. But go ahead, Mike, because you got me until you start talking about insurance. You fucking was wrong with that. But kick next.
So that bullet you don't agree with. Okay, cool. Hey, let me show this to the group too. Let me show this, man. Because sometimes, you know, when people get on the show talking shit, I know that they usually you make people pull out credentials.
You got to.
So can y'all see that?
What you got?
You see that article?
Yeah, that's you. Right. That's how I met you, Mike.
Yeah, I'm showing people that because I want them to know that I used to be the chairman of the Democratic Party in my county.
You sure was. I vouch for that.
And I held that position for 2 terms, about 8 years.
And they begged you to stay.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that part.
Well, I don't want to sound, disingenuous, but here's the point.
It's the truth, though, Mike.
In terms of politics, man, if I sound kind of salty or jaded, I am. I've been through it. 20 years of politics, 20 years of the bullshit. My job at this point in my life is to expose some shit the best I can with what I got. And that's what I'm gonna do. So fuck it.
I just think you dove too deep in the rabbit hole. If you just would dealt with that, with solid facts that you got and based off what you've seen and how it worked, I think that would be better for me because I seen you there. I know. But when you start throwing in every conspiracy to mankind, you're not like, man, come on, yo. But go ahead, we weeding through the process right now. You doing all right? You about
weeding through the process. All right.
Yeah, you had about 65% pseudo, Mike. You 60 instead of being 100% like you was last night. You had about 65. You're not doing bad. That's good.
Well, I told you I'm Dr.
Pseudo. You should have turned around.
Huh?
I said when the earth ended up flat to you, that's when you should have turned around.
Yeah, that's funny.
You should have been like, "Oh, I'm tripping."
That's fucked up.
My man.
Hey man, I ain't running for who I am, man. Here's the thing. My life, I look at my life like a roadmap, man. If I get a new map tomorrow that tell me I'm on the wrong road, I reserve the right to change my mind tomorrow. I'm a true definition of a free thinker. So if I get some new information.
Okay, so do me a favor.
Flat Earth is not a free thought.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, you get it from somebody else.
Nah, bro.
Okay.
All so my senses tell me I'm not going there. Hold up, man. Let's get back on the point.
Right. But I agree with number 4. Number 4 is on the money. Did I tell you that?
No, you didn't. Thank you.
Yeah, number 4, I like that.
Number 5. What do you think about number 4 first? Let's take a poll.
All right, let's see what number 4 is. Number 4 is information war. Yeah. Broken politics because Trump is crazy as hell. Yeah, he messing it up. That's why they in that joint acting crazy right about now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Divide and conquer. Somebody trying to do that. I can see the divide and conquer. It's been kind of split. The country been split. Disenfranchised poor whites. Yeah, they handled. Yeah, disenfranchised poor white. They end up inside the goddamn Capitol.
Yeah. They caught the brunt of it. They the victims of the misinformation. You know what I'm saying? Like
number 4, good point.
Yeah, number 4, I agree with. Yeah.
Everybody on board number 4.
We're on board.
Anybody else want to say something on the call? No? All right.
Nope, go ahead.
I'm gonna go to number 5. Reaction leaders. Now, this is my own personal beef, right? The reaction of leaders who voted.
That's number 6, Doug.
Yeah, that's number 6. I'm sorry. Number 6. So I don't know about y'all, man, but I felt pissed off when I see senators ducking, diving, running, crying, screaming like bitches when they declare wars all over the world. But they hear one shot. And you know what I'm talking about, man. I mean, how y'all feel about it? I ain't really got much to prove on that. I think generally speaking, y'all feel me on that one.
No doubt.
Tough.
They
Can
tough.
send other people kids to war.
Yeah, when they signing them signatures, when they voting, you know what I'm saying? They tough then, you know what I mean? But when it's on the front steps, it's a different thing. Go ahead, Cher.
No, I agree with them. Like they can send other people, children to war, right? And be all tough. But the moment they face what somebody about to be in their face, you know what I mean? They running and shit. You know what I mean? So
and it was their own supporters.
Right. Their own support. Goddamn Republicans start getting at them. Crazy.
They're all right. Damn alt-right got there. It came back to bite them in there. What Malcolm X say?
When
chickens coming home to roost.
The chicken come home to roost. Man.
Remember that girl with DC that drove up to the Capitol? She was like mentally ill or something. I think she was trying to drive a car.
And they shot her up.
Yep. She had a kid in the back seat and they shot her 5 times. They ain't shooting. They shot the one lady. They did kill somebody though. They did shoot the lady and kill her.
Just right here.
Okay.
It's not going far, Coy. I won't hurt you.
All right. That's enough. You got it.
No, it's got to be both sides.
Mute your mic, Corey.
So then, all right, so that's number 5. Number 6, oh, pardon me, that's number 6. Number 7. Now, I know y'all don't agree with the deep state part. Okay, that's cool.
Explain what the hell is the deep state? Man?
We ain't got to rehatch that.
Now I want to hear your version of it though, because it is. I want to say, you know how they got the skull and crossbones, they got the Freemasons, they got, you know the different lodges, all that shit going all through politics.
Right.
You know what I mean? I think that's more of a deep state. But now, the QAnon conspiracy is just all that. They saying that the Democrats had a pedophile ring that was kept. It started off with Pizzagate. All right. They say they had a pedophile ring in the bottom of a pizza shop back in DC, and somebody rolled down to DC and shot the pizza shop up. I don't know. It wasn't DC. It was North Carolina. So I forget where it's at. The pizza shop. I think it was in North Carolina though. And then after that, the conspiracy just grew. And then all of a sudden now the Democrats is doing this, and there's a whole bunch of bullshit, yo. It's all Trump though.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. If I try to answer the weaponized version of the deep state that the media has portrayed, I'm going to lose. So I'm not even trying to defend what CNN calls the deep state, the QAnon group. But I will tell you, in reference to your point about Skull and Bones, there's a lot of good books out there. Some books, like some of these books, man, I bought online, they $200 and $300 because they out of circulation. But this is a book right here on Skull and Bones. And when you look at this book right here, it goes into detail about how many senators, how many Congress people, but chief justices of the Supreme Court, presidents. Yeah, Skull and Bones is a real thing. And the CIA, they recruit out of universities that are referred to as Ivy League. They only recruit out of the upper echelon. These are the people that become the directors and the deputy directors of these clandestine organizations. When you call them deep state, I call them the elite in this country, the police for the elite.
Elite, because we got.
Hey, Mike,
and now
I'm gonna help you out, Mike.
Hold up, I want to make this last point. The reason why they think about all the government departments that serve the United States. The CIA is the only one referred to as an agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, because it was developed and started by a man named Allen Dulles, right? And his brother, John Foster Dulles. They used to work for Sullivan and Cromwell. They were Wall Street attorneys that advised President Eisenhower with the 1947 National Security Act to set up the CIA. The main function of organizations like the CIA originally was to look out for Wall Street interests. And one of the first companies or the first events, or if you want to call them major events that the CIA participated in, when it ceased being what was referred to as the OSS, and then it became the CIA in 1947, was to go into Guatemala and to help the National Fruit Company overthrow the government so that they would get a government that would satisfy and take care of the interests of the National Fruit Company. And then another event they did was to go into Iran and overthrow a guy by the name of Mohammad Mossadegh, who was the prime minister. And they did that in conjunction with the British intelligence, and they overthrew that country for the same thing, the country's natural resources for the elite on Wall Street. So when you talk about the deep state, you might be talking about QAnon. I'm talking about the elite ruling class families in this country that run this country. Now, if you think that's a joke, I got another book for you called America's Secret Aristocracy. Let me grab that.
Boy, you gonna OD on that shit. You gonna OD conspiracy.
This is legitimate. Let me tell you something, man. I got a library like you, Unc. I've spent thousands of dollars. I can show you my YouTube. I mean, not YouTube, but my Amazon order list. I had to justify a lot of this shit in my family why I'm spending all this damn money on books. But the point is, It's real. The deep state I'm talking about is something different than what the television talking about.
So let me tell you what the term was originally coined at.
Go ahead.
The term was originally coined to refer to a relatively invisible state apparatus in Turkey, composed of high-level elements within intelligence services, military, security, judicial, and organized crime, and similar alleged networks in other countries, including Egypt, Ukraine, Spain, Colombia, Italy, and Israel, and many others. So that's what the term was originally coined, bro. I just wanted to take you back a little bit, right? And then it goes on to say, the deep state is a conspiracy theory, which suggests that collusion and cronyism, probably saying it wrong, exists within the U.S. political system and constitute a hidden government within the legitimate elected government. Author Mike Lofgren believes that there is a hybrid association of elements of the government and parts of the top level finance and industry that is effectively able to govern the United States without reference to the consent of the governed and expressed through a formal political process, or considered the deep state to encompass corruption to prevent amongst career politicians and civil servants.
You done?
No, bro, that sound like a hell of a motherfucking conspiracy, bro. That's a lot.
I want to see if anybody else got something to say about this before I drop this mic on this last point. Go ahead.
Go ahead, get the mic. I don't got nothing else to say. Go drop the mic. I'm feeling the pseudoisms float around.
That was pseudoism. So look, this woman is on TV right now.
Floated off in the rabbit hole. I'm trying to get out now.
This woman is on TV right now. Who's that?
Hacks.
Who's the name of that? Who's the author of that book?
Too close to the light. You got a hell of a light right there.
Donna Brazile.
Yeah, do it like that. Okay.
Donna Brazile wrote the book called Hacks.
Okay.
Donna Brazile, for those that don't know.
That's a good sister. She's a good sister.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you what this sister said. This sister describes in detail after she was the interim
Donna, what's her name?
Donna Brazile.
Yeah, you know who she is. You see her. You know who she is.
She was the chairman of the National Democratic Committee. She was the intern chairman. After they kicked out the previous chairman, she was a congresswoman out of Florida. Her name escapes me right now, but she was totally corrupt. Here's what Donna Brazile revealed in her book. And I'm gonna break this down real simple. That the Democratic National The Democratic National Committee was in the tank for Hillary and basically ran by Hillary Clinton in 2016. Why am I saying this? Not only did Hillary Clinton, who was supposed to, on the Democratic Party, who was supposed to be impartial, not only did she run the Democratic Party, but she literally controlled the finances of the Democratic Party before she became the nominee. So let me circle back. For everybody that say that there's a democratic society we live in, everything is equal, everything is fair and square and above board, understand this point. The National Democratic Committee and the National Republican Committee are private corporations. Let me say that again. The National Democratic Party and the National Republican Party are private corporations. What does that mean? If you look up the charter of any corporation, their main priority in their articles of incorporation is to do what? Make profits for shareholders, to protect the owner's interest. That's the main objective. This is why they have shareholder meetings in corporations. These political organizations are private, just like the Federal Reserve is private, but that's a whole nother conversation. These private institutions, the Democrats and Republicans, have created a duopoly in our country in terms of political access. You cannot become a senator or a governor or a congressperson in this country if you are not part of one of these two political parties.
You know what I was implying?
It is hard pressed, if not impossible, to do that. Can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear, y'all. I feel like I'm stuck in the rabbit hole now. I can't breathe. Keep going, yo.
I'm only saying that to say this one point, or to make this one point.
Where you at?
That if you think we live in a just political system that's not being controlled and manipulated by powerful interests, you're living in a pipe dream. All right.
Yeah, money talk bullshit walk, Mike. I'm not
that way. That's what it's about. All right. Back to the original last point, and then we can move on.
Oh, you just
I'm done.
It in out of nowhere.
After this. Number 8. These people stop believing in politics. Number 8. Who are these people I'm referring to? I'm referring to poor whites with guns. When these poor white people with guns, and they have way more guns than we got, when they start doing what they've done today and they get sick of the political process, America's in trouble. Big time.
Hey, but Mike, they ain't run up there with guns ablazing though. Let's keep it real. Let's not overemphasize this shit. They didn't run up there guns ablazing.
He on to something though. That's what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about the Boogaloo Boys. Remember we was on the phone? I thought I wanted to do that thing.
Mm-hmm.
He on to something with that. Them white boys up to something.
Nah, he make a very good point when you say, you know, no, they didn't go in there storming with guns blazing. But the point is, them poor white folks, and actually, it's not just poor white folks right now at this point. It's upper middle class white folks. Hold on now. Yeah, it's upper middle class white folks that are disenfranchised also this time. So they have lost faith in politics. And you're right, when that happens, America is definitely in trouble. And I think today was just the jump off point. You know what I'm saying?
Watershed moment.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it seem like irresponsible, right, to gauge a society during a pandemic and basing what a society looks like during a pandemic versus what it would look like 4 years from now, say after the vaccine is happening and buildings, jobs are back open? Do you think people are still going to be storming the Capitol like they are tonight, or do you think the temperature will be decided and everybody will be back to their normal rigmarole?
It was coming to a head because see, it really, the pandemic just sped it up a little bit.
That's right.
It was where he and I'm not saying like
that's a question though.
I'm not saying it's a cabal.
Yes, stick to that question.
But the question, let's stick to the question.
Right. I'm answering. I feel
do you think it's fair to gauge
in the midst of a pandemic, gauging the temperature of a country?
Yeah, that's
not a lot, man.
Fallacy, right? And I do understand you in some ways. You are correct, right? But what I do want to say is that this has been coming to a head. The feeling disenfranchised, the feeling left behind.
Hold. Can I ask a question real quick before you go, Corey? Who really feels left behind? You talking about the people that stormed the Capitol?
Yeah, so I'm
I disagree with them feeling left behind.
They are, Sean. You had to hear me out. This is what these people are. This is what is in these people's brain. They have been.
Right.
We started the whole show by talking about how they've been misled, that they've been pseudoized. They've been the victim of misinformation. You know what I'm saying? That's what got them storming into the Capitol building. The thing is, they have a legitimate grievance, right?
Yes. They know something is wrong.
How?
They can't figure it out.
Let me explain. I'm not.
This is about an election. What other president have people stormed the Capitol for?
What I'm saying is these not as far as they don't. I'm not talking about today's events exactly. I'm saying like the misinformation has led up to today's events, right? But what I'm saying is President Donald Trump has latched on to a actual legitimate grievance, which has elevated him to the presidency, right?
Right.
I disagree.
And what I'm saying is these people are starting to see their jobs, they're secure. These people have been secure in life.
I really don't agree.
Have had privilege in life. You see what I'm saying? And now they starting to see these factories leave out of the country. They start, and like I said, the coal industry had went under, and they ain't had nowhere to replace, because you know we got to get off of coal. We got to stop using it because it's polluting everything. But
the coal belt fell 30 years ago. They can't.
Sure. Thank you, Chef. But go ahead, Corey, so I can get you.
The coal and steel shit fell 30 years ago. So
it's been on a decline, but it has not seen since the 2008.
But these people that stormed the White House ain't coal workers, right? Or people.
These
none
people
of them.
these are middle class workers.
Yeah, they ain't working in no factory.
This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but we have to properly.
So they got an illogical
grievance. These are the people that want to control everything and want it their way. It ain't about their job, bro. It's not about that. Listen,
niggas that gotta go to work is going to work. They ain't storming the White House.
None of these people working. None of these people working. But if you looked at the crowd, like if you seriously looked at the crowd, these people look like that they didn't need to go to work. Like they had, like they could take off. Like they were well-to-do people.
Why I'm saying these is middle class. That's why I'm trying to tell y'all these ain't poor. These ain't the poor.
Right.
White
So how do you bring
these
up
is
the coal
these is middle class people have
as one of their grievances?
What is it?
How can you bring up factory jobs and blue collar, the loss of blue collar
middle class? If you got a factory job in a big city, you making 100 and something, you making 90.
No, that's lower middle class. That's lower middle class. These are not those people.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about this is who I'm talking about. I'm not talking about. What I'm saying is, I think Mike was referring to the poor, like trailer trash, white people.
Nah, that we wasn't seeing them out
these
there.
Are
they can't get to the White House.
Y'all missing the whole point of what's happening.
Them niggas not finna leave no heroin and
y'all missing the point of what
y'all out of touch.
I really wasn't even trying to argue.
Who out of touch?
Y'all totally out of touch. Let me tell you something, man. The average American. First of all, the average working age America that's working. You know what the wage is for the average worker in America? And I'm talking across the board. Fuck factory, all that.
Like you got a big ass office right there, Mike. I don't know what the average wage is. Like a big ass.
How can he relate? Yo,
it's
he built his basement
less.
downstairs.
What'd you say?
People living. Look, how could you relate and call something when you got a basement bigger than what people's houses are?
We saying you build.
I mean, I'm coming from. What kind of attack is this, man? What type of shit you on? Listen, man. The average worker makes $30,000 or less in this country.
I said
20. How much?
$30,000 or less.
Hey, Chef, that's a slick ass motherfucking sofa right there, yo. I know quality shit, no go. Like, you laid back. All right, you didn't. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I mean, the average American, they said, can't afford a $400 emergency, man. You want me to show you the articles? Yo, we fucked up right now.
I know, but they buying 30.
Absolutely, and that's
hold on.
Like a bunch of
went crazy over a PlayStation. This country is out of there. These niggas just went crazy over a PlayStation.
Thank you, Chef. They fighting. They fit this. Listen,
nobody losing no meals in this country.
The misinformation has caused the problem.
At the situation in the correct manner. They're not looking at the numbers.
Bro, them people that stormed the White House are the same people who didn't want to wear a mask, Corey.
They sound like a bunch of selfish brothers that looking through the world with rose-colored glasses because you can afford a PlayStation.
Nah, I actually in the hood, yo. Everybody got Jordans and iPhones,
and
everybody that's a bad argument, and that's the reason why we can't get a check because of that argument right there.
That's right.
That argument right there is keeping us from getting our check. I'm telling you, this is what the white folks. This is what Mitch McConnell is arguing.
Them niggas should have went crazy over a $500 PlayStation.
Hold on.
Got black wealth in this country, man.
You told him that was
the median black wealth. Come on, bro. I mean, you.
Hey, Mitch McConnell argues that very situation on why we can't get our stimulus checks and shit. And they're gonna argue that about why we can't get our
they giving
reparations.
people
They're gonna bring
stimulus
that
though.
same argument because they saying, why is we worried about America if they doing bad, right? And everybody going out, they shopping, they doing Christmas shopping, they got PlayStations and whoop-de-whoop. This is what the white congressman, the Republican congressman is arguing on the floor of the Senate.
Yeah, so look, back to the point.
Money Joe should have held that shit up for a minute if he was really, but go ahead.
Yeah, so here's
that's
the
point.
point
They're arguing, Mike. And is they not making that point, Mike?
They making it for us, man. They making it for us.
All right, so again, here's the problem. All right, these people that were storming the White House ain't fitting in none of the bubbles that y'all trying to put them in. These people are privileged white people telling you, I don't want to wear a mask. I'm going and doing whatever the hell I want to do. I'm tired of you telling me that I can't go get drunk at the bar. I'm tired of you telling me that I got to be in before 10. All of this stuff, because the bar closing at 10, now I got to get out the bar. I want to stay and drink till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. They don't like being told what to do. See, what y'all don't.
Sean, I agree with you 100%. You just knocked his whole argument off the table.
When you debated these people over the vaccines, what was you dealing with? What was the number one thing that you was dealing with?
They don't want to be told what to do.
Don't tell us what to do. Self-entitled white people. Oh man. Y'all trying to tell us to wear masks. You trying to tell me that I need a vaccine.
Yeah.
Bro,
it ain't got shit to do with no economy. Look, it don't got shit to do with no economy. These are some ignorant ass white people who don't want to be told what to do.
Not 70 million people down at the building.
You know what?
Not 70 million people down there today.
No, let me say this.
And my point is, hold on. Let me say this one more time, and then I'm done, y'all. It was not 70 million people down there at the Capitol building. And my point is, 70 some odd million people voted for Donald Trump. What I'm saying is, no, the middle class that I'm talking about was not the ones that was actually storming the building. What I'm saying is, he has grasped on to white folks' actual grievances, whether they're right or wrong, right? These people have these grievances in their mind, right? And he's grasped onto that, and he's elevated himself to the presidency, and he's trying to, in order for him to keep that foothold, that power, that base, he keeps on rabble rousing and working up these people. Now you're gonna get a few out of that bunch that do crazy shit, like go down to the Capitol building and storm the Capitol building. But what I'm saying is, white America has gave up on politics. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with his bottom line on that one, right? And I think America is in trouble when white America give up on politics. But go ahead, man. Go ahead.
This is the point I'm trying to make to y'all. The problem is that white people don't like for somebody else to tell them what to do. They're fucking self-entitled the whole way fucking through. Oh, don't tell me what to do. Yeah, I don't want a seatbelt. I don't want to put on a helmet when I ride a motorcycle at 90 miles an hour. Don't tell me. Yo, they feel like you taking the country. They like fucking spoiled brats around this motherfucker, yo. They spoiled fucking brats, yo. Don't tell them what to do no matter what. And they self-entitled and they don't care about nothing but they self, yo. That's who the fuck is out there, man. Them type people, man. And there's 7 million of them. We don't care about the government. You tell us what to do. You taking our rights away. Yo, they forgot how this motherfucker was built, yo. It was built off of killing motherfuckers and murdering people. It was based off of bringing disease, you know what I'm saying, wiped out 90% of the Native American population. You know what I'm saying, whether they did it on purpose or not. It was based off of the backs of our ancestors. 500 years of that nonsense. Christians. So, oh, if you're not a Christian, we can enslave you and bring you to Christ. What type of malarkey is that? Yeah, self-entitlement is back up again, y'all. And that's what Trump did. He ushered in self-entitlement. Y'all just this. Wait a minute, man. They was trying to get this shit together, man. This nigga coming there with the extraordinary pseudoisms. Yeah, man. So yeah. Conspiracy president, the death is what's really going on. All of them out there on conspiracy theory, bro. We have admitted that. Okay, self-entitled conspiracy theorists. That's a recipe for goddamn disaster, yo. And we looking at it, bro. But guess what? I tell you what, they back in that Senate right now, though, right? They split. They shut that down immediately. So let's not overblow. Yeah, they went to the Capitol, but their ass is out in less than an hour. Let's keep it focused right now. They're a bunch of self-entitled, almost want to do something white boys. They really didn't really want to do it. They just want to make some noise because they ain't really do it. Because if they really did it, they wouldn't be right now holding the Senate right now. So they was like some halfway. We call them where I'm from. They was really kind of halfway crook. They want to jump out the crowd, throw a rock and jump back in. They ain't really want to do what they thought they were trying to do. They really didn't. It wasn't organized like that. A couple yahoos dove through the door. Yeah, everybody followed behind because that's how crowds do. Come on, man. This grand conspiracy. Now, stop it. I'm not. You damn near had me until I had to think about it because I was in front of 500 of them. Yeah, almost, Mike. Nah, I'm not buying that, Mike. Nah.
And let me say this. If 70 million people voted for Trump, in this presidential election, I think it's about the most people that voted in history, then what are you gauging as evidence that white people have given up on the government?
All right. Can I say something?
No, I'm saying that was a question. Like they said that the fear that when white people are giving up on the government, if they have that many people participating in politics, then I'm asking, what are you using as evidence to say that they're giving up on politics?
So you want me to answer?
Anybody can answer. I mean that was a claim that was made. I'm trying to figure out how.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
The reason I said that, and I'll say it again, is that Trump is a symptom. All right, he's not the cold. He's a symptom of America's cold, if you want to call it, or flu. This country elected Obama. No, let me rephrase this. Let me say it like this.
The symptom of pseudoism, Mike, he proves our point. He's a pseudo. He ain't even sophisticated. He's a pseudo with $1 billion and fucking the presidency, bro. Get that clown out of here.
If you
remember the question.
If you simplify it like that.
Remember the question, though.
Like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer the question.
Yeah.
Disproportionately, the same people who voted for Trump, and I'm gonna find that article, but they actually looked at it county by county, were the same people that voted for Obama 4 years ago. I think it was like 70 or 80%. This article pointed out.
Yeah, I remember.
What? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
So these same white people voted for Trump. What's happening is that they, like I said in my previous bullet point, feeling the disenfranchisement, Obama showed them change. So they're voting for populist change agents because they don't want traditional, if you want to call them enfranchised or bureaucrats like the Bush family or the Clintons or even Biden, for example. They're not looking for those people anymore. They want change agents. So Trump's election was a symptom of what's really happening in this country now.
All right. Now 2020, though, those red states,
that's what happened.
Red states that once supported Trump turned blue. So that means the same people that voted for Trump turned around and voted against Trump. So that's counter the argument that you made before.
It's not counter the argument.
Yeah, the people that supported Trump the first go round, the states he won, he ended up Georgia being a prime example that was once red, is now blue.
No, they still voted for him.
No.
More voters came out.
So do y'all know?
More people out to vote. The black man
lost.
Do you know what presidential candidate
got
the most votes in history?
So what?
Do y'all know what presidential candidate got the most votes in history?
Shit, I thought it was it not Biden?
I think it was Obama.
Joe Biden.
Oh yeah.
No, okay, it was Joe Biden.
Yeah.
You know who got the second most votes in the history?
Donald Trump.
Trump last year.
All
Yeah.
right. No, this year. If you go Wikipedia.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, this year, yeah, because yeah.
So my point is, Trump has got a base of support that he don't understand why he lost, and here's why. 2 points why he don't understand it.
The fucking pseudo.
There are no, man. I'm about to give you the 2 points.
know what it is.
No, I'm about to give you 2 facts, man.
Man, come on, yo.
Have you ever heard of bellwethers? You know what a bellwether is?
Stupid Mike, he's just a fucking asshole, bro.
Okay,
but you mean he don't understand? He understand how he got in there by not getting the popular vote. So how the hell you don't understand how you got out of there?
You sound like an ignorant old man with a wine bottle on the front porch. Listen, man.
Oh, really? I'm gonna say, hold on. Let me say this slow with the wine bottle. That's exactly how he came into office.
Listen, man.
He did not have the popular vote. Listen to
you?
what I'm saying.
No.
And he left the office with the popular vote, bro.
I'm gonna let y'all scream and yell.
So if you understood how he got in there, then he understand how he got out. I'm not about that, Mike.
He lost both. He lost both of them this time.
2 points. Y'all know what a bellwether is? A bellwether state. So Ohio is a bellwether state. Florida is a bellwether state. Trump carried both of them. The last time a president won,
Georgia. What was Georgia?
Carry a bellwether state. Georgia don't have enough electoral votes, man. You got to listen for a minute. The bellwether is an indicator that has been used for 70 years. The last time a president didn't win in those states that won the election was JFK.
Man,
John F. Kennedy.
You reaching, bro.
Hold up.
Yeah, but, Dave Chappelle talks about it in his skit.
Here's the next point.
Dave Chappelle talks about it in his skit. You can tell who's winning the election when you look at it.
You know, y'all political novice.
Are you saying that they stole the election, Mike? Just say it. Don't run me around the rabbit hole all night.
Yeah, let's get to it.
First of all, I'm not
Just
saying.
say it, Mike.
I don't think
I'm
he's
listening,
saying.
Mike. Just admit it, Mike, and I'm gonna shut up for the rest of the night.
What I'm saying. So I'm not playing the
Did
game.
they steal it though, Mike?
No.
Oh, you said that on the phone though 3 weeks ago. You forgot?
Talking about, man.
But the point is, though,
election ain't gonna let them.
if that many people are participating in politics and they haven't given up on the system, the minute people start giving up on the system, they're not going to go out and vote.
Yeah, they're not
No,
going.
no, I'm not.
They're voting for a populist, man.
I'm saying now, not before the vote. Like once Trump them put in their head that the system is rigged. This is why they down there. It's not they was down there to vote at first, and they wanted their vote to count. Trump told them their vote didn't count. This is why they giving up.
They down there. They down there defending the pseudo-wisdom
system before they voted. No, that wouldn't make sense.
Great reset.
White supremacists. Let me say something, yo. Y'all got to understand who the people that actually ran in there are. They've been coming down there for the last the last few weekends. They the ones that burnt the Black Lives Matter sign. They the Proud Boys. They've been coming down there. You feel me? They've been running around DC doing a whole bunch of bullshit. You see what I'm saying? But all that was built up from Trump. It all started with the Black Lives Matter movement. You see what I'm saying? They got the marching through the streets. So all the anti-Black Lives Matter people, they all teamed up. They joined, they started having their own little, really it started with Obama though, when Obama got elected in 2008. That's when they started building their little militias. You see what I'm saying? And then in 2015, when Freddie Gray and all that shit jumped off, you feel what I'm saying? When Baltimore got to really ride, and what's the other spot that ride? Ferguson? That was the same year, right?
I'm gonna do this for y'all real quick. And y'all tell me if this look like a country in fucking disarray about to fall apart or not. Y'all let me know. Can y'all see this?
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Nah, Corey. Don't try to switch up, Corey.
Nobody said this.
Man, just listen up. Listen.
They back in the Senate. I'm watching it. I got it on behind me.
Yeah, you forgetting about the third
Yeah,
party.
y'all gotta just listen for a minute, man.
The voters speaking in the election, and about the fact that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud.
So I just wanted to show y'all. All right, y'all can say what the hell y'all want to say. Won't get me.
Nah, but it's a third party now. You got the Trump party. He ain't a Republican no more.
Whatever, though. That's a different conversation right there.
It's different.
I'm saying that shit act like it never happened. I'm not gonna overblow it like y'all doing. You might be right, Truth Ministry. Fucking couple yahoos came in the crowd and did that crazy shit. I can see that too. I like that better. Yep. The same ones.
Yeah, I ain't going with Corey and Mike on this one, but I ain't never seen Corey to yield to some pseudoisms.
Can I
I'm not. It's not pseudo, man. y'all misunderstanding. I think y'all misunderstanding Mike's last
Corey,
point.
I just think Corey, when you look at it, when you look at the replay, you ain't gonna agree with nothing Mike said.
Or Corey, you an enabler.
No. What Mike already know that
Huh?
I saw this.
You gonna
underwater, CK.
You had to get Corey back.
I said I know that Sosa did not just say that.
What? No, I'll get Corey back because he called me an enabler last time we had.
What do you mean? Y'all both be doing it.
Well, it's the pot calling kettle black.
Hey, listen.
Excuse me, sir.
You be a little bit enabling there. I be trying to tell you.
Who?
Is that Mike? Mike, who is that?
That's Truth.
No, Truth finna come with the heat.
So,
and trust me, I'm finna back him up too. I'm just waiting patiently.
While Truth getting that, right?
These white supremacists are really actively planning and operating within our system to hurt us. Like dead ass. It's not even a game. They actually infiltrated the Black Lives Matter movement. Let me go back to the top while I got y'all. All right, the dude name is Ivan Hunter. All right, he was the one. This is the guy that actually set the Minneapolis precinct on fire, the 3rd precinct.
Got him.
All right, so come to find
out, that was white people.
Yeah, come to find out, it was a whole plan. They planned to come there. They planned to do what they did. Remember the umbrella dude, the dude that was breaking the glass. Everybody seen, and the one black dude was chasing them.
Yeah, they work for the CIA.
No, they don't. They are document too. All these people have been locked up. You see what I'm saying? These niggas is going to jail for this shit. They incited riots. I'm trying to tell you.
When you say they infiltrated the Black Lives Matter, clarify that. Clarify that. What do you mean? You mean that now they are now that they are a part of the Black Lives Matter movement themselves and making decisions on behalf of Black Lives Matter?
No. When I say
that people snuck in covertly when the Black Lives Matter,
they just dressed like them and came up there.
Yeah.
I got
when you say it like that, you make it seem like, you feel me?
Nah, I'm making it seem like that they infiltrated the Black Lives Matter movement and killed 2 police officers in California.
Yeah, when you said it, that's like the CIA infiltrated the Black Panthers. You see what I'm saying? That's like, that ain't the same thing.
It's probably not the best of words.
That's like when a riot is going on, other people come down, engage. That's a totally different scenario.
Just let me read the document. All right, Title 18, United States Code 2101 provides that whoever travels hold up, that's not it. Here, facts and stable and probable cause. Here you go. In late May of 2020, the FBI initiated an investigation into a member of the Boogaloo Boys based on information that members were discussing committing crimes of violence and were maintaining an armed presence on the streets of Minneapolis during civil unrest following the death of George Floyd. Your affidavit knows that the Boogaloo Boys are a loosely connected group of individuals espousing violence, anti-government sentiments. The terms Boogaloo itself refers to supposedly impending second civil war in the United States and is associated with violent uprising against the government. Defendant Ivan Harrison Hunter claims to be a member of the Boogaloo Boys. Beginning in the evening hours of Tuesday, May 26, 2020, Minneapolis and St. Paul experienced widespread arson, rioting, and looting. This unrest and the associated damage and destruction was in part a response to the death of George Floyd during an encounter with the Minneapolis Police Department, and lasted for several days and continued until the evening morning hours of May 30th. During this time period, hundreds of individuals carried on into the night. vandalized, looted local businesses, and destroyed buildings, vehicles, and other property through arson, smashing doors and windows, and throwing objects. The Minneapolis police neighborhood surrounded the East Lake intersection near the site of the police encounter with Mr. Floyd was particularly hard hit, with numerous business in the neighborhood looted and partially destroyed by vandalism and arson. On the evening of May 27th, for example, individuals broke into the Target store and Club Foods near the intersection, vandalized and looted businesses, and then set fires inside. Numerous other businesses in the neighborhood and the city of St. Paul were looted or partially destroyed by vandalism or fires, as will be discussed in more detail below. On Thursday night, May 28th, the Minneapolis 3rd Precinct Police Building, which is also located near the East Lake Street, Hiawatha intersection, was overran and heavily damaged by fire. The civil unrest received nationwide media coverage and was widely discussed across numerous social media platforms. On May 26th at 10:58 a.m., Boogaloo Boys member Michael Solomon and a resident of Minneapolis posted publicly on Facebook the following message: I hereafter, unless otherwise specified all dates. Oh, no, that's not what he said. I need a head count. If you have key-based message me on their Big Boog Boy, some type of code. If not, PM me. Hunter, a resident of Texas, responded to Solomon's request with the following message at 4:30 p.m. on May 27th. 72 hours out. And can you give me any confirmation on KIAs, killed in actions? Hunters also posted privately on Facebook, headed to Minneapolis today. Benjamin Ryan Teeter, a resident of North Carolina, also admitted Boogaloo Boy member, publicly posted the following on Facebook the same day: lock and load, boys. Boog flags are in the air and the national network is going off. Facebook messages recovered during the investigation shows that Hunter communicated with Teeter as both men departed their respective states in Minnesota. On May 27th at 7:12 p.m., Teeter messaged Hunter, we're still en route. Once we arrive, we're going to get a central command established and primary and secondary command channels, comm channels, I'm sorry. Hunter replied to Teeter at 7:39 p.m. I'm leaving tonight. Teeter immediately responded with the thumbs up emoji. On May 28th, Solomon sent a private direct message to Hunter. Rally point will be Club Foods at 6. The Cub by the 3rd precinct in Minneapolis. Hunter messaged Solomon at 8:30 p.m. stating, we have team of 5. So that means they have 5 people. At 10:04 p.m. on May 28th, two men, I believe, is this the same part of it? 2 men, key base is a secure messaging. No, that's not it. 2 men, I believe, PM is abbreviation for private message. Historic, no, this is something else. This is some abbreviation. What is it? 2 men entered the Minneapolis Police Department 3rd Precinct building with Molotov cocktails and set the building on fire. At 10:30 p.m. on May 28th, Hunter sent his precise location information, 2 blocks from NPD's 3rd Precinct building. In a private message to Solomon, Solomon replied to Hunter, 2 minutes, you hear my truck. Federal agents have obtained a video taken during the civil unrest, which shows an individual walking up to a door to the 3rd Precinct building and discharging 13 rounds from what appears to be an AK-47 style semi-automatic rifle. The following is a screen capture from the video depicting the shooter firing into the precinct. Can barely see it, but the shooter then walks towards the camera, high fives another individual and yells, "Justice for Floyd." The shooter is wearing a skull mask covering and lower half of his face and can be seen wearing glasses, a distinctive baseball cap, and tactical gear. The following is a screen capture from the video depicting the shooter as he walked away from the precinct. 2 men have been charged in the District of Minnesota with arson in relation to the burning of the 3rd Precinct building. Timestamp surveillance video of the 3rd Precinct captured images of the 2 men entering the structure and lighting one or more Molotov cocktails. Investigators are presently unaware of any connection between these 2 men and the Boogaloo Boys. So they showing you the picture of the 2 guys.
And they said they are nowhere. They don't know of any connection between them 2 and the Boogaloo Boys.
But let me keep reading. Because there's more stuff that happened that night, and they found more evidence. A cooperating defendant has identified Hunter as the individual who fired an AK-47 style rifle at the precinct building during the evening hours of May 27th. This person informed investigators that the time Hunter fired the shot, there were only people believed to be looters still inside the building. And in the video, it appears that lights are on the inside of the precinct building at the time Hunter shoots at the structure. Discharged rifle casings consistent with an AK-47 style firearm was recovered from the scene of the shooting the next day. On June 8th, Boogaloo Boys members Michael Solomon posted publicly the following paragraph on Facebook. All right. Above, I'm trying to get to with the paragraph. The above paragraph was taken by a reporter outside the Cub food store, E Lake Street, during the early morning hours of May 28th, just hours after the shots were fired on the 3rd Precinct building. The cooperating defendants referenced above his identified the individual armed with the rifle standing second from the right as Hunter. I have compared the clothing worn by the shooter and the aforementioned video with the clothing worn by the person identified as Hunter and the above photograph, and have concluded that the baseball hat and distinctive skull mask appear to match. So this is them. All right. So they just let you know that the persons who Molotov, the what you call it, with the skull mask and everything, they one of them. All right. So further, a Facebook account linked to Hunter includes the following paragraph of individual believed to be Hunter wearing what appears to be the same skull mask. There go the skull mask. All right. The banner of Hunter's Facebook page bears the image of a Black Panther as set forth below. Hunter makes reference to his support of Black Panthers in social media postings. The search of Tita's Facebook account revealed the following 2 photographs. I have compared known licensed paragraphs of Hunter with the above photographs posted by Tita, have concluded that the male wearing the glasses in both photographs is Hunter and the other individual is Tita. One day after Tita posted these photographs, Tita sent Hunter a message on Facebook telling him they are battle buddies. That means they just went to battle and they after battle. So investigations revealed that Hunter returned to Texas the day after the shooting. The 3rd Precinct building, Hunter immediately made various statements on social media about his actions in Minneapolis. For example, on May 30th, he sent a message to another individual stating, "I set fire to that precinct with the Black community," followed by Minneapolis 3rd Precinct. On May 31st, Hunter sent the following message to another individual. "My mom would call the FBI if she knew what I do and at the level I'm at with it." Along with this message, Hunter posted the following paragraph of what appears to be an AK-47 style assault rifle with a distinctive floral plated magazine inserted into the firearm. All right. Let me get to the conclusion, because it's what the FBI is charging them with, because it'll be a lot more reading. That's telling you that they caught him with the rifle. That's how they knew he was the one that shot into the building. All right. The next day, June 4th, Hunter posted on Facebook, "We need to riot. Several days after the June 3rd traffic stop, FBI agents in San Antonio became aware of Hunter's affiliation with the Boogaloo Boys members Stephen Carrello. Carrello has been charged by federal authorities in the Northern District of California with the May 29th murder of contract federal protective service officer in Oakland, California. Carrello also was charged by state authorities with the June 6th murder of Santa Cruz County Sheriff Deputy in Ben Lomond, California. Agents obtained information from Facebook showing that Hunter and Carrello communicated with each other before, during, and after the Minneapolis 3rd Precinct building shooting and the murder in California. For example, March 14th message Carrello, start drafting that op. The one we talked about in December. I'm a green light some shit. Carmelo replied, sounds good, bro. Approximately 4 hours after the murder of the Federal Police Service officers took place, and approximately 2 hours after the burning of the 3rd Precinct building in Minneapolis, Hunter contacted Carmelo via the social media application and had the following exchange. The original information arrived in UTC format is 7 hours ahead of Pacific time. And he said, Hunter to Carmelo, go. Then Carmelo to Hunter, question mark. And Hunter to Carmelo, boog. Carmelo to Hunter, did. Hunter, Carmelo, let's keep on going through that. Then he says, Hunter to Carmelo, go for the police buildings. And then he says, I did better. And then he says, hold. Basically, what it's telling you is the dude that he was associated with killed 2 officers in California during a Black Lives Matter protest. All right, they was trying to make the Black Lives Matter movement look like a violent protest. That's why they were doing it. All the people that you seen that was running up on buildings and stuff, I got actual footage. Like if this thing will work, there you go. I got the actual footage here. I don't know what just happened. No. Don't go away. I lost it. There you go. No, I got it. I'm gonna just show you one. I ain't gonna show you the whole clip. Dang, what just happened again? There you go. I just want you to hear this one white dude tell you out his own mouth what he's saying happened and what you call, mind you, there's multiple other videos on here that I could show you that's actually showing you how Black Lives Matter was trying to stop the white people from running up in the buildings and doing what they was doing. There's multiple videos on here, but I'm gonna show you this one. I just want to show you this one. Just give me time to look my computer loading up. It's moving slow for some reason. Moving real slow. Y'all with me so far though?
We're live.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. It's a false flag operation.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, really? Oh, it's probably playing on the website.
Yeah.
Wish you luck finding it.
Maybe if I
Y'all jamming?
Hey, why not? But at the truth go, your girl CK the poet about to throw some daggers across the room.
Yeah, I don't know where that music coming from. Oh, here it go.
Yeah, you gotta hit it out. You got me.
Give me a second, man. Give me one second. Man, it just popped up. All right, let me find this one.
Write the video down, nigga. Good one. You good one.
Yeah.
I'm Chicago. I live in the Streeterville neighborhood, which is about 2 blocks from the Chicago River and a couple blocks from Lake Michigan. And I'm right by Michigan Avenue where all the shops are. So I just took my dog Russell on a walk not knowing, unfortunately, that there was protesting going on Michigan Avenue. And as I walked down Michigan Avenue, I saw a lot of storefronts that were smashed, that were vandalized, that were graffitied. And I want everyone to hear this because I am not making a political statement. I am telling you the truth. And this is true information because I saw it with my own eyes, that every person right now in Chicago that is smashing windows and is graffitiing is a white person. And white people, I need to tell you this right now. Stop fucking doing that. I don't know why we are so angry, but what we are doing is ruining this entire thing for everyone. Because now everybody thinks that the Black Lives Matter movement is about vandalism and rioting in Chicago. I live in the Streeterville neighborhood, which is about 2 blocks from the Chicago River and a couple blocks from Lake Michigan, and I'm right by.
We don't believe him. You don't believe. He sound like one of them anti-vaxxers. I'm telling you the truth. The coronavirus is going to get
They
us.
actually caught one. They caught a dude doing it, and they questioned him and everything. They should have beat his ass, yo.
No, I'm talking about this guy on the video. I'm not privy to believe videos. I can't do it.
That's whoever the fuck they said. That's the Boogaloo Boy motherfucker. And you hear people, Black Lives Matter is actually trying to stop them.
What do you mean? If you want to be an ally, put your hands on and get the fuck out.
See? Trying to tell you, it was a whole setup, yo.
All right, we got it.
I mean, and just to back up Truth's point for that real quick, when we was protesting in my city back in June for the George Floyd thing, there was a white dude that was trying to instigate stuff and cause it was two different white dudes that was trying to instigate stuff and cause things. And I think the second white dude, they ended up arresting him.
No, I think we all know that. I don't think that's a secret no more though. That's not a secret. We do that. I mean, Kyle was talking about that shit the day of.
Yeah, I was downtown when we had that conversation.
Yep. That ain't the new shit. We got it. We figured it out. Right at the beginning, we knew it. The white boys doing it. They tripping. We already knew black people weren't trying to do all that. We just was trying to get some notoriety to, black people getting, unarmed black people getting shot. We weren't trying to riot and shit. They do the extra shit in there. Yeah, they really did that. Yeah. But all right, we done rocked out enough. What time? It's 10 o'clock. I'm getting off this joint. I think we had a nice.
All of y'all don't talk. I can't go.
You came in late as usual. You came in
late. Not really. Yeah, I was researching some stuff first, and then my man was about to go to work, so I had to get some attention.
Oh, yeah.
That's why it took me so long to come back. But I ain't gonna be too long. I'm gonna kill two birds with one stone.
No, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you the controls. I'm gone. I'm telling you. This is how long.
How you gonna give me the controls? I ain't gonna be too long. Literally 10 minutes.
Make me the host,
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the host, yo. Y'all gonna be this bitch for 3 hours.
We need to get to the bottom of this shit.
Yeah, man, we can't end on this note like this shit.
Shit. Yes,
we about to end on a good note.
Live the play another day.
Give me the host.
I am. I say live the play another day.
Yeah, makeshift the host, man, so we can.
That's a great thing. Live the play another day. Y'all win this motherfucker. I can smell it. Let me see. There you go, Chef. You the man. Hey,
y'all know what time it is. I'm the host now.
It's over with. Hey, make sure y'all hit that GoFundMe. Right now, we got $0 million in that joint. Just to let y'all know. Put that in there for me real quick, CK, before you rock out.
Okay, they might be
hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that GoFundMe, man. We did.
I don't know. They might be thinking about a certain book that never got released. That's probably why they're thinking the same thing happening again.
What book didn't get released? You talking about something I put out?
Oh, nothing you put out. I'm just saying,
Talking about Garfield's book?
People start feeling some type of way when they see GoFundMes.
I don't care what they didn't feel that way till you just brought it back up again. Every time I have a go, you bring shit up.
How you gave me this long ass link? This shit ain't gonna go in here.
Oh, I don't know why it ain't working. I don't know. Boy, you stay on my GoFundMe, yo. Because other niggas popping and stealing.
This is your channel. You should be able to post links.
I'm not.
But the one that you sent me is too long.
Is it?
Yup. I copied and pasted exactly what you sent me. Hold on. Let me try something else.
There's one in the back chat.
Yeah, that ain't long. One in the back chat.
Oh, You sent me one to my personal phone number. I didn't know you put a different one in the back chat.
Yeah, put it in the back chat. Anyway, the GoFundMe's got bad names now.
Yeah, making it seem like people got short memories. They really
Oh,
don't.
but that's you. You always felt that way about GoFundMe's, though, CK. Remember?
Well, I am a big hater of GoFundMe's, except for one. I'm a little biased, except for one.
Right. There ain't nobody trying to get nobody. Shit. Well, you either do it or you don't. Shit. The hell I'm gonna do? I do what I do.
That's not a link.
Man, it is a link, yo.
Who the fuck it isn't?
How's that not a link?
Because when I click on it, it takes me nowhere.
Really?
It looked pretty short though. I ain't gonna lie when I looked at it.
I don't know what you got going on.
Yeah, don't do nothing.
That's the only thing they gave.
Oh, y'all heard? Dang, I'm cutting in. My bad.
Go ahead, Sean. Please do.
Hey, did y'all not hear Lindsey Graham just a minute ago?
Wasn't looking. I'm on this motherfucker.
Yeah, you tripping. Lindsey Graham just had the most animated response. He said, out of anybody in this room, I didn't vote. I didn't want Joe to win. I flew out over the world with Joe. I hated for Joe to even be on the ticket. I ain't want Joe to lose. But God dang it, he won. We gotta stop. He said me, but he said me out of all the people in this room, maybe I need to say it the loudest. Joe and Kamala Harris won the election.
Yeah,
he went through a whole spiel. He said, listen, the Supreme Court said there were no fraudulent cases. The other judges said there was no fraudulent cases. He said, if Al Gore can stand in front of us and say that he lost the election 5-4, I can stand right here and say Biden won 4-3. He said, I can accept 4-3 if Gore can accept 5-4. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, man, we got to stop. We got to put all this pettiness to the side. It's time to move on. The man won. Don't do, he said, Mike Pence, he said, man, I applaud you. I'm behind you. I know you're going to do the constitutional thing. He said, we Republicans, conservatives, he said, we stand on the Constitution. So I know you're going to do the right thing. He said, and I applaud you for what you did, what you said earlier today. And I know you got a hard job, but Mr. President just flat out wrong.
It's the pseudo, yo. And you know what? Y'all want to hear something funny, though? You know how it was pseudo? Because the shit wasn't planned, nor was it organized. That's how pseudo it was. They just happened to fall into the motherfucking Capitol. Boom, looked up and said, damn, we're in the Capitol. That shit wasn't planned out. Start hanging off the rafters, running around in the rooms. And
yeah, they was across, they was down the street. They was down like way away from the lawn.
So that's the point. That's not a well-organized strike against the United States government. That's how pseudos work. They end up in some shit that they didn't even realize they was in the motherfucker. It wasn't. That's how you know it was pseudo, that they gone, yo. It's over with, yo. Washington, D.C. is cleared up. They're gone home. It was a pseudo march, yo. Shit wasn't no well-organized plot, conspiracy, inside job. Nah, hell no. It was pseudo at its best. That's why I keep saying, stop being pseudo. Pseudo can't win you nothing. It's the most disorganized foolery, and pseudoism get you killed around this motherfucker. A lady lost her life on that pseudo ass shit today. It was so pseudo that it's over with, y'all, in 1 hour. Pseudo shit.
And only one person died. Only one person died.
Oh man, that shit wasn't well organized. Don't let Mike trick you. Well organized plan. The top of the government, they had their tired of voting. They vote. Stop it. Yeah, I'm out of here. Y'all rock out. Here on Wish McCormick. Here you go. Yeah, that was the pseudo moving at its best. Go ahead, Sister CK. Try to put that link in there. We'll figure it out. I'm out.
What do you mean? Tiffany don't put it in there a bazillion times. All night.
Okay, shit. Well, you should put in there a bazillion and 2 times. Partner in crime.
All right.
Damn, nigga,
anyways,
no more love. What the hell's going on in this world now?
Ever since I got shadow banned, I told you I was gonna be iffy about dropping links like that.
The malarkey is running amok.
What link you talk?
Are you completely forgetting the shadow ban I received for like a whole week?
So you think so what? Because I forgot you conspiracy too.
Yeah,
what do you mean? It's an actual thing that happens to people. I mean, I'm exaggerating by using the term.
Shadow nothing. He wasn't that. No.
Nah, if I was shadow banned, I wouldn't even have a channel no more.
Right, come on, yo, you came up with all kind of shit. CK, my favorite.
I was exaggerating for comic effect. Like y'all should know me by now.
Yeah, that's what they got.
Don't mention GoFundMe. Hey, yo, they trying to, dang. All right, man.
Anyways,
I'm out.
I
There
was
you go.
trying to go in for a
Chef,
good
make
5 minutes, but everybody wanted to,
Go ahead. We still here.
business. So I'm finna share my screen. Please bear with me. I know y'all just dealt with a decent amount of reading. Y'all just gonna have to bear with me. I'm gonna try to be brief and quick.
I
We're
learn how
gonna
to
start off with,
summarize these things. I swear to God.
anyways, moving on. I'm gonna go over a couple quick things real quick. Try to see if I can kill two birds with one stone. And we're gonna start off with this article here from MSN. Conspiracy Theory Encyclopedia, Wikispooks is thriving during the coronavirus pandemic, seeing huge traffic gains in search from search engines. So I just want to see if y'all see any correlation to certain things that people have been saying tonight and see how suspect it is. So we're gonna keep it right on moving. And also, I thought I'd mention that Wikispooks has nothing to do with Wikipedia. There's a decent amount of Wikipedia wannabe sites out there, super pseudo, super littered with misinformation. But I digress. So, data compiled for the Insider by the analytics firm, similar web show that an online conspiracy theory encyclopedia called Wikispooks saw a 90% traffic increase in the U.S. from March of 2020 to May during the height of the US coronavirus pandemic. The data indicated that many people are landing on Wikispooks websites through organic search from search engines like Google. Misinformation and conspiracy theories have run rampant during the pandemic and recent protests. It hasn't really been around that long. It's only been around since about 2010, but the whole website is centered around unfounded conspiracy theory, that deep state cabal, elite, all that good stuff, blah, blah, blah. So with the online encyclopedia used by conspiracy theorists, it exposed the deep state within the world government has had a 93% traffic increase during the pandemic. So a lot of people have been going to the site or somehow, some way finding their way onto the site. As you can see, they had a traffic increase of up to 132%. And it's definitely been pretty nuts with this site. So I wanted to bring that up to see how a lot of the, I guess you could say, pseudos could be coming into contact with a lot of information, and just people that may just be skeptical come into contact with this kind of information, and then they start believing it's true, and then they spread it. I didn't want to go into too much detail with it. I kind of skimmed through it a bit. But yeah.
PK, what is you talking about?
So we're moving on. Moving on.
CK.
Uh-huh.
What is you talking about?
What? I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, there's a
I was
whole
gonna let it kind of click for some people. It might click for some people.
there's a whole
But
scientific argument, scientific article written on like when how conspiracy theories form, and this is a type of climate that they normally take
yeah,
root in. They did like a whole origin,
I got you.
a tracing back in time and watching how during certain time periods when civil unrest or a tragic incident happened, like that's when these conspiracy theories start growing roots.
but yeah, the same Wikispook website, the conspiracy levels kind of high, pseudo levels like right there in the middle. And pretty much why they're saying that is because they do mix some truth in there. And then they just go way left with the conclusion, like how Chef was saying earlier, like, people conclusion just be way off. So the QAnon people, they have a lot in common with this whole, I guess you want to call it, if you want to call it, a coup that's trying to be taking place right now.
Go into that, the garden and QAnon and the coup scenario.
What'd you say?
See, they had the QAnon and the coup scenario. You can see
Yeah. And this is a pretty good one too.
See what it said. QAnon is an online conspiracy theory based on. You just had.
Oh, you wanted me to start from the top?
No, it's down. See, go down. Keep going. I mean, keep rolling.
Got you.
See right there.
Gotcha. I see. That's pretty much because I know some people may not be familiar with QAnon. And I ain't gonna lie, I ain't really been familiar with them until last year either. You know, but that's pretty much just to give y'all like the short-term basis. QAnon, it started off with this one dude called himself Q, claimed that he had security clearance and all this craziness, and started posting a gang of stuff on 4chan forums. Like how back in the day they had the little incel forums and the trying to remember the Gamergate back in the day, littered with white supremacists up in there, and they just get on these forums and talk crazy, son. So this dude put a gang of articles out, and it gained a lot of traction, and a lot of people started believing what he was posting because he claimed that he had all this clearance and knew all of this stuff. So now you have this one person having millions of people believing what he's saying. You got kids in school bringing up all of these conspiracy theories and everything. Same thing with the whole fraudulent election thing. Like they were talking about that in those forums too, before the president was talking crazy, talking about, oh, they may try to steal the election and do this and do that, blah. So I didn't want to go into too detail because we've already heard enough reading tonight.
My fault.
But I will be dropping these articles in the Discord server.
Sir.
But there's one more thing I wanted to go over, and then that'll be it. I'm not going over that one. I just wanted to show that. And then this one goes about the AI tool that they're using to try to detect a lot of these conspiracy theories that pop up on the internet. I'm gonna put that one in the Discord server. And then this is a good one too that goes in about the birth of the deep state, the whole birth of this whole conspiracy theory in regards to the deep state. And this one's very well written by this dude. He's also an author too as well. But hold on, was that it? Oh no. Okay, so boom. Whoops, stand by. I wanted to bring this up too to kind of tie it into what Truth was bringing up earlier about the white supremacists infiltrating the law enforcement. So I don't know if people remember this, but back when Obama was in office, the FBI had released a document basically letting everybody know that, hey, we have a problem. We have a problem. Like, we have found white supremacists infiltrating, law enforcement like everywhere.
Yeah, they made that public. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was back in 2006, mind you. We are in 2020 now.
They said it again like sooner than that. Like I heard it recently, like maybe a couple years ago, 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, they brought it back up again, but the real question is, what are these agencies seriously doing to combat this? And technically, they really can't. I mean, they probably could come up with rules in their hiring to say, hey, that you can't be a part of these organizations if you want to work here. But really, they can't violate their freedom of speech. They can be a part of any organization that they want, as long as
some
it's
of it's
not like
done
a
in
terrorist
secrecy.
organization.
Yeah, some is done in secrecy, so they don't really have a way of vetting their background. You know what I mean? Unless they, unless they go deeper than what the law would allow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this guy right here, I forgot. Actually, I'm not going to read it. I'm basically just going to say it does talk about some literature, like, for example, the Turner Diaries and the Hunter, and decent amount of other literature. And I'm not going to lie, the books they're pseudo as hell, super duper conspiracy theory. But I'm telling you, these books, especially the Turner Diaries, that book specifically, these white supremacists, they use that book very heavily when it comes to like their thought process and ideology, when it comes to things that they plan and do, like they're following that book almost to the T. And if y'all want to take a peek at this pseudo behind white supremacist book, it is in the MBK Discord server, digital, free. For those that just want to take a peek and see, like, yo, what are these crazy white people getting all this stuff from? I'm telling you, it's that book. And there's one like little term that they talk about here that I wanted to bring up as well. The whole trade crafting thing. And it's basically a term that's used like called the ghost skins. And basically it's a way for people that are white supremacists to be able to not have to display their beliefs and stuff openly, but still be in these different professions and I guess you could say being a specialist in this and that and the third, but not be open with how they really feel. So, like I said, I'm not gonna go too deep into this one. I definitely will put this in the Discord server. I'll try to bring it to the pseudo killers as well. I do have a channel in there called scientific racism or racism in science kind of thing. And I mean, none of these articles really have anything to do with racism in science per se, but it kind of all ties into a degree. And I just kind of wanted to bring those two things up. I don't know if everybody really kind of gets where I was going at. Like my main point was basically that, hey, we surrounded by conspiracies. We surrounded by people with misinformation. This stuff is not hard to infiltrate the internet. It's not that hard to infiltrate the Black community, apparently. And as Kyle has went over, has Brother Truth Ministries has gone over, it's clear that these white supremacist views have infiltrated the Black community as well. You know what I mean? And then just I wanted to kind of piggyback and support him on that clear fact that it's clear that white supremacists definitely have infiltrated law enforcement. So that whole craziness that y'all saw go down at the Capitol, it did not shock me in the slightest. Unc called me crazy. Unc said, oh, CK, they ain't finna do nothing. Oh, they ain't gonna be able to do no dictatorship, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yo, it doesn't have to be successful. Most of these dictatorships, when they take over, yo, usually the first couple of times that they try is not successful. It took Hitler 10 years to get in power. It's the
Hold
fact
on.
that he's attempting. You see how far he can kind of get with it. And I said, yo, Trump don't have to do nothing. He don't have to have the military. Did you see how many people voted for this dude? And how many people legitimately think that there's something evil afoot going about? They gonna act crazy. Oh, CK, ain't nothing gonna happen, blah, blah, blah. And I said, let's wait till January. Let's wait till it gets closer, especially to the date where it's official that Trump is out. Let's see how these people act. I expect them to act a fool. I expect there to be some violence. And lo and behold, look what happens today. So I'm on the fence that I think that a lot of white supremacists have definitely infiltrated law enforcement. I am on the not on the fence. I mean on the side. I'm on the side of that. Definitely law enforcement. They probably either let them people come through, or B, they probably were told to because they didn't want to cause a scene, oh, as long as they're peaceful, everything's okay. And then when people started acting crazy, like now they have to scramble. It is what it is. That's all I want to go over.
Okay, but
Hopefully it wasn't too confusing.
there's obviously some people, white supremacists in law enforcement, right? So what degree, what percentage? That there's 200 police officers working at the Capitol, then how many of those 200 are white supremacists? You see what I'm saying? And then how will those few be able to act out of line and not come under the scrutiny of the hundreds? You see what I'm saying?
I got a question for CK.
Go.
Can you hear me?
Shoot.
CK.
How could I not hear you?
When you think of a white supremacist, what image comes to your head?
KKK.
I mean, people that are people that are pushing white supremacist ideology. It don't necessarily have to be someone that is part of a white supremacist organization. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. The Proud Boys, they are not a white supremacist organization. The
Says
Southern
who?
Poverty Law Center does not have them labeled as a white supremacist organization. They are actually an alt-right organization. But all of these groups, like them alt-right groups and those quote unquote white nationalist groups, they still push a lot of white supremacist ideology. So I don't play with it. I don't sit up here and try to label them different stuff. I don't mind agreeing with somebody if they want to say, hey, no, CK, they're actually such and such. I'll agree with you, but I just don't feel like muddying the waters. Call it what it is. They're all white supremacists.
I'm gonna tell you how.
They're just different
for me
branches. What's up?
For me,
The
this is
best,
how.
I want to just respond to that real quick, bro. The best white supremacist looks like Warren Buffett and Bill Gates. Just put that, just remember that.
Why you
That's what the
name
best
them,
ones
though?
look
I
like.
know, right? Go ahead, Chef.
Why
Go
would you like? That was just nasty what you just did.
Yeah.
Like, you know, especially when you have ones that literally try to help. You feel me? Like, but anywho, for me, I'm like white people. Whenever I see a group of white men gathered together or in a group, I think white supremacist. I think just like when they see a group of black people, they think gang. I see a group of white people, I think racist group. You feel me? You have to have a fast, quick way to categorize people so you can know how to deal with them. It's just like when you walking down the street. They say don't prejudge. I prejudge all the time. I
Shit,
was
me
able to
too.
stay alive, you feel me, by being prejudiced. If I see a group of dudes with hoodies on one side of the street and it's dark, I'm getting on the other side of the street. I didn't prejudge that them niggas is up to no good. It's more.
I prejudge
I
in
don't.
advance.
Right. I don't have to wait. Right. If I'm walking through a white neighborhood and I see some white boys with tattoos all on their bodies, you know what I
Truck.
mean? And they get behind me, it's time for me to try to lose the motherfuckers. You feel me? Like, it's just like, you can call it, if I get on a plane and there's a goddamn dude with a turban on talking Arabic, you feel me, all loud, I'm telling the air marshal, get your off the plane. I don't feel comfortable.
You need to be looking out for the ones in suits.
Look, but that's not the uniform. If I see somebody, if you're wearing the uniform of a terrorist, that's readily identifiable. If you're wearing the uniform of a goddamn gang member, right, or somebody if you're wearing the uniform of a police officer, then I'm going to think you're a police officer. You feel me? If you got tattoos, skull and bones, and you take your shirt off and you're a white boy, I'm gonna say that motherfucker a skinhead. You feel me? You gotta be quick, yo. You can't be sitting back. I judge people off the content of their character. You'll get yourself smoked like that. You feel me? You can't sit back and wait for that. Now, if me and you sit down and have a conversation, then I can, do a little bit more peering into your character. But on first look, it's just like when white people see black people, right? And they say, well, she locked her car doors. Yo, she had to make a split decision.
Shit, I
Do
do
I
that
try to
shit,
judge?
nigga.
Should
I do that
judge should I judge him by his character or by what I see? You feel me? Like, I got a split second before I can lock this door before this nigga drag me out this car. What you gonna do? You feel me? Like, so I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I do that shit, nigga. Shit, if I'm in my car, sometimes I be zoned out. I be like, let me lock my door in case they got creep up on my ass. Shit. Every day.
Right. So it's not a matter of we hate that we're portrayed as the the vagrant and the criminal in this country, right? So it hits us a little bit different, especially when you go to work every day. You feel me? You like, yo, why? But yo, we have to understand that we got painted a certain type of way in this country by the media. So yeah, I mean, we can't expect white people to just disregard all of that, right? The same way we can if we take our children to school and the school keeps saying our children have behavioral problems that we don't see at home, right? Because for the most part, you know your child. You feel me? I ain't one of those parents that act like I don't know my child. But if you know your child behavioral issues at home, right? And you take your child to school and your child and the teachers are of a different ethnicity or race, right? And they always pointing your child out, and your child is the only black person, then that should raise an alarm, right? That should raise an alarm. But we can't act like stereotypes don't exist. So the people that was in DC today riding or whatever they call themselves, they looked at like to me from for me being prejudiced, prejudging them, they look like some white people, like Unc said, who don't like to be told what to do. Uppity ass white folk. You feel me? So I don't see the Rust Belt white folk, the disenfranchised ones that lost their jobs in factories. And that ain't look like those people.
It wasn't.
You feel me?
People that can afford to travel to DC. You
Yeah,
feel
exactly.
from there.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
and there's a
one
lot
person
of
get killed. Like, it ain't about that life if one person get killed and it's over. Like, come on,
right.
bro.
But we gotta act like DC is not in the middle of nowhere. And it's surrounded by rich white counties all around it. You dig what I'm saying? So those people could have been Maryland, Virginia, Delaware. Come on.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like those. Go ahead. Go ahead, Truth.
No, I was just saying, definitely. They definitely came from, like I seen, because I be watching them lives and shit. So a couple of them I know came from Carroll County. That's right in Maryland. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right in Maryland.
You know what I'm saying? You know, on the other side of the bridge, past the lakes, when you go over the bridge, that's straight motherfucking Trump country. You know what I mean? That's where all them supremacists live at.
Yeah, so I mean, like Maryland, like, come on now, we know. You feel me? Like, if you're not from Maryland, yo, most of these counties be motherfucking Republican, like, you know what I mean? Like, the reason why Maryland carries Democrat is because PG County and Baltimore. You know what I mean? Like, other than that, man, this shit nasty. You feel me? It's nasty, man. Like, we got a Republican governor. So, I mean, it ain't, you know, I mean, it's crazy.
Man, they ain't tripping like that down here in Atlanta. They do that shit like out in the other Forsyth kind of like out there more in the boondocks where they had like KKK march and stuff like that. Like they ain't gathering in mass on some like rush up in a goddamn open carry state with all these goddamn black folks. Shit, they ain't trying to do nothing like that.
Yeah, see, but that's in Atlanta and surrounding counties around Atlanta that's heavily populated by black people. But if y'all was to have a KKK rally was held in Atlanta, all of those people from Georgia, remember Atlanta is in Georgia. Don't think that y'all ain't surrounded by the motherfucking KKK in Georgia.
Yeah. They on them damn outer edges. You feel me?
Y'all
That's what
surrounded.
I'm in a surrounding county.
Y'all surrounded.
You where?
I'm in Paulding County.
Yeah. You way up
45
there.
minutes.
Yeah, you way up there.
That's why I got a AK-47, an AR-15, and about 3 or 4 other guns.
Man,
so when people talk about Baltimore, you know, Baltimore is a black city just like Atlanta, but yo, we surrounded by white people. You know what I mean? Like Baltimore is surrounded. Like all of the counties, Queen Anne's, it's white people.
I feel safer around white people.
Okay.
Shit, not me now. You won't catch me out there in Paulding County. I got a homegirl out there. I'm out there one time. So I'm good on that.
Hey man, I know exactly where they at. They know exactly where I'm at. That's so.
Feel safer because they don't see you as a threat.
I see their gun, they see my gun. I wear my shit open carry sometime, and I got a concealed carry permit.
Could y'all imagine Baltimore being open carry?
Oof.
It is.
You know why
Yeah.
people lose their damn minds.
When I go to an area and I see that speed limit at 25 and no higher, shit, I already know this ain't no place I'm trying to be. That's the
I-
trap town right there.
I had a run-in with the sheriff, and it was at a town hall and everything at the church. I'll share that with you one of these nights. But we good friends now.
Yeah, so let's get to this. Right now, Mike, you was making a lot of points earlier, right? And I was following you. You feel me? It was actually a good presentation. You know what I mean?
But
Just because
time to assassinate me.
no,
Hey, he
just
dressed,
because
he dressing
just
up good
because
though. He dressing
right.
up real good though. He nice with it. I ain't gonna lie. You nice
Yeah,
with it.
just because I don't agree with your conclusion don't mean that you ain't, you feel me, put your shit together. Like I said, I respect your mind. You feel me? I respect your mind. Like, yo, you definitely put that together. So my thing is, because you seem to follow a lot of conspiracies. You feel me? Like, it just don't stop with government. You take it to science. You know what I mean? Like, so you can tell. Can you be honest that that's just the way your mind work right now at this stage in your life?
So, yes, I'm gonna answer
Okay.
directly because religion lied to me. I've been down that road. I spent 20 years in politics. I've been down that road. Corporations, all that shit. When you get to the root of it, after you spend a lot of time and energy, and I mean, when you invest your life into a belief system, and I think politics is a belief system. I think religion obviously is a belief system, but even
It's a disease. It's a disease, yo. I
being in
coined this
corporate
term.
America,
Right,
that's
I
a
agree.
belief system.
Now
What
what
about
you
So you
science?
said,
decided to buy into another belief system?
What
no,
about
hold
science,
on.
bro? What
I
What
have
about
he
shedded
said,
all of them. I don't trust any system.
right. So check it out. What he
Conspiracy
said,
theories, that is a belief system. It's
like
literally
check,
like if you went in the dictionary, it would just be a big picture and it would just say conspiracy with an eye in the middle and a
right.
pyramid around the
But
eye.
CK is deeper than that. You heard what he just said, right? Religion lied to him. You know what I mean? All I
But these
call it.
conspiracy theories aren't, and the people that came up with them.
No, listen. I call it the Easter Bunny. I call this the Easter Bunny syndrome, right? And I feel like people who, religion, right? When they find out that their religion wasn't true. It's like a little child who find out that the tooth fairy ain't real. Now he disbelieve everything that the establishment said. You feel me? Like anything that's established, you go against it now. You feel me? You go against religion. You go against science. You go against politics. You dig what I'm saying? Like
Nah, but you
everything
can't
is a
paint me with a
conspiracy
broad
now.
brush like that. You're painting a broad brush as though I didn't spend time in these different areas.
Yeah, I agree. Like most of us have, right? When I found out, I was raised Muslim. When I found out, when I came to the conclusion that it was bullshit to me, right? I didn't then just start I didn't throw everything into the can of conspiracy, right? I didn't then take that same mistrust that I had for my religion over to science.
And I haven't done that either. So let me respond to what
Oh
So
happened.
you
yes, you
believe in
have.
flat Earth?
What has happened is I've come to the realization that if religion can have dishonest people with ulterior motives, then so can politics, then so can big business, and so can science. The broad brush that you guys paint is that for whatever reason you think all the scientists have fallen from the sky and they all are totally ethical. They don't lie, they don't cheat, they're not in it for the money. That's your position. My
Not
position is
scientists,
that everybody
science.
is corruptible, no matter what industry they're in.
And I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah, but
When
when
you're talking about a person, but see, we're talking about an enterprise, right? When you're talking about science, right? You're saying scientists. That's a person. Yeah, a person can be corruptible. Definitely. A person can lie. A person can have ulterior motives, right? But what we're saying about science is that is self-correcting, right? You can do a science experiment, right, and disprove a faulty scientist if you was smart enough. The only way you can disprove science is with science. You see what I'm saying? You can't just say is I'm sorry to keep harping on this, but this is the biggest one so far, the flat Earth thing, right? So can you tell me of a scientist that you know of that lied about the Earth being a sphere?
No. I just want how can we get how he come to the conclusion that the Earth was flat? Like what evidence led him to say it's
and
flat?
what liar did you listen to that said you?
Like how'd you end up at the flat Earth? I'm always curious.
Have you ever heard of Joseph Mengele?
No.
You've heard of him, haven't you, CK?
Go ahead and go down your pseudo rabbit hole. I'm eating anyway.
Who's Joseph Mengele? Sound like a Nazi.
Exactly. He was the top Nazi scientist.
Damn. Good.
He was the top Nazi scientist under Adolf Hitler in Germany.
Okay.
Look him up. If you look up Joseph Mengele, he was hailed around the world. I think they was talking about giving him the Nobel Peace Prize at the time. The point is, at the same time, this man was having all these accolades laid on him because Germany at the time wasn't considered a bad country. In fact, Adolf Hitler was on the cover of Time magazine. He was highly credentialed. He was a scientist. He was corrupt, and he was also involved in genocide. So I think that you need to just take a step back before you put a halo on Dr. Fauci or anybody else and understand that there have been corrupt, evil people who.
But Fauci ain't bodying people in gas chambers.
Well, you
How
don't
did
know
that
that.
prove your point about the flat Earth, though?
But hold on, yeah, because you're talking about the angel of death.
But you don't know that.
We'll ask you how you
You gotta
came
have
to
evidence first. You can't just assume stuff about people. I can assume that you're a terrible person. You murder children in your backyard, underneath the ground, in the basement, and have no proof of that.
You have to make that
with
assumption.
that dude. He threw us off with a Nazi.
You have to make that assumption.
He was on. How did you come to?
Okay. Like I said, I can flip that pseudo claim right back on you.
Yeah, you falling for the trap. You falling for the trap.
No, I'm not falling for the trap. I'm playing. I'm being a pseudo just like him. Mike, I think that you got some kids in the back. You bodying some children back there.
Yeah.
We don't know what you really doing back there. See, look at that closet behind him. You don't know what he got in that closet.
CK.
It could be a KKK hoodie up in there.
Screen.
You should take that same approach.
I know. I'm just being sarcastic.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. That's the kind of level of logic that we're dealing with.
No, flat Earth, bro. Go ahead. How'd you come? Like, what information? What data? What event? Earthly event led you to the conclusion that the Earth was flat?
What led you to believe that it's round?
Oh, you got a globe?
What led you to believe it's round?
Oh my God, yo, you got a globe.
Why do you think
well, we can we can look at the eclipse, right?
No,
right.
That's not a good example.
Okay, well, give me an example of how the eclipse worked in the flat Earth.
The eclipse shows the shape of the Earth.
Really?
The shadow passes past the moon, and we see the shape of the Earth. How that's not a? Huh?
Is that right?
Yes.
Like a lunar eclipse. Google lunar eclipses, and how many times have the moon have been in the sky while the eclipse was going on? So the moon is over here. The eclipse is happening.
The shadow.
No, you have to have all three line up in order to get the shadow, man. It's called a lunar eclipse.
Yo,
it involves the moon.
Show me how the eclipse work in the flat Earth, bro. Can you demonstrate that? Like so?
Look up lunar eclipse. Not so.
No, it work in the flat Earth, though.
Yeah, but see, I don't want to discuss that tonight. You're not gonna get me tonight.
Yeah, I promise you, because I was like, I mean,
not tonight, but this is a good model, though, isn't it? If you understand, see, people think the flat Earth is like a square and you drive off. What they don't understand is that people who advocate the flat Earth, they look at it like a record player. So this is Antarctica.
Yeah, we got a whole brother Sanchez do the whole spill on that, bro. Like that ain't like
It's funny that people
Hold
think,
on,
well,
what is
am
Antarctica?
I going to drive off the flat Earth? No, you can't. That's misinformation. This globe Earth that you've been given is a new phenomenon. It came out with Copernicus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Prior to that,
Sanchez
all
all
of
day.
the ancients thought that the Earth was flat. In fact, the ancient
They
Egyptians.
was wrong.
All right,
Man,
that's
the Greeks knew that the Earth wasn't flat.
That's your position.
1,000 years. No, that's their position. I mean,
that's your position.
No, it's not my position. No, it's their position.
There's many ancient civilizations that thought that we had a flat Earth.
They were wrong. They also thought bloodletting was a way to get demons out
And
of
these are
you.
the same people that built the pyramids.
Yeah, lobotomies.
You know, and
bro, I wasn't even sure that the Egyptians thought the Earth was flat. I don't.
Yeah, I can show you the diagram. Yep,
They
it's
make
in their
that?
cosmology.
Cause I mean, I watch. I mean, I don't watch too much, brother Sanchez, but you right on line with brother Sanchez.
Well, I mean, brother Sanchez is a Christian who kind of is. He got his own thing. I'm not going to speak for him, man. I speak for myself. But I don't know if the Earth is flat, and I don't know if it's round, and neither do you.
Yeah, but so do you think? So you think nobody knows?
I think some people probably know, those who are involved in low Earth orbit exploration.
Okay, but so do you believe that
Why you keep saying belief, man? First of all, I'm not a religious believer. I don't believe anything.
Forget the belief is just a word. Like you can't get rid of
Flat
belief.
Earth is a belief.
Do you accept the fact that? Do you accept the fact that humans have went into space?
I think the only thing that humans have sent into space is their imagination.
Okay, so
Wait
you don't
a minute.
believe in space?
What about all these other countries that's sending rockets up in the outer space? It ain't just the U.S.
So you don't think there's satellites up in space?
So they lying too?
Do you have GPS on your phone?
The GPS is ground based.
No. Oh my good.
Dude, they use satellite for that.
Yeah, he indeed. Yeah, he
Google
indeed.
Maps is using satellite.
Satellite.
I'll give you a classic example. Most people
Global
think the
position
internet
and satellite.
is satellite control, but do y'all know that most internet cables run under the ocean?
That's not.
Now,
Let's
look it up together. Let's look up satellite cables that connect our continent through the with the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. Let's look at the cables because there are long articles on that.
Yeah, when they build the cables, like when they start building the cables.
You said the internet is running under the Pacific Ocean?
Yes, there are cables that.
Wow.
Yeah, who
I
built
don't think
it?
that
You
that's
got a laptop,
viable.
bro? Hold up. Don't say wow. Look it up. Challenge me.
No, I'm saying when did they start building them?
Right.
It's no different than fiber optic cables. They've been had it in place and they maintain. Let me see if I can find an article for
What year did they start placing these cables in the specific?
Yeah, fiber optic cables didn't come along just not too long.
Ocean?
Yeah.
You know how
Let's
big
pull it up.
the-
Let's pull it up. It's fun look.
It don't even have to be an exact year. Just be like around this such and such time period,
I'm not playing that
1970s
game,
or
CK.
whatever.
I'm not doing that with you tonight.
What? So do you not
saying
know?
that they can run cables across the Pacific Ocean?
That's what
but
they
they
do,
can't put
man.
satellites.
That's
in the
what
sky.
they do. That's not.
But
wow.
I'm just saying you don't know when they started
That's
putting
a
these
fact
cables in the
that they
ocean.
do it.
I don't even
Let's
believe
pull
that.
the
That
article up
sounds
and I'll share my
crazy.
screen. All right.
After the transatlantic slave trade or before the transatlantic? When they start like when?
Dave Chappelle in the house. All right.
That's very important information because that'll dagger your behind once you start giving us a year. That's why you don't want to give us the year.
Cables.
We already know you're finna give us a
internet.
pseudo source, so by all means, continue.
Now I'm gonna use the same source that y'all use.
And what would that be?
Google.
That is not a source, so that's
You know,
it's a search engine.
Let's see here.
Get him, Mike.
Let's see.
I don't even use Google.
I love Google.
Yahoo.
Let's find a source. You said underground cables.
Yeah.
All
right.
And
So
you about to go on a
submarine
pseudo trend. Don't do it,
communications
so.
cable. I'm gonna pull this up now. Let's look it up. I want to share my screen. Let me make sure I got two screens here going.
I'm putting internet cable in the Pacific Ocean.
All right. Y'all ready to read this together? You ready, kids?
But what does that have to do?
So it looks like, to answer your question, CK, they've begun in the 1850s with telegraphs. This is an ongoing thing.
What?
Modern cables. Let's see here.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the same type of cable,
Oh,
sir.
no. Just give it a chance now, CK. Relax. Calm down. There we go. Bandwidth. Instruction.
Please somehow, some way tie this into the Earth being flat.
No,
the flowers not having satellites in the
tied it
darn
into the fact
space.
that, yeah, satellite communications is not the only form of ground-based communication.
Now you're moving the goalpost, sir.
No, you deny it completely.
Ground-based.
You said there's no satellites, right?
Ground-based gives us our.
It went from no satellites to there's some.
So I don't think that anything can go outside of lower Earth orbit. Nothing.
And do you have proof that that's not possible?
Yes, I have a couple videos. Would you like to see the videos?
No.
I was hoping more of a scientific article, but
no, these are world-renowned astronauts. Like, they're very famous.
How they gonna be astronauts? And you said they didn't go out to space.
Isn't that the anomaly, man? That's something else, right?
You just called them astronauts.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what NASA calls them. I call them astronauts. They're not astronauts.
Like, you funny.
But they call them astronauts. I mean, they do. That's what they do. They call them that, you know. But I'll share it with you if you want me to. I mean, you know, if y'all got time. I know you know. If you ain't got time, I understand.
Hold up.
Yeah, but you still didn't disprove satellites in space, though.
Yeah, I know.
You said that so GPS. So your GPS is being controlled by underwater cables. That's your claim.
I'm telling you that the question was the internet.
No, he said, do you have GPS on your car? And you said the GPS is not controlled by satellites.
Right.
So they're controlled by the underwater cables, right? Fiber optics control GPS.
Ground-based technology. It could be.
But how though?
The GPS could be using phone towers, satellite towers, but not satellites. Prime example of that is, how many times have you gone, like if you've been traveling, and the first thing they tell you on your phone is that you're roaming. If you get out of a city, or if you, like in Georgia, outside of Atlanta, we climb a place called Kennesaw Mountain. So Kennesaw Mountain is, I think, it's about a mile above sea level. It's pretty high up. You can like see Atlanta from Kennesaw. The point is, when you get up there, your cell phone don't work. Now, if it was controlled by satellites, yeah, I should have the greatest service in the world, but I don't.
Towers.
I don't.
The towers.
But let me ask you this.
Because it is
You
the
above the
tower.
towers.
Now, another example, if I'm traveling, like I used to live in Buffalo. That's what it take 14 hours to drive to Buffalo. I get to some places in Ohio, some rural areas. Guess what? My phone go into roaming because ain't no cities and towns around.
But
It's
listen,
supposed to be satellites.
Cell phones are controlled by.
But there's satellites,
towers.
right?
because you have to be listen. Yeah, but listen.
You
Okay,
missing
but
it, yo.
if you accept the source, right? We go to the source by GPS, right? Or I can share it to a reader. But it said the GPS system is of 30 plus navigation satellites circling the Earth.
Yeah.
The GPS receiver in your phone listens for those signals. Once the receiver calculates the distance from the 4 more GPS satellites, it can figure out where you are. The Earth is surrounded by navigation satellites. So you throw that out, like.
No, explain roaming then. Like I should never be roaming, based on what you said.
Because you're talking about towers now.
Right, because all the towers are in the city. When I'm in the city, when I'm in
AKA satellite phones, where people are out in the mother flipping desert with no mother flipping internet and can still talk to people.
No. The communication is bad.
Satellite phones, or the military, they be using satellite phones when they're out in war areas where there's no internet.
How many have you used?
There's no phone.
When you use the last? When's the last
because
satellite
if you have a
satellite phone,
it'd be different if you was in the military. But if you have a phone, but listen, if you have a phone, right, that phone is with a particular service. It may be T-Mobile, it may be Verizon, and these phone services have towers.
Hey, let me just show you the video with the astronaut. All right, here you go.
I'm saying like
You
you just refused it. So what I'm saying, you just throw that out completely.
All right, I tell you what, you won. You feel better?
No, I mean it's not about winning. We having a conversation. Like
satellites exist, man. You know they totally exist.
yeah, we having a
I
conversation.
mean, the evidence is overwhelming.
Yeah, overwhelming. I'm overwhelmed. Here you go. This is Terry. Listen to Terry.
This is one reason we don't use videos, kind of that source.
No, this is an astronaut. Do y'all want to look him up? Seriously.
Might as well, bro.
I mean, did he have a nervous breakout in space?
No. Just look him up. I want you to know that he got credentials.
But was he discredited though?
Can you hear him?
Nope.
Okay. Here we go.
It's something that is much
now we
bigger
can.
than we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Eventually, they're going to go to the moon. I'll let you hear it again.
This new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Now, he's talking about Orion. It's a new rocket. I'll let you hear it again. And because I have the video for the new rocket.
That is much bigger than what we had.
Okay, so has he been in space?
Listen. He's an
Wait a minute.
He's actually filming from space.
No, I'm asking.
So let me say something here, please. Because what he don't tell you is that video has been edited out of context to say something that he's not saying. But he won't tell you that, because that what he's talking about is a specific type of rocket that they have not tested to go above lower orbit as yet.
No,
but
he said we can only go to lower.
No, he's talking about that particular type of rocket.
All right, let me let you hear somebody else say that then, man. Because
how about we find the original video?
The original full-length video and play it, because it's taken out of context.
Guy that says
that's why they cut it like that.
How about this?
No, we're gonna
get that original video, Mike.
We find that original video.
Go get that original video, Mike.
No.
I agree with the brother. I really felt like it was taken out of context.
Of course you agree with
Mike, if that video is a scam,
you gotta throw it out.
Oh my God, yo! If we find out that video ain't right,
I started googling dude, right, and he's on Joe Rogan talking about, he spent 200 days in space.
If that video ain't right, Mike,
that is a legitimate astronaut. Now here's a NASA
we ain't
engineer.
Saying he wasn't. We said the video was.
What was his name again?
Guys, calm down. Relax, man.
Mike just on the next video like he just go jump.
Relax. Here's a NASA engineer. Now look him up. Kelly Smith.
How are we gonna move on from the first one? Nope. Hey, take your screen away. You're not moving on to the next person until we get over this first dude.
Look at you. See? I knew you was gonna come out eventually.
No, because that's what pseudos like to do. You like to bombard the conversation by bringing up multiple things, and we forget what we were originally talking about. It's why we talking about spaceman. Well, it's supposed to be
the rocket, guys.
Hey, Mike, how do I get to that video you had?
Like, I'm gonna send it to you. This is the rocket.
I just want the dude's name, yo.
Terry Verts. Terry Terry.
This is the NASA guy, y'all. Listen.
Yeah.
Astronauts deeper into space than we've ever gone before.
Terry denied going to moon.
It's Verts. VIRTS. No.
VIRTS.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, because he's on Joe Rogan.
Turn that up, Mike. You about to have problems.
I'm looking at, but I don't see that video that he got though. Like,
we don't need that. We just need. We on your head, Mike.
Mike, come on, Mike. Like, just tell me the name and type in the YouTube thing, bro. Come on, man. Don't do me like that.
Man, I guarantee there's probably a debunk article on that shit already, man.
Mike, how do I get to that video? Just tell me what I type in.
I'm gonna put it in the chat, but y'all not even paying attention, man. But that's what happens
Still
with
stuck
religious
on the
people.
other one.
Yeah, we try to go step by step. Like you already like try to go step by step with you. Just type it in so I can pull up and look at it real quick.
And look at what Terry Verts.
No, the video that you was on. It said Terry versus what? Because
Yeah, look him up, man. He's a real.
no, I'm
guy.
saying like, how did you get to the video? It's definitely edited because somebody's writing in what's being said and
Not edited. It is his
Oh
words.
no,
The
I'm
guy
about to
is
find
just
it.
putting the
okay.
information.
So I'm saying like, just give me the video. How'd you find it? Like, where'd you go to find it?
I googled it. You can look it on YouTube. Terry
It
Verts.
shows the pseudo behind
What does it
organization
say?
at the very beginning of the video.
Terry versus what? What does it say? Terry versus what?
Admits we can't go to the moon. Type that in.
He didn't say that though.
And this guy is supposedly on what do you call it? That space that they say we got ISIS. What is it called?
You don't believe in the space station?
What did they say we got? What is it?
I think I found that video.
ISS. Yeah, ISS. Ain't it funny with the space station though? They're never as big as what you see. Like in all the space movies, they have like, you know what I mean, a big screen, everybody's looking off into space. But whatever they showed us, the space station, ISS, they always crammed up with a bunch of shit.
Cockpit.
You know what I mean? Look at
So
that.
what exactly is the space station?
That's bullshit is what it is.
You know you can see the space station, right?
I'm sure you can with the amount of, if you have enough weed in your system, you could probably see Mars and the space system.
Oh, so you cannot see the space station?
I don't take those kind of drugs, sir. I'm sorry. I don't do drugs.
So what if I was to show you a picture of the space station from Earth?
I would say it was highly edited.
Look, because I'm at the video, right? It don't got none of that writing in it that Mike had.
Well, play it. Play the video.
You want me to unshare my screen, Sosa?
Yeah, you can do it. Yeah, it don't. He's just talking to the dude about being this. Like I'm fast forwarding through to see the writing that Mike had because I want
Look at this article. This dude is talking about doing all this stuff in space
and leaving Earth. Like, yeah, what are you saying? He said.
Tell me what space. At what point are you in space? How many miles up?
outside of our mother flipping atmosphere.
Okay, we have a lot of layers outside of our atmosphere. So how far specifically? Because there's the thermosphere, there's the stratosphere.
Life in space. How far? The same dude that you're trying to say that we can't go to space.
No, be specific, CK. How far before you're out of space? You're out of space. How many miles? How many feet?
I'm talking about outside of the gravitational pull of, well, hold up. It depends on how far our gravitational pull of our planet is.
Exactly.
Well, when they say low
outside of our
Earth orbit,
atmosphere, then.
Right.
Low Earth orbit is supposed to be anything up to 250 miles.
Yeah. We can only go that far, and that stops there. We don't
So
have
how far is the sun?
What the hell kind of question is that, man? You tell me.
That's a question. How far is the sun from the earth?
We can look it up real quick.
Yeah, look it up. See what they tell you.
No, I'm
Go
not.
ahead, Mike.
I'm asking what he's saying.
But does the sun not exist all of a sudden? Use the same pseudo site that you got that video from. I'm sure they'll.
Oh, don't insult me. Why you gotta insult me, man? Come on, man.
Nah, Mike.
I didn't insult you. I insulted the pseudo site.
That video, I can't get the same video that you had. Like this dude ain't
A
saying nothing.
lot of these videos have been scrubbed from the internet because these guys have been caught. Like I got a video. I got a video from
right?
David Pettit. He's a top NASA engineer.
Oh shit, Nahisi watching.
And he says, and you can't find this anymore. He says, we would love to go into space, but we lost the technology. And if you do any research,
but you just
oh shit, you done.
The trajectory.
You're done. I'm so glad that you up. Let me share my screen.
All right, you gonna overtalk me, CK? Can you relax?
Nah, but Mike, I'm looking at that same
look
video
up the
just here.
telemetry data?
Let me share my screen.
No, but I'm saying, Mike, the video
Everybody
don't
watch my screen.
Hold on. I'm saying, Mike, the video is here though. That same video you played, I can watch it in full.
Well, play it. Play it till you get to that point.
Yeah, but
how come the astronaut Terry Verts said that we can't go to the moon?
Pull it up.
in a nutshell, basically we can't go right now, not because we've never been. He clearly said so.
Right.
Details a statement made by the astronaut Terry Virts
Yeah,
during
we
a
can't go
televised
right now,
interview from
guys.
the
Why can't we
International
go?
Space Station
Because we
in
lost.
March 2015
Mhm.
has been interpreted by some conspiracy theorists as an admission
Right.
that no human spaceflight has ever reached the moon.
That's right. So
The
let me ask you a
unseen,
question.
unverified interviewer asks, and what comes after the International Space Station once its mission is over? How do we ensure the presence of humans in space? Vert replies verbatim as follows. Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called the SLS, which is a
Orion.
heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger
That's the
than
video I
what
was
we
trying
have
to show you,
today,
CK, but you cut
and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with
Orion.
humans on board, as
Right.
well as landers on the other components
Because
to
they can't do
designations
it now.
beyond the Earth
Why you over
orbit.
talking?
Right now, we only can fly in Earth's orbit.
Hello.
That's the furthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into solar systems to explore. So the moon, Earth's asteroid, there's a lot of destinations that we could go
Like the
to, and we're
moon.
building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Right.
Mother Flower. If
Eventually.
you misconstrue what I just
Eventually.
read,
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I'm tempted to tell I'm tempted to tell
Nah, keep reading.
Shepard to
Keep,
kick
You're
you
not
off,
thinking.
son.
nah, keep
CK.
reading. Keep reading what it says.
You want me to read
No. Wait a minute. No, she stopped.
No, keep reading.
Eventually.
No, let her
We
finish.
went in
Let her fin-
1969.
Do
Why
y'all want me to give
eventually?
context to what I just read?
Yeah, keep
You want me to
reading.
keep reading? Keep reading?
I
Yeah, keep
convert
reading.
religious
Okay.
people.
So some conspiracy theorists claim that the astronaut words, "we can only fly in Earth's orbit," that's the furthest that we can go, means that we never went beyond Earth's orbit. But Vert begins by specifying very clearly right now.
Right
He is
now.
not saying that we never had crewed spacecraft capable of flying beyond Earth's orbit.
But they can't do it now. They could do
Quite
it
the
in
contrary.
1969, but they can't do it now. What
Almost
technology
done.
It is,
Be
you
patient.
know that
listen,
Almost
existed in
done.
it's exactly what
1969
I
that
said.
doesn't
It was
exist now?
taken out of context
He
because they were
says
talking
That's
about
right
a
BS.
particular
now.
type of rocket.
That's BS, man.
He's specifically talking about the rocket not going beyond a certain spot, but we're going to continue.
You
In
guys are
April
not thinking.
2018, I emailed Terry Virts asking if he'd like to personally clarify his words, and he kindly replied by email with the following answer, which I included with his permission. Of course, what I was saying that in the 2015, hold up, what are these numbers? 2015, 16, 17, 18. Oh, yeah. 2015 through 2018. We are not able to send humans beyond low Earth orbit. Hopefully, in the near terms, probably with commercial rockets such as SpaceX Falcon's Heavy or even BFR, and perhaps with SLS Orion. We will be able
That's the
to
video I was
do
trying to
once
show you.
again what we did in 1968 through 1972, send humans to the moon. And I really hope that eventually we can send them beyond the moon to Mars, of course. We did this in the 1960s and 70s, but have not done it since for a myriad of political reasons.
Oh
I
my.
hope that this drought will come to an end soon. In
Okay.
other words, this
So
video does
it
not
is not
provide any proof of
saying.
conspiracy, but it does provide how conspiracy theorists are willing to cherry pick and distort, like your video, and other people's words in order to adapt them to their preconceptions.
That
And
was
then
good,
here's
Mike.
the full
Hey,
video.
I'm gonna
Thank
let
you,
y'all
Brother
think for a
Nahisi.
minute, and
Pseudo
then I'm
killers
gonna
on
respond.
deck.
Just let me know when I can respond.
That was nice, Mike. That was nice.
Let me know when I can
I
respond.
knew something was off about that, though. I'm just gonna say this one thing, and then I'm gonna go back on mute. My dude, I already knew something was off as soon as you posted that joint because it just seemed like it was clipped. It seemed like portions of it was clipped, and then you took him out of context. The dude was talking about the rocket. The rocket that they are working on cannot get them to where they're trying to go. The dude was clearly talking about
They're
a
trying to take
specific
commercial.
device.
They want to take
Didn't say
regular.
that we didn't go. He didn't say that we can't go. He said that, hey, What we're
Okay, we
building and
can't go
working
over
on
what we
right
have.
now doesn't have the capability to do what we're trying to do.
Because they want to take people, commercial flights to take people into space. Like you
This
fly.
will be going in the pseudo killer Discord right
And he
now.
was responding to the question, why haven't we
So
gone back to the moon? That was the exact
when
question
you're
that they
But
asked
that
you're
was
him.
ready for me to
you said that
respond.
was a question. You said that was what was the question?
Why haven't we gone back to the moon since the 1960s? So it's like it's cherry picking what he said to suit
No, it's
their
not.
agenda.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
Okay.
That's bullshit. Listen, guys, what technology does anybody have? Look around your house that has not improved in 1970, 69. What are we talking? 50 years.
That's not what he's saying though.
What? No, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's not what
No,
he.
that's what I'm asking you.
No,
Name
I'm
a
saying
technology that has not
nobody does
improved.
it. What I'm
So
saying,
you
nobody
over
does
talk me,
it.
you talk. You got the floor.
No, you asked the question. You said what technology that has not improved. I said nobody has. I said every technology, right? So
Has
nobody has
improved.
everything. Yeah.
But again, your question is misleading. It's
So,
implying that we haven't gone because the
so
technology has not improved.
the
What he's
technology.
saying is because
Go
of
ahead.
political reasons, they have not been able to develop a rocket to go that far
Now, what
because of
political
political
reasons would he be talking about?
funding
He
for
talking about
what?
the Cold War?
Yeah, it costs
Funding
a lot
for
of
what?
money, y'all.
Could he be talking about the Cold War?
He could be talking about funding.
No, the Cold War. Do you know what the Cold War was? Do
I
you
mean,
know
we could
why?
just
Yes, I
look it
know.
up.
Do you know
I
that
know what the Cold
going to
War
the moon
was.
in
It costs a lot of
1969?
money.
Oh my God.
Do you know
He
that
could be
going
talking
to,
about funding. Wouldn't funding be
Who
a
wants
reason?
who wants to donate
so
money for us to
she's
go out in
muddying up the
space
water.
for what?
She's muddying up the water. I got it.
Well, let me rephrase because we socialists up in here. Resources. You need resources to go to the mother flipping moon. You need the darn rocket. You need the fuel for the rocket. Yo, you got to make sure the joint is safety tested so y'all can get up there and not die and come back down and not die. You need food. You need water. Yo, you need equipment and stuff like that. And then you need the metals and all that good stuff that a lot of it is not in the United States. So that means you got to do business with
Are you
foreign
serious?
countries to get the metals that you need to build the darn rocket.
You're serious.
Yo, I can see why they may be like, hey, let's put that
So
off
silly.
right now.
That is
The
so
politicians
silly.
are always debating that stuff. They don't want to give money to NASA, not too much anyway. NASA works off a budget. Now, if they don't have it in their budget to go to build that rocket,
Are y'all
then they're not
familiar
gonna.
with Plato's
Didn't Trump
Cave?
cut NASA's budget?
Listen to y'all.
All the politicians cut this budget.
Wow.
Yeah, they cut their shit.
I'm not gonna convince you of your own
Then the
ignorance.
dude talking about some Space Force.
Keep going. For anybody that's watching the channel, y'all want more information, go to Free Thought channel and inbox me, and I will give you more information on this subject.
Mike, you be talking about echo chamber, bro. Like, come on, like
Well, y'all won't let me talk. I mean, cut me
I
out.
be trying to let you go, bro. I don't like that. I like people to spit their game. I don't care how silly it is. Like, spit it.
Yeah, call it silly. That's cool.
No, I ain't said silly. I said I don't care how pseudo it might be to me. You feel me?
Man, I'm Dr. Pseudo. I'm the conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, go ahead.
Everything is pseudo.
And I'm about to throw this shit right in the pseudo trash can. That's what I'm about to do.
No, let him spit it though. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Pseudo. So let me let you hear Mr. Terry
I could go to the moon
Pettit.
in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now look him up.
Hold on now.
Yeah.
Who was that? Terry Verse again?
Don Pettit, NASA engineer.
Okay, now we got all right, but we got the first one now.
No, you didn't.
Now we got Don Pettit.
You didn't get anything. What you didn't do with Terry Verts and the article she read, you didn't answer the question. What technology have we ever had that did not improve over 50 years? It's not a situation where
It's
there's
irrelevant.
Look at your telephone. Look at the telephone that had a cord 50 years ago.
I'm trying to
and
find
it
it.
evolved into what do you call those phones with people? It's cordless phones. And now you have a cell phone that has more technology than Apollo in 1969. So
I swear,
technology
pseudos
is
are just
advancing.
littered with.
You just gonna keep interrupting me, CK?
Nah, don't let him
Yeah,
go.
you just
Is
using
that how
all
you
these logical
keep going?
fallacies to make your point, like appeal to ignorance.
Okay.
Like what's
I'm
going
pseudo.
on?
Just let him make his thing, because I want to hear it, because I'm trying to
I'm
get the
pseudo.
name. I'm trying to get the name and stuff. Donald
Craziness,
Roy,
bro.
I'm totally pseudo.
Donald Roy Pettit, right?
Normal. Don Pettit.
Yeah, I got Donald Roy Pettit. And you're saying that he's saying that
That NASA lost the trajectory, or they call it telemetry information, so they cannot go back to the moon. And in fact, there's a Rolling Stone article because there was a movie being made. I forget the name of it. I think it was Apollo 13. And this director was trying to get all the footage, and they said, look, we lost the footage. In fact, NASA had the telemetry data, but what they did was they lost the telemetry data because they recorded over it. They actually put this in a press release. But I'll let you hear what Don Pettit said.
okay, but the guy himself is saying that but the
They
guy
can't
himself
do
is
it.
saying they went to the moon though. But he's
Yeah.
saying that they've been there though.
No, he said it. Yes, he said they've been there, but they can't do it again.
So you
They
believe
didn't go to
one
start
part,
with.
but not the other.
So
He didn't
based off the grounds that based on the ground that he said that he's been there and can't go back, you disbelieve because you said if you've been there once, you should be able to go back. So then
Correct.
you
Let me
No,
tell you
but
something, man.
but he's saying at the same
Everywhere
time we've
in
never
human,
been there.
could I make this point?
It's all
Everywhere.
confusing.
Go ahead, bro. You talk.
No, one part you're saying we've never been to the moon. And now you're agreeing with this guy that says we've been there. So which is it? Have we been there or
We
not?
have never been to the moon.
But this guy you're quoting now is saying we've been there.
What's your
So now what? So who should we
So,
believe, this guy or
everywhere-
you?
You can believe Santa Claus. So everywhere
the-
that humans
Let
have
him say-
gone in terms of exploration, including Antarctica, which is totally uninhabitable. I mean, it's what is the temperature down there? We've built a base. Everywhere we've advanced in technology. Space, or the moon, is the only place that we don't go back to in the regular places that there is no base. You know why there is no base on the moon? Because we can't get to the moon. Okay? Now, listen to what this guy says.
I can go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
So are we agreeing that this guy said that we went to the moon already, but we
Did you
just
hear what he said?
we destroyed the technology that we used to go there? Is that what you're saying?
Who destroys technology to do
Wait.
something?
Can you, before we
Who
get to that,
destroys technology?
wait, before we get
technology?
to that,
Nah,
can
I'm going
we
after we get to that. Who destroys technology?
can we admit that this guy is saying we went to the moon?
Everybody heard what he said. But
So
deal
what was
with
this dude's name again?
Wait. But I don't
we
get
dealt
it.
with that. Why do you keep rehashing it?
Donald,
No,
Donald Roy.
maybe I'm a little slow, but if you're quoting a guy that you're saying agrees with you that we can't go back to the moon or we've never been to the moon, because your whole point of this argument is that we can't go to the moon.
No. Listen to his point.
I can go to
But what is his name again?
nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to
Donald Roy Pettit, Pettit.
destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Really?
No, I get it. I get what he's saying, but it's probably another video taken out of context.
Who destroys technology? Wow. Yeah.
I gotta
destroys. Okay.
So what exactly is happening there? Is he lying? Or is he telling the truth?
See, the problem is, Mike, like if I brought a source that says that nobody went to the moon, I'm gonna get a guy that's saying we ain't been to the moon. I'm not gonna bring a guy that said we've been to the moon, we can't go back. That could be, that would defeat my argument.
Yeah, exactly the point I'm making. Because he's saying this guy is telling the truth, but at the same time, the guy is saying something that he don't agree with. So I don't understand.
Yeah, I know you don't understand, man. I get it. You know, you don't get it. So that's fine. There's a whole lot.
Corey, do you understand what I'm saying?
You don't get it. I'm not here to make you get anything. I'm here to just
No,
present.
no, but what you're saying does not make sense. I mean, I know
It doesn't make sense to you. I mean, if I was
No,
speaking
I mean,
Swahili, you probably wouldn't understand it. So that's
because I don't understand Swahili.
There
But
you
what
go.
I do understand is that what you're saying is not logical.
For you, it's not logical.
It's logical to you?
If someone tells me that they were able to do something 50 years ago in terms of technological advancements, but they can't do it now, it doesn't take a genius to figure out or to question, well, wait a minute, how'd you do it in the beginning?
But I heard you say since you've been on tonight that we don't know how they built the pyramid. So isn't that technology that has been lost?
We're not Egyptian.
No, but isn't that technology lost?
We're not Egyptian.
But I asked you a question. Is that technology lost?
The question is a gaslighting question.
No, it's not, because I'm trying to establish that technology can be lost.
In 50 years by the same organization that created it? Do you work for NASA?
No.
I thought it was the Germans. Well, the Russians, they were the first one to come up with a little ship, and then the Germans came to the US.
He's just talking
funny, man.
No, but look at what he's saying.
But what is this that
They
dude
lost
talking about? What is technology was destroyed? Like how?
the video. I can bet you is out of context. I can bet you.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
If I pull up an article where that showed that telemetry data was destroyed, then what?
And you're saying that's not possible?
That's what he said.
No, but are you saying it's not possible for the data
I'm
to be
asking
destroyed?
you, man, to put on your thinking cap. Who would destroy the ability to do something that no other human being have done in the history of mankind?
Do you all notice that conspiracy theorists never answer questions?
Yeah, I'm a conspiracy theorist.
It
Why
makes
don't
it
you
look
answer
like
my
they're on
question?
point.
You're a scientist, so you.
I'm not a scientist. I'm a Google scholar.
Okay, Google scholar.
Yeah.
Who would do something and can't do it again, like this? Who would lose that?
I mean, humans. I mean, we made the pyramids and we can't do it again.
Would you not? All right.
It's not logical what you're saying.
You're full of
Get him, Google
Yeah,
Scholar.
He's asking us other questions to take away from the point that we're trying to
Yeah, he
make. Like,
keep
say,
on dragging himself.
Like you a funny dude,
Yeah,
bro.
Zane. I watched Vince. That's why I wasn't listening to Mike with his pseudoisms.
Pseudo. Captain Pseudo. Dr.
He would, if you're here with him all night, he'll never answer questions. All he do is ask you questions in return and then come with conjecture. That's all he's doing all night.
You haven't given one solid response, man.
yeah. I hope y'all know that. I hope y'all know that alt-writers, they do the same tactic.
All y'all do is question.
So it always makes them seem like they're on top when it comes to an argument.
If I was a
They never
white
answer
doctor,
questions. They make you
I was
answer
a
all the
white
questions and then make it
and I
seem like
worked
you
for
crazy. You don't know what you're talking
you
about.
question anything I did.
All right, let me ask you a question. If the earth is flat, how does the sun set?
What did I just say, man? I don't know
where's it going.
Slowly.
No, I mean,
You
if
don't
you're
know what
on if you're on a flat plane and the sun is overhead,
I don't know.
all you can.
If you're on a globe, where does the sun go?
The sun doesn't go anywhere. The earth is revolving. So, I mean,
All right,
we
you
learned
got
this.
your answer. What you keep
We
asking?
learned this in grade school.
I mean, you were programmed in grade school. Yeah, you got your.
I mean, so
Hey,
how does
Bo,
it? So, on a
sometimes I
flat earth,
think Mike just like having fun, man. I swear to God, I think Mike
You got
just
his
like
programming, man.
on
he
a
just like
flat
having.
on a flat earth, you can't have a sunset.
You know who
You
has
cannot.
credibility? You know who has? I use my real name on this show, and you can actually see me. The guy that's talking, no credibility. He's in the dark somewhere. Probably.
Oh, so you want to see what I look like?
Maybe
Is
he's
that,
our
is that it?
credibility, man. I'm
Yeah.
credible.
Maybe I'm part of the deep state.
Yeah, I think you are. I use my real name. You can see my real face. This is a real background. See?
I promise you I'm a real person.
I mean, maybe he's naked in his house and you don't want y'all to see all that.
You know what I mean? Nah, because he's fake.
Why am I fake?
You're fake.
Yeah,
man.
I told you he's not real, man. He's our conscience, man.
He's our conscience. Yeah, he's not real. That's for sure.
But you
So
see how he
anybody
changed it again? He never
anybody
answer
that
any
doesn't
question.
show who they are or say their real name has no credibility. That's what I think.
We want everybody to put their real
Do
name on too.
do
Well, I
you
mean,
want to
what's wrong
see?
with that?
Do you want to
You
see
got the
me?
eye. You
Is
running from
that
the
it?
wall.
Everybody don't live that life, but they do call me Sosa when I walk out my door though. So
Oh, okay. Live that life.
they do call me Sosa when I walk out.
Well,
I walk outside. They be like, "Hey, Sosa," for real.
the difference between me and what I think is that I'm not scared. Y'all scared. Y'all hiding
Scared
behind.
of what?
I don't know what you're scared of. You
We're
scared though.
talking about flat Earth. If you
You're
want to see
scared.
what I look like,
I'm not scared.
it's
I'm
not.
not scared of my name.
It's
I'm not scared of my presence. I'm not scared to say what I think. You guys are scared.
Hey, Mike, you changed that conversation.
it
That
changed.
was
Yeah,
nice
that's what
though.
I told you.
Smooth though. Mike smooth
He's
though.
he's
He's smooth.
deflecting. He don't want to answer question. He's
He's
deflecting.
smooth.
I'm not
He
scared.
good though. He nice
I'm
though.
not
He
scared.
one of the better pseudos. He real nice with it. He got
I
that.
grew up in a tough neighborhood. If you didn't fight, you couldn't go out and play. So y'all
Yeah,
scared.
he nice with it. He nice with it.
I'm not scared, man.
Mm.
Why are you so scared? You want to see some more of your people?
Some more flat Earth videos.
No, it's not flat Earth. It's the moon, man. Let me ask you something about the moon.
Yeah.
Here's what y'all don't think about. According to NASA, there's more radiation in space than it is on the Earth's atmosphere where we're standing at right now, right?
Yes.
When you go and get an X-ray from your dentist, you have to put on a lead vest. You go to the doctor and get an X-ray. You got to put on a lead vest.
Mm-hmm.
You ever ask yourself why these guys are up in space in Tyvek suits? There's no lead. There's no lead suits that they have. And they're in space closer where there's more radiation. The actual the Apollo capsule was made out of aluminum in like real thin metals. And you want me to believe that they went through all those layers, the Van Allen belts, the plasma shield that surrounds our planet, went through all that radiation untouched. Really? Are you really? You're not thinking, man. You're just not thinking.
Okay, so you're saying it's impossible, is what you're saying?
I'm saying if you protect yourself in this terrestrial atmosphere that we're in now with a lead vest from radiation, why wouldn't you do it?
From X-ray radiation. So the first thing you need to ask is the amount of radiation that they're getting on the moon, is it the same as you get from an X-ray machine?
It's worse.
It's worse? Well, I don't know about
How do you know if we never been to the moon?
No, scientists tell you that it's worse. They tell you that it's worse.
No.
Wait a minute. We can't believe that
We ain't
source.
never been to the moon. How do you know?
No,
we can't believe that, Mike.
Good one, Sean. Good one.
You can't believe that, Mike. They already lied and said that we can't go to the moon, so they don't know if there's more radiation
Circular
out
firing
there.
squad. Here we go.
Yo, you got to realize the longer you let these pseudos talk, they dagger themselves, and that is an ultimate dagger right there.
All right, so here's another one.
Same source that you trying to use to prove your point is the same source that you just said that we can't use and said that they was lying about us going to the moon.
Pure logic.
So which is it?
You can't reason your way to empirical data, bro. That's
empirical. What y'all call empirical is what is the mainstream. and it was Plato that did an allegory called The Cave. I really think y'all need to read that allegory. There's videos online if you don't want to read and understand the allegory of the cave and the cave dwellers. Y'all in a cave.
Yo, I see why you was a good politician, bro. I didn't want you to leave. Like, you good, nigga. Like, it's good. Mike is good, bro. Like,
yeah, you're right. He never answers questions.
I'm a free thinker.
Your collar, man. Yeah, you felt your collar, man.
I'm a free thinker. I think for myself. I'm not afraid.
Hey man, you see how pseudo politicians are. You know what I'm saying? You analyze Mike, you see how pseudo they are.
Like that one politician was like, put a blow dryer to your nose and there to get the dead. He said that on the floor. Like, I think we could put a blow dryer to your nose and to kill a virus. The temperature from the blow dryer. I was like, oh my God.
I wanted to ask him though, like, is there any conspiracy you don't believe in? Because it seems like you believe all of them.
You know, sometimes I believe in the Easter Bunny and sometimes I don't.
No, I'm talking about conspiracies, not
All right.
not
Conspiracy.
fairy
9/11 inside job.
Sometime, absolutely.
Kennedy assassination. Magic bullet.
Wait a minute. Yeah, there's no magic bullet. A bullet can't hit you 4 times and be totally intact.
What about the Gulf?
But anyway, regarding, wait a minute, stop with the circular firing squad. Let me deal with 9/11.
Okay.
9/11.
Why would you do that, so son?
Totally. And the Kennedy assassination, the House Committee on Assassinations, 1979, look this up, concluded that Kennedy and Dr. King were murdered as a result of a conspiracy. That was your Congress that said that. Are they conspiracy theorists?
I don't know. What about Pizzagate?
You don't know?
No, you said I gotta look that up. I don't know about that one. But
House Committee assassination of 1979.
You go to it.
That's right. Let's
You
deal
might,
with
you might get me on one of them.
And the Congress, actually have the document right here.
House Committee assassination.
And let me tell you this. The reason I know that 9/11 was an inside job because they actually planned 9/11 or something similar back in the 60s. I'll show you that.
Who planned it?
I'm about to show you.
Bush?
No. In the 1960s, it was a proposal made
So
to
this go back to the 60s?
Yeah, man. I just said that.
Okay.
Kennedy,
Go ahead, Bill.
I'm about to show you. First, let me say that the House Committee. Oh, yeah, here it is right here. So, bro, look up this right here. You might need the exact documents. But this is the final report. Can you see that? Look that up. Can you see it?
I can't see it. Too small for my screen. What does it say? Final report or something?
Final report, Select Committee on Assassinations, House of Representatives, 95th Congress, second session. Let me put this up on the screen.
That's got the 9/11 plot.
No, man, this is the Kennedy and MLK.
I don't care nothing about all that. You said we were talking about 9/11.
You want? That's coming up next. I'm about to show you that, but you want me to deal with one thing at a time, right?
I just want one.
Yeah.
I just want
one.
Mike. How about the Bilderbergers? Are they real? The Bilderbergers? No.
Remember, we're not jumping on.
Okay, well, it says the HSCA determined, based on available evidence, that the probable conspiracy did not involve the governments of Cuba or the Soviet Union. The committee also stated that the conspiracy did not involve any organized crime group, anti-Castro group, nor the FBI, CIA, or Secret Service. The committee found that it could not exclude the possibility that individual members of the National Syndicate of Organized Crime or anti-Castro Cubans were involved in a probable conspiracy to assassinate President Kennedy.
That's right.
Although some members of the committee would later state that their personal belief that one of those groups were involved in assassination, with Representative Floyd Fithian believing that Kennedy assassination was orchestrated by members of organized crime.
Oh, but wait, it didn't say they didn't do it. It just said they couldn't rule it out.
Yeah. And they
So
listen to you.
But that's what he said. That's what he just read. They could not rule it out.
Weighed in their personal opinions on it. But they linked it to organized members of organized crime.
So he's not saying what he's saying.
Yeah.
You don't plot on 9/11. Listen, yo, 9/11 has to do with a plot from the 60s, yo. All of this is stuff that they already had figured out over time on how they were going to orchestrate their attacks on America to not tear down the economy, but what you call it, Mike?
Go hard, bro. Keep going.
No. What's it called? It's called what? What's that book say when you talked about the COVID-19?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The book you held up, it said COVID-19 is the resurface or what?
Oh, you talking about the Great Reset?
Reset, yeah. So the attack on 9/11 was about the Great Reset too.
Y'all really
need to look at this book. This was put out by the World Economic Forum. The Great Reset. They got a lot of information online. They got a website and everything. Prince Charles is involved. I mean,
it's a pandemic.
The World Health Organization. But anyway, let's get back to 9/11. So y'all ready?
Really?
Yeah,
Do you
let's get
not
to
realize,
9/11 though.
dude, that you're doing the same thing that you did as a religious person, but as a
All right.
conspiracy theorist?
So here we
You
go.
find all of this literature to confirm your confirmation
Here
bias,
we go.
and you
Hey,
treating this shit
nah,
as a
hold on,
religion.
CK. Hold on, CK. He got some good stuff on 9/11. Let's see it. I see where he
Oh
going. Let's
All
go.
Lord.
right. Operation Northwoods was a proposed false flag operation against the Cuban government, originated with the United States Department of Defense, DOD, and the Joint Chief of Staff, JCS, and the United States government in 1962. The proposal called for the Central Intelligence Agency, or the U.S. government operatives, to both stage an actual and commit acts of terrorism against American military and civilian targets, blaming them on the Cuban government and using it to justify war against Cuba. Now, you can go back and read this whole document, but what I'm going to show you is what was actually released by the Freedom of Information Act. This was declassified documents right here. You can go to that Operation Northwoods, just Google it. And I'm going to show you some of the stuff that's in this document. Now, this is a declassified document. It was declassified in the 90s because Congress had to declassify documents related to the Kennedy assassination, and this was found amongst those documents. Kennedy go along with it.
Like
So
the
go
Black
down.
Infowars.
If you go down to, yeah, that's a good show. You like that?
I know you love that.
I love it, man.
It
I'm the conspiracy.
Infowars.
That's right. I'm Dr. Conspiracy. That's right.
Hey, so you
All
said,
right.
hold on. You said so. Did this unclassified document right here had who was behind the 9/11 plot?
I'm about to tell you, man.
JFK.
Now you're just being silly, bro. You want to hear this or not?
No, I'm listening, bro. You taking forever.
All right. So here we go. Page 7. A series of well-coordinated incidents will be planned to take place around Guatemala and given the genuine appearance.
It says Guantanamo. Are we talking about Guantanamo Bay?
Yeah, Guantanamo, Cuba. I just did an onk there. I'm sorry. Of being done by hostile Cuban forces. Incidents to establish credible attacks, not in chronological order. So here we go. Start rumors. Use clandestine radio.
Hold on, it said many.
Land friendly Cubans in uniform over the fence and stage attack on base. Capture Cubans, saboteurs inside the base. Start riots near the base, main gate. Keep going. Blow up ammunition inside the base. Start fires. Burn aircraft and air base sabotage. Live mortar shells. Is that live? Launch. Whatever. Into the base with some damage. Capture assault teams approaching from the sea or vicinity of Guantanamo City. Capture militia group which storms the base. Sabotage ship and harbor. Large fires. I don't know what that word there is. For mock victims. This is important. Sink ships near harbor entrance. Conduct funerals for mock victims. United States would respond with executive, offensive operations to secure water and power supplies, destroying artillery and mortar emplacements which threaten the base. Commence large-scale United States military operations. It says, remember the Marine incident, or the Maine. Remember the Maine incident could be arranged in several forms. The Maine was the sinking of the Maine that started the Spanish-American Revolution in Cuba, if you're not familiar with that, the sinking of the Maine. So remember the Maine incident is what they're referring to. It says we could blow up a U.S. ship in Guantanamo Bay and blame Cuba. We could blow up a drone unmanned vessel anywhere in the Cuban waters. We could arrange to cause such incident in the vicinity of Havana and Santiago as a spectacular result of Cuban attack from the air or sea, or both. The presence of Cuban planes or ships merely investigating the intent of the vessel could be fairly compelling evidence or could use fairly compelling evidence that the ship was taken under attack. I want to get to the point where, all right. We could develop a communist Cuban terror campaign in Miami area, Florida cities, and even in Washington. The terror campaign could point at Cuban refugees seeking haven in the United States. We could sink a boatload of Cubans en route to Florida, real or simulated. We could foster attempts on lives of Cuban refugees in the United States, even to the extent of wounding in incidents and be widely publicized, exploding a few plastic bombs in carefully chosen spots, the arrest of Cuban agents, and release the prepared documents sustaining Cuban involvement also would be helpful in projecting the idea of an irresponsible government. The Cuban-based Castro supported, and you get the point. But what I really want to show you.
So you turn us into 9/11,
No,
right?
no. Here it is, right here. Number 7. You read it, brother. You looking at it? Read that. Number 7.
It's too small for me to read.
Hijacking attempts against civil air surface crafts should appear to contain or continue the harassing measurements condoned by the government of Cuba. Concurrently, genuine defections. Wait a minute. Let me expand this to make it even closer for y'all. Because if you can't read it, I want you to see it. Is that better?
Yeah, I can see it.
It is possible to create an incident which will demonstrate convincingly that the Cuban aircraft has attacked and shot down a chartered civil airliner en route from the United States to Jamaica, Guatemala, Panama, or Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
The destination would be chosen only to cause the flight plan route to cross Cuba. The passengers could be a group of college students off on holiday or group of persons with common interests to support chartering the non-scheduled flight. An aircraft at the, I don't know how to pronounce that, AFB would be painted and numbered
Eaglin.
as the exact duplicate for the civilian registered aircraft belonging to the CIA proprietary organizations in the Miami area. At a designated time, the duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft and would be loaded with the selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. The actual registered aircraft would be converted to a drone. Are you with me? This is 9/11, guys. Takeoff times of the drone aircraft and the actual aircraft would be scheduled and allowed rendezvous south of Florida. From the rendezvous point, the passengers carrying on the aircraft would descend a minimum altitude and go directly into the auxiliary field at Elan Air Force Base, where arrangements would be made to evacuate the passengers and return the aircraft to its original status. The drone aircraft, meanwhile, will continue its flight and follow the flight plan. When over Cuba, the drone would be being transmitted an international distress frequency Mayday message stating it's under attack by Cuban MiG aircraft.
What's going on?
Hey, hold on.
Over and above speeches.
Yeah, this is not 9/11.
Hold on.
What I'm showing you, bro, and y'all can read it for yourself. What I'm showing you
is a likely scenario.
They created a scenario, submitted it to President Kennedy to get us into war with Cuba, and he rejected it.
And that's how we got 9/11.
The Joint Chiefs of Staff. This plan has been on the table, was on the table for 40 years before it was implemented.
So you was reading
my first time hearing
technology
this
in
connection.
1962
Hold on,
to do
y'all.
a drone aircraft to make fake
Mike,
people like they
Mike,
got.
we got you, Mike. All right.
Document 9/11.
So let's deal with the 9/11 flights. You had that American Airline 11 flight path from Boston to New York.
You about to get
Then
me.
you had United Airlines 175 flight from Boston to New York. You had another American Airlines 77 flight path from Washington to the Pentagon. Then you had United Airlines 93 flight from Newark to Somerset County, Pennsylvania. So we know all the flight paths, we know the time, we know the change, we know the direction. After listening to you say all of that, none of that lines up with how the 9/11, how this whole 9/11 thing came to be.
Yeah, you saying Osama bin Laden was a patsy? That's what you're saying, Mike? Osama bin Laden was a fall guy?
Mike, don't answer questions. Mike gonna
I'm
ask
telling
you
you
another
that
question.
It was in the
Man.
interest of the United States government for us to have
How?
a terrorist incident so that we could go to war with Iraq and the Middle East.
Man,
And here's another point. I'm going to show you a video.
So
of
after
a
9/11, we
politician.
went to war with Iraq.
No, I'm saying so.
What I
He's gonna
say, Mike,
explain to
don't
you.
answer questions.
No,
I'm
he's a
saying
white. I'm going to show you a video of a white guy, and he can explain it to you much better and more succinctly in less than 1 minute. And this guy is a government official.
No, I'm saying so. You see,
Engages in false flags as a matter of policy.
Mike.
what I'm saying, Osama bin Laden was innocent, though. That's what you're saying, though. That's
Now, I don't know nothing about Osama bin Laden. I don't care about him.
Osama bin Laden was the one we blamed for that shit. We knocked him out.
Don't matter. I'm not going to defend him. Listen.
I mean, he did nothing wrong.
Yeah, he ain't do nothing wrong according to your sources, because this was a plan from 40 years ago.
Listen, man, listen to this.
Mike, don't answer questions.
Or have evidence.
I can't hear it. I can't hear it, man.
So I don't think we need to hear it.
Mike keep bringing up these different white people. I got to look them up. Do you know who Frank Roster is? Like, who's that? I gotta look him up.
Some people might think that Mr. Johnson
All right, y'all ain't listening, man. It's all right. It's
We
good.
can't hear it, Mike.
Can't hear it anyway.
We can't hear it. I kept trying to tell you we can't hear it. It's too low.
So
We'll make another claim in a minute. Listen.
Nah, we don't want anything to do with JFK and 9/11. So that's it.
Told you.
I'm tired.
Yeah, we can't hear the video, bro. That's what we try to tell you. Like, we can't.
I ain't got no power over that video. I'm sorry. Can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, they probably.
But,
So how the heck did we go from this dude proving the earth is flat to talking about motherfucking 9/11?
There's two
what
little
conspiracy
All right, I'll say it again.
That's
I
what
don't know
conspiracy
if the
theorists do.
I don't know if it's round either. Neither do you.
What do you mean? They have satellites up there.
If you say it's flat,
When the last time you saw a satellite? When the last time you've been on the satellite?
You do know that the United States is not the only country that has satellites
I know that's what you
in
said.
outer space pointed at the earth, and you know they could take pictures, right? And see
According
that
to
the
you.
earth is round.
That's what you say. I don't know that.
You know that Japan has a satellite
Okay,
that takes
how
a
about
picture of the
this?
earth
Name
every 8
one
minutes?
country that says the earth is flat.
Name one country that can prove that it's not flat.
Nah, man.
Man, the logical fallacies are strong, son.
I told you.
Now you shifting the burden of proof. I'm just saying, name
Not on
one
me.
country
You got the claim.
specifically.
There's
a
more y'all than
country.
it is than me. You proved that the earth is round.
That's
That the
all
earth
he
is
do.
round.
Scientists already don't prove it. It's an uncontroversial topic. Only to
No,
conspiracy theorists.
That's
it
called
is.
an axiom. That's an axiom. You know what an axiom is?
Can you
That's not an
name one
axiom.
country, preferably one that has sent actual satellites up into the damn space that says the earth is flat?
Can you name one that hasn't?
I mean, Mike, you could just say that you don't know of any. That's okay. I be looking shit up all the time that I don't know or can't remember. Just say that you don't know. I do not know. I, Mike, do not know of any countries that say that the earth is flat. Probably because
I don't know what shape it is, and neither do you.
none of them say that. They all say
Hey, good question, Mike. So, Mike, somebody in the chat, Sutek said, What is the benefit from trying to hide flat Earth?
What is the benefit?
Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah,
question.
why lie?
And if you look, hold on, if we don't talk and we just look at your background, you got a oval shaped Earth behind you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. There it is. Yeah, you're right.
You telling me you can't Google one country? That say the earth flat, yo. Don't none of these damn countries say the
Mike
earth
out
is
there in
flat.
Paulding County. He bored, man. Ain't much to do out there, man.
Ask Mike, what's the dome made of?
Grass cutting season is slow right now. I'm just doing carpentry. So
I don't think you do. You don't believe you believe the dome? I don't think you believe it's a dome. You believe it's a dome, Mike?
let me say this. I
Nah,
think I think the Van Allen belts are real. And I think
but the dome.
I think it's a barrier.
So the dome.
You keep calling it a dome. I mean, do you know about a dome? I don't know about
It's
a dome.
actually a spear.
So what is it made of? That's what I'm trying to get.
Oblique.
Yeah, I don't know anything about a dome. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's a pear. It's a pear shape.
Yeah,
it's a pear-shaped dome.
No, he says that
shape of Earth.
I don't know.
Oh, the Earth. Yeah, it's an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, how you know that?
Yo,
'Cause he
Mike,
told you.
Mike.
That's
for
what
real,
the science says.
Oh
Mike.
yeah, the science. Is the science one guy? The science.
Mike.
He called the science the echo chamber,
The science
bro.
is not a. The science is not a guy.
Well,
he called the science the echo chamber. He don't respect that.
Yeah, I mean that's like saying
Yo,
that's
Mike,
what the religion says.
Mike.
That's what the math says.
Mike.
Stop saying
The
Wait a
math
minute.
says it. The math
Look at all these. Look at all
Does
these
the math-
countries that have satellites, yo.
Does the math say the Earth's flat, Mike?
religion says it's flat.
I asked you about math.
I don't know what the math says. What do you say the math says?
The math proves that it's not flat.
Yeah, do the math calculation for me right now.
You already got all of that. She got it in front of her. She just hit the button.
No, you tell me what the calculation is. Go through it with me. Go through the trigonometry that proves it.
If we tell you what the calculations is, that's still unjust for you because you set in stone.
I'll be a believer if you go through it. Come on.
See, you gotta believe. I'm not asking you to believe. I'm asking you to know.
I'll know it once you go through the problem.
You'll know it if you look at the math.
Oh, yeah, pull it
and
up.
Study it for yourself.
Pull it up.
She got control.
Yeah, right.
But what I'm looking at here, these are all the countries, the ones that says yes in the second column. They have satellites.
You don't get it, CK.
Why would we have an eclipse with a moon if the Earth was flat?
Yeah, he don't subscribe.
Mike don't answer questions.
But I'm just saying, you telling me all these countries are lying and saying that the Earth is round?
Why would they not lie?
He makes claims.
Countries lie.
He makes
But I'm
claims
saying,
and asks
I'm
questions.
asking a serious, legitimate question.
And
all of these countries in the second column that says yes, they have satellites up in the damn space.
They're
Are you
lying.
telling me all of these countries are lying about the Earth being round?
I'm telling you, why wouldn't they lie?
See?
But I'm saying, are they lying?
Why wouldn't they lie?
The man's a
Why
politician.
would they need to?
He's a
They're their
politician.
own damn country. Some of these countries ain't even our fucking allies. Mother flipping Serbia?
Well, one of the things that the moon landing did for the United States.
Iran ain't our mother flipping ally. Why would they need to lie about the Earth being round, son?
Let me turn my volume down because you're yelling. All right, there we go.
CK Mike is never going to answer. He's going to make another claim in a minute.
Explain this. Iran, of all countries on this damn list, is definitely not our ally. North Korea, not our ally.
So they're probably honest, right? They tell the truth because they're not our ally.
Why would they need to lie? For what? Why would they need to lie to their own people?
Why? Why do governments lie to people? That's
Mike,
a
if you're a
complex-
logical guy, right? If you're using logic, right? Somebody that is an enemy of the United States.
Look at all these countries. Egypt?
They would support flat Earth because it would be like The United States is lying. They're liars. And the earth is
Do you
flat.
trust any of these countries? Are any of these countries on this list that you know, hey, this country, they're known to be very honest with their people?
What country's known to be? What are you talking about? There's a country on the planet that's honest with their people. Are you serious? You don't
One of these
understand.
bound to be.
You don't understand how
And there
government
we go,
works.
Norway. They're very,
No,
socialist.
nobody is honest with their population.
You know,
None
Alex
of them.
Jones said the earth is round, though,
But
right?
yet these conspiracy theorists come pulling out random ideas out their ass. They wouldn't lie to you. They have no agenda, huh?
I don't follow conspiracies. I am the conspiracy.
You know, Alex
I actually
Jones.
didn't know all these countries had satellites, though. I'm being honest. Like, I'm actually kind of shocked.
I just be having fun, man. CK, I'm either about to make you the host, so we about to close the show.
All right. I was about to move on to the next one so we can look at mother flipping what is a darn satellite.
Fake.
Because apparently people making it seem like satellites don't exist. Like, yo, like we got satellites, man.
Nah.
They can take pictures.
Mike said the ISS don't exist, so
ISS is a false. It doesn't exist.
Look, it even tells you how high up there they are.
That's bullshit. Don't believe that.
17,000 miles or whatever.
Echo chamber, CK.
Y'all believe whatever scientists tell y'all.
Oh, well, I didn't go to school for what they went to school for. So if the data that they got, makes sense.
You ain't got a video.
And then if
CK,
you have other countries that have scientists too saying, hey, guess what? We did this same experiment and we came to the same conclusion. Yeah,
So
Mother Flower's telling the truth.
if I have an MBA and I tell you something about business, you just gonna blindly believe me?
no. But if all
I
the
would question
MBAs are
everything
saying
you
the same thing,
Exactly. Question everything. There you go.
but if all the MBAs are saying the same thing, then maybe there's something to it.
Yeah, they all could be getting together and lying to your ass. That's
Or
right.
they could be telling the truth.
Yeah. Or leprechauns could be real. Or a lot of things could be.
Yeah, and they can't even stay up there forever because they only have a
I
finite amount
mean,
of
if you
fuel.
believe in flat Earth, I don't see a problem with leprechauns.
No, I would think he
Wait a
believed in
minute.
aliens, but since he don't believe the Earth, and the alien thing is out the window.
This is a breakthrough right here. Them saying that, hey, they have to give fuel to the darn satellites. So that means that somebody has to go up there and put fuel in these darn satellites, son.
Ridiculous shit. You believe that crap?
You ain't supposed to do though, Mike, because you don't do the whole. You ain't
I mean, that would explain why, for the past,
Yeah,
30-something years, we've been fighting over darn oil.
Oh my God. Fossil fuels is a myth too. Oil is the most abundant
Oh my God.
on the planet other than water.
Oh my God.
Mike, you don't do the reptilian thing, man. You ain't a real pseudo though.
Fossil fuels.
He believed the
We
Bilderberg.
put
so
it in
why
our
not?
cars, sir.
No, Bilderbergs actually came out. They really have meetings.
He's saying on them shit like, yo, that's a fact. You know what I'm saying?
Bilderberg
You just
actually-
believe everything they say. Come on, man. He's gonna believe them folks, Mike. Come on.
Mike
Bilderberg's
believed
actually
every conspiracy. I can't name one that he said, no, that's not real.
Not the reptilians. He don't believe the
Aliens are not
reptilians.
real. Aliens ain't
See?
real.
You see, he's like aliens. Ain't real. He's like, that's bullshit.
Oh, that's a bridge too
The
far.
aliens exist.
Aliens is straight crap. There's nothing outside of this reality called Earth. Nothing.
Okay. So what? Where's the sun? Is the sun inside this reality?
Man, the
How do
sun
you
is in
believe
your
that the aliens
garage,
exist,
brother.
though? I don't get that. It's nuts.
Yeah,
Where the
man.
damn aliens come from, yo?
They come from your house.
You will be the whole. I'm for the dip, CK. We finna wrap it up.
Nah, we can end it. I just wanted to show this last screen right here. This satellites that he's saying that don't flipping exist.
They don't exist. ISS don't exist.
Well, close the show out, CK.
Mike Wallace.
Anyways,
He don't exist either.
No, because you can't see me, right?
I just wanted to say thank everybody for coming through tonight. We got extremely off mother flipping topic from what we were originally speaking on tonight. I blame Unc. But nonetheless, I appreciate everyone coming through. Make sure y'all, join the Pseudo Killers Discord server. Make sure you, sub, of course, here and of course Pseudo Killers. Share the videos so people can come through, like the videos and whatnot. As y'all can see what happened today at the Capitol,
CK, you
please
didn't
be
kill me.
safe. Please, you know, get you your guns, you know, get your concealed license, protect yourself. And, you know how it is around here. Death to the pseudos.
Peace, y'all. Peace, Mike.
This pseudo's still alive, y'all. I'm still alive.
Peace.
Peace.